Hey, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the Apple Sheep Hype and Reaction live stream. We've got, as the timer suggests, just under 2 hours before the event begins. And if you're new here and wondering why I'm streaming right now, it's because these final hours leading up to the event are often the most exciting. It's when we get a lot of last minute updates, last minute leaks, slash you kind of just get to gather all of your hype and anticipation into one packed stream, and then the event begins and all of your questions will hopefully be answered if Apple can live up to the hype. And I apologize that I've had to slow down on the streaming and content production over the past few days. It's been a real bumpy 48 hours, but luckily I have a cough button because the only thing I hate more than coughing is coughing around people that can hear it. So I have everything I can to alleviate it. I've got tea, hot tea. I'm very grateful for my wife for stepping up. Louise was able to make her first tech video a couple days ago. I apologize if you wanted her to take over the channel. I know a lot of you guys were very supportive of her, and all were hoping that she would just basically do all the videos moving forward. I'm sorry. She was not interested, no matter how much I asked, but still very grateful that she was willing to step up and kind of cover the last-minute leaks for us. But we still have even more so to go over. For one, this is probably, straight from Apple, so it's worth talking about. But the Apple Store app, the Apple Store itself says developing news. We're making updates to the Apple Store. So this normally does not happen before DubDub. If it's a software-focused event, they typically don't take down the Apple Store like that. So I'm still trying to keep my expectations realistic because I've been hurt and disappointed so many times when I go into DubDub expecting hardware and then there isn't. However, the fact that the Apple Store page is down heavily infers that there's going to be some hardware when we check back after the event. Possibly even to be able to order, which would be cool. Tech Price is excited for the new MacBook Air. Where it's late afternoon or early evening. British summertime. One day it'll be Scottish summertime. Cool. All of your answers will be questioned. Yeah, no, really. As much as that sounds backwards, that's basically, I think, how these Apple events work. You'll walk away with even more confusion. You'll be like, wait, what? You've been feeling good? No, actually, I've been feeling terrible, and I wasn't sure I was gonna be able to live stream today. But I'm gonna power through it, even though I'm not feeling great. Because I can't miss DubDub. I'm going to be watching this regardless, so even if I'm coughing a lot. Oh, thank you for the super chat. A generic account says, sold my M1 iMac, but stiffed the new owner and kept in the braided lightning cable. Here's a small profit share from the sale. Wow, that's kind of you to share the profits from that sale. Ben Rayner, thank you for your support for 11 months. Hey, Drew, welcome back. Happy keynote day. Keep expectations low. That way you'll be surprised. I'm still going to go into it just expecting software. I want to keep it that way. Matul also just became a supporter. Appreciate that. Thank you for joining. And your voice seems strange. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. That's you should have heard me a couple days ago. Like the day Louise took over the channel for me. Oh my God, I couldn't talk like this. Whoa, Chris! What have you done? That's an insanely generous super chat. You're just kicking off the stream. But thank you, Chris. He says, hope you're feeling better. I'm not at 100%. Like, if my lungs was battery health. Oh, Michael supported as well. Hype for WWDC. I hope to see some M2 today. I do think that would be fun. I think at this point, it's looking very... I'm feeling less and less confident about my prediction of no hardware, especially when the Apple Store goes down. It doesn't always do that before a developer conference, so that makes me think there will be potentially some new Macs, but I'm worried I'm getting too hyped. I'm going to get too excited. Whatever, maybe I should lean into it. But I apologize if my voice sounds weird. When my wife was recording for me, my coughing was uncontrollable, and I literally couldn't stop. And there were several points where I was having difficulty breathing, which was quite scary. We were like, should we call someone? But I've been to the doctor. They've prescribed me some special antibiotics that I've been on, and I'm trying to work through them. It just takes time. But yeah, if this was any other day of the year, I'd probably just take the day off. But this is Dub. There's only one a year. This is the only software-focused event basically Apple has. And I'm excited for iOS 16 changes, mostly because I feel like the iPhone is the Apple device I use the most, and iOS 15 had a lot of pleasant surprises last year. There's very little leaked or very few references to what's going on with iOS 16, and I always think that's where Apple puts their A game and their biggest emphasis, because the iPhone is their bread and butter. So I'm kind of excited for what we don't know, if that makes sense. Like, because usually that's where I find things like, oh, I didn't know I wanted that, or oh, that new redesign is something I'm interested in. So iOS 16 is high on the list for me. I've kind of given up all hope on iPadOS. Like, some people are excited for... I keep seeing some people say, like, iPadOS is going to become Pro this year. And I'm like, I would have thought the same thing last year, and it didn't happen. Like, why did they launch the Magic Keyboard case in, what was it, 2020? And then have a whole software update for that in March. And we were like, oh, they're trying to get it ready for the big overhaul in Dub. And then nothing happened to Dub, and it turned out that little March iPadOS update was a bigger deal than anything that came out later. So, Trash Teen, thank you for the support. He says, iPod 8. I don't want the iPod to come back. That was a great meme from Mike this morning. Somehow iPod returned. Let me know if you get the reference. iPadOS 15 was made in COVID time. It's software. I mean, if your argument is that, well, that was during COVID time, we're still there in that case, because this event is still virtual. If Apple's still having virtual events, then the things that would stop them from developing a better version of the OS are still present now. So I would say, no, that's not the problem. Software can be done remotely just as good, in my view. I don't see that as an excuse. iOS Grande. How long are they going to keep the number scheme going for iOS? Maybe there is no 16. Rest in peace 6S and first gen SE today. Well, they should still get some final support updates, but yeah, I'm predicting iPhone 6S, A9 chip and older will get discontinued, and the iPod Touch. I don't think the iPod Touch is going to make it. Hey, another super chat from Connor. You guys are being very generous today. Thank you. He says, I think the notification page should be updated. I don't like that you scroll down and it's basically the lock screen. Yeah, I guess I don't use it that much in the first place, but I would like to see some different approaches to it. Most people complain about notifications. I guess maybe I use notifications differently than most people. I've never had an issue with it, and frankly, when I switch to Android, I get annoyed by the way notifications are laid out. It might be because I am the type of guy to leave notifications off a lot of apps. I have just the use case of, if I want to check Twitter notifications, I'll open Twitter. If I want to check Discord notifications, I'll open Discord. I don't need any of those pushing things to my lock screen or to the notification. Pretty much the only notifications I have on are like texting apps, like Messages or Messenger. So I'll get notified for those if people are trying to reach me. But otherwise, it's like, no, I'll open the app if I want that info. But some people, I guess, are used to just having all notifications on, and then they get annoyed when a bunch of them show up all in the same place. And I'm like, well, you don't have to have them on. But thank you for the super chat, Connor. Boss super chatted as well and says, hope you're feeling better. I hope I feel better soon as well, just because it's been quite a sickness. I've basically been coughing on and off for the past month and a half, which is way longer than it should have gone. But I think it's because I'm on this psoriasis medication, and that suppresses my immune system. So anyway, this long story short, American healthcare is expensive. So I appreciate the super chats. I don't like the low battery pop-ups. It should be a drop-down notification like AirPods. Yes, 100% agreed. I don't believe in any form of system pop-up. I never believe that should be a thing. Whether you're airdropping or it wants you to enter a password somewhere, or you're getting a low battery warning. If iOS 16 could be the death of all pop-ups, I'd be happy. Thank you, Margel, for your support. Nice to see you live again. I miss these streams. I've missed them too, for the record. I've really, really enjoyed live streaming on this channel. There's the animation. Thank you, Connor. I've really, really enjoyed streaming, and the only reason I don't is because I don't want to cough through the whole thing, and I know that won't be enjoyable for you guys, but I've tried so many things, every trick in the book you can imagine online to get rid of a cough, and still none of it seems to completely eliminate it. So we've taken as many actions as we can so that for today I can cough as little as possible. And I still have thermally insulated tea in here, so it should stay hot for a long time. And if I need a refill, Louise might pop in. We'll see. But there's lemon juice and honey in that, and it should help subside the stuff in my lungs. So I apologize for the coughing, but I'm doing my best to jump through everything. Just don't give me Samsung's notification system. That's the most frustrating thing about Android to me, is that all the notifications are just kind of on by default. And a lot of them are not even like asking me if I want them on. It just start getting bombarded with like weather notifications multiple times a day. And I've never understood the point of a weather notification. Like iOS has had them in the past, but I just turn them off right away. I can look outside. I don't need a notification for that. How is T-Mobile Home Internet doing? Pretty good, I'm happy to report, actually. So far, so good in the past couple weeks. Trash Teen Super Chatted, thank you. He says, got to get my McDonald's for Apple events, hoping for a HomePod with a screen. That would be cool. Yeah, I wouldn't count on it, just because there'd probably be at least some leaks or some rumors about it before now. But wildcard surprises are nice, I agree. At the most, I would just say expect iOS, macOS updates and all that kind of stuff. Vibe with the Brando. Hey, that's a fun name. Brandon Kerr, what are you most excited for today? I want to say probably iOS. Yeah, just because I've really enjoyed using my iPhone 13, you know, and I enjoy the refresh rate. I enjoy the good battery life, and I think that there's still a lot of room for improvement on this device, which I take with me everywhere I go, and I use many hours in the day. You know, my MacBook is more of a tool, and I use my iPad when my phone is in the other room, or when my wife is using my phone for something. I just fall back on the iPad, but I honestly feel like iPadOS 15 was a downgrade in several ways from 14, and I wasn't happy about that. So I've just kind of detached and tried to forget about the iPad, because I just know they're not going to do what I want them to. So I guess iOS 16 is the highest on my list, because I assume there will be a lot of welcome and improved changes that I was not expecting. But in the event, thank you for the super chat. Oh my God, I got to catch up here. But based on what's happened in the past, there should be some awesome new updates that we weren't expecting. I would love a charge limiter. I would love the pop-ups to be eliminated. Yeah, updated notification as well. Lock screen improvements would be great. All that kind of stuff. Okay. Jens Giboldi, I hope I pronounced that right, says, will 2015 MacBook Pro 15-inch be supported? Greetings. Greetings to you as well. I would say the likelihood shrinks every year, just because I think that's as far back as Monterey goes. Am I correct? If I check macOS Monterey compatibility, I believe it was 2015. They cut off quite a few Macs last year, actually. So maybe they'll cut off less this year. Yeah, for MacBook Pro, it says early 2015 and later. So you're on the chopping block. I won't say it's guaranteed it won't get it, but it's fairly possible at this point. I guess it depends on how ambitious of an update they want Monterey to be. If they make Monterey really different and have a bunch of new features, you'll probably get axed. But if it's more of just a refinement in performance and like bug-free, you know, stability focused event, then OS, then you'll probably you could get it. There's a chance. It's a toss up at this point. Joshua, thank you for your support. Says almost time to grab our pitchforks and torches. Yes, I was ready to grab the pitchforks and torches last year when iPad OS was glossed over. They only talked about the iPads for like 5 minutes during the entire presentation last year, and I was so upset. Hopefully it gets more stage time than that. That would be nice. On macOS, I would be happy if the volume indicator is the same as the iPads and phones. Oh, yeah. They should redesign that, huh? That would be nice. macOS patchers have gotten extremely solid lately with things like OpenCore Legacy Patcher. Apple dropping support for your Mac isn't too big a deal. Yeah, but I can understand the frustration because if there's new things, new features coming out today and you just know, hey, I'm not getting those, or my MacBook can no longer run the latest OS, that's a passing of the torch. It's a little sad that when that finally happens. Will the event be pre-recorded or live like before? It'll be pre-recorded. We're pretty confident about that. There have been some tours going on for devs who won special competition Apple was holding, but they ultimately are going to be watching the exact same event we're going to be watching. And they are inviting some members of the press, but if anything, I think that's because they might want to do first impressions video with the hardware after the fact, but I don't think this will be a live event like before. Jeff says, it's not very often when we get an Apple event with very little leaks. Looking forward to being pleasantly surprised. Well, I mean, I'm happy for you if you say there's little leaks, but honestly, there's been a crap ton of people talking about stuff. I mean, just a week ago, we thought there were a bunch of people convinced that we were going to get Reality OS and Apple glasses, and I did a whole video trying to break down why we won't get those things. And there's people talking about new Mac Pro and people talking about new MacBook Air, and there's all the expectations in the world. Not all of these leaks can be true. Like, there's no way that's going to end up being real. Let's see. iPads are so awesome with the new chips. They could literally replace full-size laptops. I think they could if the software was there. I think the iPad has all the hardware to replace a MacBook, but not all the software, which is frustrating. It's like if you spend $1,500, $2,000 on an iPad setup, why can it not do things that a $1,000 MacBook can do? That kind of stuff. Happy Dub, I'll be at work listening, but I'm here to support you. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate that. That's awesome. I'm looking forward to it. We've still got a ways to little over an hour and a half to go, but we should probably get our final predictions in so this live stream can be extremely dated if people go back and watch it after the fact. But what will macOS 13 be called? I'm betting on macOS Mammoth or Redwood. I feel like they've had the Mammoth trademark for a while, so I want to lean towards Mammoth, but Redwood sounds nice. I feel like they could get some kind of really clean red themed wallpaper. Can we all be honest for a second? That's what I'm most excited for. Just to find out what the new wallpapers are for Apple's lineup. Like, here's the new macOS default wallpaper, here's the new iOS default wallpaper, because I will change to those on all my devices, just so I can feel like I have the more recent device and that kind of thing. So, do you really think the new MacBook Air will have white bezels? There's no way. I don't think so, personally. Actually, okay, so for the record, we don't know for sure if the MacBook Air is coming out today. I don't recall if they've ever announced a MacBook Air at WWDC. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if my recollection is accurate, they've rarely introduced a new MacBook Air design at WWDC in the past. But if they do, or even if it's later, most reports, both Quo and Gurman, have been saying that it's not as colorful as the 24-inch iMac line. In fact, it's basically the same colors plus one blue. Which is bizarre, right? Because it's not a Pro product like it kind of sounds like the iPhone Pro lineup, the color scheme, which is space gray, silver, gold, and then a new blue option. So those are the four colors of the new MacBook Air, which that's kind of what iPhone Pros are now, right? Like you have the graphite and the silver and gold, and then you have a Sierra blue or a Pacific blue or something like that. And the fact that if their rumors are correct and there's still a space gray option, in my view, it's like there's no way they would do white bezels on a space gray MacBook. That just doesn't really make sense to me. So I highly doubt that. Or if there is white bezels, maybe it's optional. Maybe you can get black bezels on the black MacBook. Hey, Bryce, thank you for the super chat. That's very kind of you. Didn't even say anything. $5. Just chipped it in there. Joshua says, can we get more 5G? No, Josh, please don't say that. They'll take it seriously. Don't make them talk about 5G. 2012, 13, and 17 MacBook Airs at DubDub. Oh, okay. So it's been a while then. It's been like 5 years or so since the last one. If it have white bezels, I'll be in the corner barfing. Yeah, luckily I'm not in the market for a MacBook Air, so even if it has white bezels, I'll be like, well, that product's not for me. But yeah, normally Apple's website doesn't go down. Does the store section go down though? That's like a separate tab. Let me try. I'm checking the website now. Yeah, the store does go down. So if you're on the web, obviously the whole website still works. I don't think that goes down. So you can still browse and look at all the tabs and stuff. But once you hit store, it says developing news just like the app. So they're doing this several hours. Usually it's in preparation for orders. That doesn't necessarily guarantee orders. They might just have things to update. But like most people are saying the Mac Pro wouldn't be available to order today. But this is the 2-year mark since Apple announced the transition. That would take 2 years. Tim Cook's pretty reliable leaker. Do you think there's a good chance of AirPods Pro? No, I would say almost no chance. Anything's possible, but the AirPods Pro rumors have all pretty much pointed to coming later in the year, not at DubDub. Excuse me, not at DubDub. Did you see the store go down when the Mac Pro was announced in Dub of 2019? I can't remember. I think it may have. But I'm honestly, yeah, it wasn't available to order at first, though, so they probably wouldn't need to take it down. If it has white bezels, I'll be in the corner laughing as it becomes Apple's most popular Mac of all time, while YouTubers complain. I've shown the white bezel design to several non-tech YouTubers who didn't really care for it, but I don't know. I just don't think it works that great. And the argument Apple used for white bezels on the iMac doesn't work with the MacBook. That's the thing. Like what was it? The argument they used, at least Marquez asked them about it, I think. MKBHD was like, so why did you guys go with white bezels on the iMac? And they said they want it to be complementary and fit in a home environment. They don't view it as like a fancy, powerful tech product. They view it as like it goes in the kitchen, it goes in the bedroom, it goes in the living room even. Like, and that white bezel is supposed to complement white walls, white backgrounds, and kind of blend in with your furniture, and kind of like how the Google Nest Hub is white bezeled and that kind of thing. That doesn't really work with the MacBook, though, because you're using that all over the place. You're using it in school, you're using it on the go, you can use it at night, all kinds of different places. White bezels equals brand recognition. I don't know. There's a lot of crappy, cheap laptops with white bezels. I don't know if you want to associate yourself with those. I just think it looks cheaper, to be honest. All the concept art of white bezeled laptops, they don't look very premium to me. Thank you for the super chat, Ben. He said, my ideal list is AirPod Max 2, Reality headset announced in Mac Pro, but I know none of those will happen today. Just in perfect world, they would happen. Yeah, it would be refreshing to get AirPods Max with USB-C and a lower starting price, that's for sure. But unfortunately, by the sound of it, all the rumors are pointing to AirPods. They're not even working on a second-gen AirPods Max. All that they're thinking about is doing more color options, which is like, bruh, come on. Like, there's so many problems with AirPods Max, and you don't want to address those. Like, I've never been more torn on an Apple product in my whole life. White bezels fit in any bright environment. Well, then why did they get rid of them on all iPads? They used to have white bezeled iPads, and then last year they refreshed them to only have black, no matter what color you get. They've completely killed it off the iPhone line and the iPad line, which both used to have white bezels. And there used to be white bezels on the iPod, but now they've killed the iPod. Okay. If AirPods Max gets announced today, do you guys think Apple will give it a proper case? No, I don't think they. I don't think they will, because we probably would have caught something about it by now. How many years do you think the M1 chips will get on the 14-inch and 16-inch MacBook Pros? Will the Pro and Max get more lifespan than just the regular M1? Ooh, I don't know. I think they're kind of built on a similar architecture. So no, it's, well, hold on a sec. The reason I stop myself is because if I go back and look at macOS Monterey supports, here's what I notice. It's that the Pro Max with the higher end hardware are getting updates further back. So what's technically the oldest Mac that can still run Monterey? It's the Trash Can Mac Pro at late 2013 or later. Mac Mini is late 2014. MacBook Air is 2015. iMac is 2015. MacBook Pro is 2015. So everything for Monterey for laptops is 2015 and later. And for desktops, it starts at 2013. So I think the main reason is because the Trash Can Mac Pro has, better, not great, but better silicon than the other Macs of late 2013. So maybe not by a lot, but I guess there's a chance maybe the M1 Pro and M1 Max could get a year or two of extra software support compared to just the M1. If in the future they're trying to roll out certain features and have a certain standard for macOS, but there's like a limitation that the M1 chip has that the M1 Pro and M1 Max don't, there's a chance of that happening. But I guess it's hard to compare, right? Because Apple hasn't exactly done that with iPads versus iPhone CPUs. Usually they keep them pretty hand in hand, although I think there's been times where they discontinued the A8 chip iOS devices, but kept the A8 chip iPad version, or they kept it with A8X. So, yeah, okay, that's what I was just thinking of. I don't know how to say your name. By Basic, I think, it says the iPad Air 2 was supported for longer than the iPhone 6, and it had the A8X chip versus the A8. Okay, that's probably fair. Okay, Dennis says, when do you think Macs will have built-in wireless radios like the iPad line and smartphones? They really should have them now. I don't understand what the holdup is. iPads have them, and they have smaller batteries than MacBooks do, especially the new MacBook Pros. I don't think that needs to be a default feature. Like, you don't have to include it on every laptop, but if someone's buying a $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 laptop, throwing in some extra antennas isn't that complex. So, yeah, I want them to do it yesterday. I don't know why they can't do it now. I wonder if it's a carrier holdup issue. Like, I know that MacBooks are particularly popular, and maybe the carriers know that MacBooks are going to use a lot of data or do live streaming like I'm doing right now, and usually it's by photographers and videographers, and they're like, no, if we offer data to laptops, it's going to overwhelm the network or something. I don't know. I just feel like it's bizarre that iPads can get 5G, but not MacBooks. Like, what difference does it make? The A4, they gave the iPhone 4, but iOS 4, but not the iPod Touch. Okay, well, that was such a sentence. Let me read that again. The A4, they gave the iPhone 4, iOS 4, but not the iPod Touch. Okay, I think I understand. I believe RAM plays a role. Okay, fair enough. It probably does. Hey, thank you for the super chat, Bryce. He says, I guess I'm not very smart. I'm using VoiceOver and didn't get how to send a super chat before. I'm excited to see the accessibility changes. Oh, that's great. Thank you, Bryce. I'm sorry. No, it's not that you're not very smart. I'm sure just the YouTube super chat thing can be kind of confusing. But I appreciate the donation, and I hope that there's some good accessibility changes in the OS today, and I appreciate you supporting. I wish I could hit the refund button. But there's no refund button. I've been asking YouTube to add that for a while because sometimes people super chat way too much. Networks offer laptop data via USB stick, so that isn't a reason. Yeah, but they're probably at very, very finite supply. I don't know how many of those USB sticks they sell, but it's likely nowhere near as many MacBooks that would sell. If you added a 5G option at checkout, data consumption would go way, way, way up. Joshua, thank you for the super chat. He says, can they please bring back Airport? Yeah, I still don't understand why they got rid of that. It must have not been super popular for some reason. But I have several friends that bought Apple Airport networks, and they were great. I would honestly like one. I'm kind of annoyed with all the routers I've ever used, and I think Apple would make a good one if they made dedicated routers, and they could have the iCloud secure video support, and they would handle devices made by Apple, manage their bandwidth and that kind of stuff. It can have some ease of setup, just like how you set up your AirPods with the little white pop-up. They bring that pop-up to the router setup and installation. Man, there's so many good things they could do with it. I don't know why they decided to leave that market. Yeah, we got 90 minutes to go, people. Countdown is down to 90. Awesome. Bring back air power. Well, it was never here. You can't bring back what never existed. You gotta accept its death. It's not here. It's gone. I used to have an Airport, worked great. Now I have to use some third-party mesh network and constantly having issues. See what I mean? This is what I'm talking about. Will the Mac Studio get iOS 16 upgrades or a new model? What are you talking about? iOS 16? It's a Mac, bruh. Well, if you're just talking about individual features like the focus modes and stuff, yeah, probably. There's a lot of updates they roll out at WWDC that like apply to all the devices at once. But they typically have to repeat themselves. It's like, okay, now we're introducing this in iOS 15, and then they get to iPadOS. Yeah, we're also bringing all those things we just talked about. Then they get to macOS. Yeah, we're still bringing all of those stuff over. It kind of gets old. Sometimes they have to repeat themselves a lot. But hey, Michael, thank you for the super chat. Didn't say anything, but still, thank you. Did you not get an invite to attend WWDC? I actually think I did technically, but not in person. But I did get the email that was like, join us for this special thing. But no, I've never been invited to an in-person Apple event. And for the record, I wouldn't go. I very much prefer doing this. I've never been a big event guy. I don't really enjoy concerts or big crowds, and I still feel very sick. I'm not feeling good, so I would have not gone regardless. So I'm glad I didn't get invited. But I have watched enough Apple events in my time to know that there is a lot of fluff. I don't watch Apple events like I watch. I don't know what's a good example. A movie in the movie theater. I don't be like, everyone be quiet, shut up, everyone stop talking, just stare, just no one talk, everyone be quiet. Like, that's not how I watch the events. They are filled with fluff, they are filled with old info, they repeat themselves a lot, and there's moments where they do cringy things, and there's moments where they do awesome things, and I have, in the past, when I would watch events secretly when I was in class or I was in school, I would watch the events passively, or I would watch events with friends, and we would commentate over the whole thing. In my experience, it may be different for you guys, but in my experience, watching the event is far more fun if you can talk about it as you're watching it and kind of make jokes or ask questions as you're going through it. Like, if you guys have watched my reaction streams in the past, being able to say, wait, how does this feature work? And then they address it literally after you asked it is like, whoa, they heard me. And if I was there in person, I couldn't do any of those. If I was watching it in person, I would have to sit there in a crowded room full of a bunch of people and watch it and be like, oh, okay, we clap now. Okay. And I just have to be quiet because you're in a crowded room. So that doesn't sound as fun to me, and having to, travel or book flights or hotels and that kind of thing. It's just not really my thing. I've always enjoyed these reaction streams. I've always enjoyed watching it with my friends, with people, and commentating on it. And if I was there in person, I couldn't commentate on it. So I would rather do this, personally. What's the one wild card that could blow your mind away if they happen to unveil it, the headset or something else? Yeah, that would blow my mind. I'm not particularly excited for the AR. I think it's more of a VR headset. In my view, the only AR headset you can do is glasses. Augmented reality is putting things on top of what you're already seeing. And that's not really what they're describing with the AR headset. They call it a mixed reality headset, but at the end of the day, it's still a display covering your eyes. So I would I would hardly constitute that augmented reality. It would just be using cameras to look at your surroundings and then placing things. And I'm not particularly excited or into VR. I've tried VR headsets and stuff. They're kind of cool demo. There's Beat Saber and there's a couple of games that are a little bit fun, but not much else apart from that. And the other thing I think people keep forgetting about is that Bloomberg, when they reported on this mixed reality headset, uh, they claimed that it would be like somewhere between $2,000 or $3,000. How many people are going to pay $2,000 or $3,000 on an Apple headset for playing a handful of VR games that probably aren't going to be as good as the VR games on other VR headsets that are cheaper? It's like, doesn't sound particularly exciting to me. That's not really a product I could see myself using. So if it does come out, which I don't think it will ever, but there's other people saying it will come out, just not at today's event. I'm convinced that it's a developer tool that they're developing for internal usage. Like there's going to be people inside the company working on software for the eventual glasses, but I don't know. I just haven't found a use case in my daily life for VR, and I have not met anybody else in my personal life that uses it for much more than occasional gaming. Uh, but if you're not like a fairly diligent gamer, then you don't use VR very frequently. Um, that's not how most AR glasses work. Well, most AR glasses, there's very few, but that's my definition of augmented reality. Virtual reality is when you are completely covering the eyes because you're virtually recreating everything, and that's what they define the mixed reality headset as. But yeah, there's several sources have said that it's not ready yet and it's not coming out today. They've been talking about it coming out for years, which is why I have my doubts. I think the first reference to Reality OS was reported back in 2017, and they said that Apple would have their own AR glasses or AR headset in 2020, and now it's midway through 2022, and they're saying, oh, maybe next year, and they've been saying maybe next year for several years. So I'm kind of like, I'll believe it when I see it, but they've been the boy who cried wolf many times. Sam says, I've tried many of the mainstream VR headsets and the Microsoft HoloLens. Even though the HoloLens felt like a tech demo, it also felt like it had much more potential for growth. I agree. There's far more potential for growth for an AR headset, particularly glasses, something that you could wear passively. The mixed reality headset, you could not wear like you wear an Apple Watch or AirPods. You're going to look like an idiot. It covers your eyes. It wouldn't be a fashion statement. It would not be something people are comfortable wearing everywhere they go. So I would not see that as a super useful, they would have to show me use cases as to why I could justify it. And I have not thought of those. So maybe Apple just needs to show me why I need it. They've had a track record of doing that before. I used to not feel like I needed a watch, and I used to not think I needed NFC. But as time went on, Apple introduced those kinds of things, and I went, okay, now I can see why you would like that. You would like having NFC, or you would like having a smartwatch, because they implemented it in a better way than the competition. Maybe I just haven't seen the use case for it yet. But as of right now, no, I can't find value in it. I don't know what I would do with it. The way that the HoloLens put full-size TVs on any table just felt like the future. Yeah, if you can get comfortable, decent battery life and decent visuals out of AR glasses, then the potential is endless. You basically just have 3D holograms and you can put them anywhere. But the hardware is so far away from being ready. Battery life is a huge problem. Refresh rate is a huge problem. Cost is a huge problem. And I just don't think we're ready for that. And we might not be ready for quite some time, unfortunately. You think the first version of AR glasses would have not prescription options? I'm sure, yeah. Tim Cook wears glasses. There's no way they would just sidestep that whole argument. No, you can only wear these if your vision is bad. No, They would want it to have the largest addressable market possible because the price is going to be high. So they know they're already speccing people out. My impression is that Apple doesn't know what they're doing with a product that isn't a phone or a laptop. I would disagree. AirPods have sold pretty freaking well. You may not like everything about AirPods. I don't either. You know, I don't like the Lightning port, and AirPods Pro have had a lot of quality control issues, but still, crap ton of people buy AirPods. If that was its own separate company, it would be in the Fortune 500. And the Apple Watch has become the most popular watch ever, just of any kind, smartwatch or dumb watch. The Apple Watch just sells at the highest volume and at fairly high margin with pretty high cost. It's not the cheapest watch, but it's the best selling. So I would say if you have really great selling products like that, it's more than just phones and laptops. But iPad, I agree. I feel like they don't. Well, I would more say the iPad over $600. iPad is just a basic media consumption device is great. Like iPad OS gets the job done for the budget iPad. I don't expect the budget iPad to run Final Cut. That's fine. It doesn't need to. It's just, if you're going to charge more than $500 or $600 for an iPad, that's when I start to feel like the software is substantially lacking. But most people buy the budget iPad. That's the best seller. When is battery life not a problem with stuff? Yeah, battery life is more of like a question of how long, because battery life will degrade over time as the cycles increase. But 13, I will say the battery life on my 13 Pro Max is fantastic, and no complaints there. Visualizer, thank you for your support. Will Louise be your companion on the live event? I've asked her, and she's a bit more camera shy than I am, so she'd prefer not to. But if I start coughing uncontrollably, I may ask for more tea, and she'll pop in for a second. Basically, I have her on standby in case I have another cough attack, which I've had over the past couple days, which was not fun, and it sucks because there's a lot of videos on my idea list right now that I want to make, but this dang sickness has really just thrown off a lot of my schedules and a lot of my day, and there's it's quite frustrating when you can't sleep. A couple nights ago I couldn't fall asleep because I kept coughing. I was up all night. So I'm hoping that these antibiotics kick the sickness away for good. But as you could tell, my voice still sounds a little weird, and I'm still coughing from time to time. Do you think the new MacBook Air will come with white or black bezel? I'm convinced black. If the color options aren't matching the 24-inch iMac at all, there's no space gray iMac, there's no gold iMac, then they're probably just sticking with black bezels because the MacBook is a mobile product like the iPad, and they killed black bezels on all the other mobile products. Thank you for the super chat, Jay Patrick. He says, is there anything software related that would motivate you to upgrade your iPad Pro, possibly to the M2? That's an interesting question. Not much, to be honest. Because the thing is, I was more interested in kind of going back to the iPad Pro, because for those who didn't know, I used to run my entire YouTube channel off of the original 2015 iPad Pro. Before USB-C, before the Files app, before LumaFusion was even an app. I ran my whole tech channel just off of that iPad. And, you can do the basics. I'm well aware of that. Thank you for the super chat vibe with DeBrando. I gotta catch up here, but I'll read these eventually. Ben Rayner, thank you for the super chat as well. Oh my God, you guys are too kind. You're too generous. So obviously, I proved that you can do it. Yes, you can do some light video editing. You can do some basic stuff on an iPad, but the Mac is ultimately just capable of far more. And that's why I ended up upgrading to a MacBook Pro, and then later the iMac Pro, and now back to a MacBook Pro. But back when I was on the iMac Pro and I had it for 3-4 years, and I was like, I'm thinking of upgrading. If the iPad is getting faster and faster, and the Apple Silicon inside is getting really good, I would consider upgrading to the M1 iPad, or like you said, the M2 iPad, if the Pro apps were there, if it could do everything my Mac could. Essentially, I don't want to leave functionality or leave features aside, especially now that this MacBook Pro I have isn't enabling me to do things that I couldn't do before. Like with my iMac Pro, I could not capture my desktop and live stream the video editing process. So the channel members already know this, that they're supporting me directly for $2 a month. First link in the description. Thank you guys. But for $2 a month, they watch me film and edit the tech videos before they, come out. So I live stream and show the screen of me editing the video, and I can justify that for my business. Is like, this is something people pay for, is like a little extra. People who want to support me directly, I want to give them back something for helping out, and that's just been a great perk. And if my iPad is not capable of doing that, or being able to live stream and have these great microphones straight off of the device and not have to use additional accessories and stuff, if the iPad can't do that, then I am leaving sources of income aside, and I am taking less money by working on the iPad. So I'm not interested in compromising in those regards. So at this point, I don't think there is much iPadOS could do, even if they did everything I wanted them to. Even if the iPad Pro got dual boot macOS and they listened to everything I said. Now it supports external monitors. Now it supports Final Cut. Now it supports external webcams, and they give it everything I'm looking for. I've already bought the MacBook Pro at this point. That's the issue. It's like, it's too late. Before I bought the 16-inch MacBook Pro, I would have considered it. Like, last year would have been the time for me. In my view, iPadOS 15 was the one I was all hyped for. I was like, okay, oh my God, thank you for the super chat. Oh, I gotta catch up. You guys are being too generous. Basically, before the 16-inch MacBook Pro came out, if iPadOS 15 would have brought everything I was looking for, then I would have bought the M1 iPad Pro and started switching everything over to that. But they waited too long for the iPad, and now I can't really think. There's things I could still be happy with. I'd be happy if they offer better multitasking support on iPadOS 16. I'll still think it's a good idea if they offer a dual boot macOS, which I know they're probably not going to do, but I still think it's a good idea. I just won't upgrade my iPad for that because I already have a laptop Mac. I've already bought it. The money is spent, and I don't plan on selling this. It's been a great laptop. It's also bigger than my iPad. It's got to have a better battery life than the iPad will. It has better port selection than the iPad will. Even the iPad Pro coming later in the year with the M2 chip, my M1 Max will be faster with a bigger display, better battery life, better speakers. Like, this laptop is still way too good. So I can't just abandon it in favor of, well, the iPad now does what I want. It's like, too late, Apple, you missed it. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you, Jay Patrick, for the super chat, though. For the record, just because I wouldn't upgrade, there's a difference between... Oh, Drew. Oh, my God. Thank you. I got to catch up. I'm way behind now. Okay, Vibe with DeBrando says, I want to send you this to... Okay, I want to send this to you with a get well soon, and please use this for a new product order. Love you, Drew. Been with you since day one. Well, thank you, Vibe with DeBrando. I'm not sure if there's anything I'm planning on buying today. I'm pretty set as far as my ecosystem goes. Essentially, everything I'm interested in, I've bought already. So, I don't know if I'll be ordering. I mean, Luke Miani said he's not even sure if you'll be able to order anything today. So, I'm not in the market for a MacBook Air, although I'll probably review it. I'll check one out and then either sell it or return it or something after the fact. Okay, Ben Rayner says, was it last Dub when they announced Universal Control? Or was that another event? I forget. Yeah, no, that was the last one. You're correct. Just last year. It took them a long, long time to finally roll it out, but they did it. Isengard Tom, thank you for the super chat. He says, are you interested in the Mac Pro for your channel? Not particularly, and I'll tell you why. For one, me and my wife like to travel, and because of my job, I don't get sick time off. So when I feel terrible and I'm coughing uncontrollably, I appreciate you guys for supporting me and wishing me get well soon. Vibe also super chatted that a second time. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. That super chat is going to help me pay for my health insurance, which is expensive. This is just going to be a fundraiser. This whole live stream is help Drew afford his expensive health insurance. But we travel a lot more, and because I can't get time off of work because it's YouTube, we can stay in a lot of places longer if I can work there. So the MacBook Pro was a very intentional purchase on our part, as we wanted a very powerful Mac that we could take with us places. And I'm very impressed with the power of the M1 Max, and it exports my 4K at 60 videos, which I make multiple a day, very quickly. And I tried the M1 Ultra on the Mac Studio, and we found this kind of holdup, which is that I'm not very good at explaining it. Someone explained it better than me in Discord yesterday. But essentially, with how the ProRes encoders are built on Apple Silicon, you can't just throw more performance at the problem and result in faster exports, right? Because I have the non-binned M1 Max chip. And because I was really curious about the M1 Ultra when the Mac Studio came out, that's the one I bought. I bought the non-binned, I didn't max out the storage, but the top of the line version of the M1 Ultra chip. I bought the fastest Apple Silicon ever, the fastest Mac ever. I bought that and I was like, okay, I want to start editing videos off this and see how fast it is. I did an export, same exact time. It exported just as quickly as my MacBook Pro. And it's because with the way Final Cut exports at H.264, this high efficiency codec, when it's encoding 4K at 60 color corrected ProRes. I shoot it ProRes with my camera and then import it to Final Cut, make all the edits, and then export it with the high efficiency codec. There's basically a limit to how fast that can be with today's current ProRes encoders. And just by adding more ProRes encoders doesn't magically make it faster. It's not that it can never get faster, it's just that it's probably going to take a whole nother step change of upgrade. It might not get faster till the M2 chip or the M2 architecture, and that kind of thing. But for the record, I'm not the kind of guy that upgrades my Mac every year. I know that I'm an Apple sheep, so you guys assume I buy every single Mac at the maxed out configuration, but I used my iMac Pro for 4 years, basically, before I upgraded it, and I was very happy with it. And the reason I was comfortable spending so much on this MacBook Pro was because I did want to keep it and use it for a long time, and it cut my export times by more than half. So it was a large expense, but the amount of time it took to export my video decreased dramatically. Thank you for the super chat. So because that export time went so far down, I could justify the cost. Right now, if I bought the Mac Pro, I don't think it would cut my exports in half. It would be like probably 10 or 15% faster, depending on how fast the Mac Pro is. But for one, we're already planning trips right now where we're going to be gone for like 2 weeks here or a month here. So if I spend a bunch of money on a desktop, it's very likely going to be sitting not used at my house for extended periods of time. I don't think I'm going to utilize the extra ports. I don't care about upgradability or modularity. I've never been a fan of that. I've always been like buy more Mac than you think you need and then just have it last you a long time. That's why I love the iMac Pro so much. I'm also not a fan of towers in general. I don't like having extra power plugs and having an extra thing to sit under or on my desk. So the next reason is cost. I don't think the Mac Pro is going to be affordable. Especially now that the Mac Studio exists. I'm very curious to see how they price and spec out the Mac Pro, because the Mac Studio is now sitting where the Mac Pro used to sit. There used to be like Mac Mini for, $700 to high $1,000, but the Mac Mini never went over $2,000 really, or very often. And now the Mac Studio is at $2,000 and can be spec'd up to $8,000. And it's a desktop tower, right? So if they made a Mac Pro with way better upgradability and modularity, but it was $5,000, now you're going to eat into the sales of the Mac Studio. Because why would I spec out a Mac Studio if I could buy a Mac Pro and then buy other modules and upgrade the Mac Pro myself, that will be cheaper. Apple has shown very little interest in modularity and upgradability, considering they called the Mac Studio modular. That was their definition of modular. Basically, that it has a lot of ports. That's what modular means. And while the Mac Pro was upgradable and has all these slots and expansion stuff, it's, $6,000 minimum and goes up to 50 grand. So it's like, by Apple's logic, okay, if you're going to buy an upgradable Mac, it's because you're spending a lot. And they did not try to make that overlap so that you could buy a cheaper Mac here because you can upgrade it yourself. That's just not how they price their things. And also the difference is the M1 Ultra is insanely fast. It has its limits for my use case, but I'm not the only use case, of course. So if there's people out there that are unhappy with M1 Ultra's performance and they need something faster than M1 Ultra, Apple knows that demographic will pay anything for that power. Because whatever chip they put in the Mac Pro, it's going to be unmatched. It's going to be near impossible to get that in any other machine, especially running Mac OS. So if that's what you care about because of your workflow, whether it's Logic or Final Cut or Xcode or what have you, excuse me, I think they can get away charging whatever they want because they know you can't get this elsewhere. So I expect the binned Mac Pro to start around $8,000 and the non-binned version to be $10,000 or more. And I know a lot of people disagree with me on that, but I've gotten a lot of things right in terms of pricing. Okay, let me try to catch up on the chat here. Drew sent a super chat. No comment, but I appreciate it. Why no one is expecting new MacBook accessories like a Magic Keyboard/mouse? They're also pretty old and need an upgrade, right? Well, they technically upgraded them. It just wasn't the upgrade we wanted. They said new on the Magic Mouse badging for a while. They upgraded all the Magic Mice when the 24-inch iMac came out, which was last year, and then the Mac Studio came out, and they introduced like a two-tone black and silver Magic Mouse and keyboard. That's what you order with the Mac Studio. You don't have to, but that's just what a lot of people do. And that was not that long ago. So unfortunately, while it wasn't a major upgrade, they did technically upgrade the accessories already. What side do you put your Mac dock? I'm a traditional guy. I keep it at the bottom. It's just always been at the bottom for me. My cousin puts it on the side, but I could never get comfortable with it. I don't know. I always have something right there. Like right now I have Twitter on the very, very side. And I don't know. I can put windows and text and information to the left and right of my screen, but there's not much text or information I put to the bottom. That background noise cancellation works amazing. It's a mute button. I have a hotkey dedicated to it, so sorry, it's not voice isolation, but that would be cool. Do you have any hope about will we see a powerful all-in-one computer like iMac Pro, or the way Apple will follow like the Mac Studio? Yeah, I feel like they will do one again. They just might not do it this year. I'm not sure if it's a chip shortage or it might be the cost of materials. Like, I feel like if they want to do an iMac Pro at this point, it would have to be mini LED. It would have to be XDR because they've brought mini LED to the MacBook Pro lineup now. And even the iPad Pro has mini LED now. So you have the 24-inch iMac, which is for everyday people. But I think rightfully Apple realized that we can charge, a decent amount for something like the Mac Studio. And in regards to people who want more power, like professionals or people with home offices, people who need more than the M1 chip has to offer, they are going to want to use their own monitors. They're going to want great I/O, lots of ports. And the Mac Studio, honestly, is something people did not expect Apple to offer because it's something we've asked for years and they haven't made, which is like make a reasonably priced Mac Mini that has better ports and better thermals and better silicon inside. And a lot of people didn't think Apple would go in that direction, and they finally did. I've heard that they're having a difficult time ramping up production of the mini LED panels. So, you would think that if you were developing a pro desktop, and you would just refresh the 24-inch iMac, and the 27-inch Intel Mac is got to go away. So you would think, let's make an iMac Pro, and that way we can justify charging a lot more because the value will be there because you get the whole computer with the screen and the speakers. But no, they didn't do that, and I have to think it's either supply chain reasons or cost that they just figured, well, okay, they may buy their own monitors and they may buy their own accessories and spec out the Mac Studio they like, but it'll probably be very, very cheap and profitable for Apple to sell just an M1 Max in a box, and they don't have to include anything else because they were already mass producing the M1 Max chip. And then the M1 Ultra, of course, is just kind of scaling up the M1 Max. So I bet the cost to build the Mac Studio is probably pretty low because they don't have a display to worry about or fancy speaker system or even that small an enclosure. Most of it's just a big heatsink. So it may have been a profitability choice, but I think if they get the yields good enough and they get the cost of manufacturing low enough for mini LED that they would probably want to do iMac Pro XDR version, where it's got the whole computer on the inside and it's got great ports. But rightfully, I don't know how that would compete with the Mac Studio. It's like, it would probably be cheaper to buy that than buy a Mac Studio and a Pro display if there's another Pro display or something like that. So would that eat into their accessory sales? I don't know. I do think it will eventually happen, though. I don't think they're abandoning the all-in-one Pro market. They seem to care a decent amount about that. So why is Apple still making very slow updates compared to other software giants? Probably because Apple actually brings those updates to their devices. I don't know what other software giants you're referring to, but they're very, very slow at adopting the latest OS. And iOS market share is growing. So if you think that iOS is boring, they're doing something right, because maybe not everybody wants an exciting, drastic redesign to their OS every single year. Some people act like if something doesn't change, then that's a loss. How dare they keep that the same as the generation before? I'm more like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. People use these devices for work. They use them for their personal lives. They don't want a bunch of drastic change. They don't want all their icons to be rearranged or relabeled because that's just what they're used to. And I understand that frustrates the tech community. But keep in mind, a lot of people did not like iOS 7. A lot of people hated that design change, and there's still people that prefer the look of iOS 6. So every time you just redesign or introduce a drastic reapproach to something, you can tick off a bunch of people, and you take the risk of a bunch of people hating you for it. So I think it's important now, with over 1 billion people with iOS devices, to prioritize keeping it reliable, keeping it simple, keeping it functional. Google updates the Pixel monthly. Well, they have to because the bugs were so bad. But that's not from my experience. That's from MKBHD. He's the guy who said the software was really buggy. Thank you for the super chat, YT. He says, prediction, Apple Watch with camera as hand tracking, network device as room hub for shared AR and real space. Cards will be the new icons, which is why they were teaser for DubDub. What are the new I don't understand the new icon. I think the cards was just an AR hype demo thing. I don't think the AR demos have ever indicated that they actually have some kind of announcement related to AR. I still think Apple Watch cameras are a bad idea. I can't get comfortable holding the watch like this, and it's not a flattering angle. The battery life would be atrocious. Everyone already complains about how bad the battery life is on the Apple Watch. If you added a camera to it, it would just get substantially worse. And they have this accessibility feature where you can like control the Apple Watch with like hand motions. It's weird, but it works. Not looking forward to DubDub just because each year they lower my expectations more. It's usually the September or whenever they release the real hardware. Yeah, well, I mean, I just say don't watch it if you're not interested. But yeah, this is not a hardware event, and it's never been a hardware event. I mean, there's there's been hardware added, but it's never been the focus. It's never been like the main thing. There's just a lot of hype built up in people's mind right now. Less than an hour to go, people. Less than an hour till the event starts. Oh my God, we're already there. Time flies, doesn't it? Okay, what other ideas do you have? Network devices as room hub for shared AR. I understand those words, but I don't understand the way you put them together. That's a very complex theory, but I appreciate the super chat regardless. I don't think they're going to use the watch camera as a camera. Well, if you're just talking about like capturing an image, this is technically a camera. These things shine a light into your skin to check your pulse and check your blood oxygen levels. It's kind of a camera. It's a sensor that measures light. By all technicality, it's kind of a camera. You just can't take pictures with it. Yes, of course, lower expectations. Some that try to think of the thing you're most excited for. It probably won't happen. That's what you got to prepare yourself for. The store didn't go down for Dub since the iMac Pro. Yeah, the likelihood of hardware has increased. But who knows? It could just be a few more color options for AirPods Max. Maybe that's the new hardware. Today we're introducing Starlight AirPods for $550. Same old price. No other changes. Thanks for coming. Let's see. Recently got LumaFusion for my Mac. I can finally edit good. Wait, your Mac? I didn't know it was on Mac. That's interesting. Lots of people expect the MacBook Air, but seems an odd thing to introduce at a dev-focused event. I agree. I guess it's happened before. I stand corrected. Apparently it happened in 2017, but I don't think it was a design refresh. It was just a spec boost. I think they did a MacBook Air spec boost in 2017, 12, and 13 or something. Have they ever done a redesigned MacBook Air at Dub? Because that seems more like this will be a aesthetic focus, not so much a performance focus. But I guess there will be an M2 chip, potentially. Steve Jobs coming back to life won't happen. Dang it! That's my expectations. So they rise Steve Jobs from the grave. Any software features you'd like to see? I want to see the death of pop-ups for sure. I'd also love to see charge limiter across the ecosystem. That's like very, very high on my list. I want you to have not just optimized battery charging, but if your battery life is like the 13 Pro Max, and it's really good, and for me, the battery lasts through the day, no problem, every day, there should be an option that just says, limit the percent to 80 every day, unless I state otherwise. Only charge to 100% when specifically asked. I want to do that on my MacBook. I want to do that on my iPad. iPad doesn't even have optimized battery charging, and my iPhone battery life is so good, I'd like the same thing for that. Just like, only charge to 80% unless I say otherwise. I also don't want low battery warning to cut off the entire display. No pop-up in the UI should turn off the entire display. If it's enter this password in settings, or your battery is this low, like get rid of all those and turn them into little drop-down notifications that you can easily just ignore or dismiss. Excuse me. iOS notifications are still boring. I don't know. Do you want notifications to be entertaining? I always hear that. Everyone says iOS notifications are bad. And then when I ask people, how are they bad? How would you fix them? They never get very specific. They're always like, I guess like they look cluttered. They look kind of cluttered. It's like, well, yeah, it's a bunch of notifications. Of course it's going to look cluttered. I mean, you don't have to turn notifications on for all apps, in my view. I tried Al Dente. It doesn't work very well. I'm sorry. Everyone told me to use Al Dente on Mac, and I tried it. It was buggy. For one, I would tell it a certain percentage, and it wouldn't listen to me. And then whenever there's an update, it charges past the limit, and then you have to discharge your battery to get it to that limit. So it just wasn't working reliably for me. And the app would crash. So, unimpressed with Al Dente, unfortunately. What is your most favorite operating system for Apple, like iOS, watchOS, and so on? Probably iOS. I guess I'm I'm torn between Mac OS and iOS because I do think that Mac OS takes good advantage of the hardware that it's on, and Mac OS is very capable, and you can download a lot of apps and use a lot of features that aren't even on the App Store, which it's pretty much the only OS that's capable of doing that. So yeah, I mean, Mac OS feels like more of a tool. It's not necessarily fun to use, but you can get a lot done, whereas iOS is a bit more fluid and more natural. So I just don't feel like iOS is not taking full advantage of the hardware. And I do feel that way about the iPad, but not about the MacBook. WatchOS also does a good job taking advantage of the hardware. So yeah, I think I'll lead towards iOS. I just think that's just so well refined, and I know some people say they have a lot of bugs, but I haven't. I'm not saying those bugs don't exist. I'm just saying it's been very stable and reliable for me. Um, Coming from Android, it was much easier and quicker to reply and interact with notifications outside of the app for me. No long pressing or anything. Also very quick to swipe them away. I don't know why is the swiping away substantially slower. I mean, you can hit clear all if you need to. They kind of group them together. I mean, the reply function is you just swipe down. I don't see how that's much slower. I really hope iPadOS gets resizable windows. I somewhat believe that report, but I just don't think it's going to be as good as people think. I think it'll be essentially you can have slide over apps on the home screen. I think that's what the big change is going to be. It's like you can just pull up an app and just have it hovering over the home screen for a little bit. Can you show dub feed on the screen this time? I can't. I've tried. No, it doesn't matter how much I want to. Thank you for the super chat, Brain Freak. But I've tried many times. I've really wanted to just show the event with me, so you guys can just have one screen. But Apple will take down the stream if I do that. I've multiple times. Even if I just show the audio, even if I just play the sound, they'll take it down. Even if I put it in a small screen and I credit them in the description and I put an overlay over the event that says this is from apple.com, no matter what I try, they will not let me show it on stream. So unfortunately, yes, that means that if you want to react to the event with me, you have to have me on one screen and then you have to have the event on another screen. And there will be a slight delay on my end because I'm reacting to it at the same time as you, but then my computer has to record, capture my reaction, process it, upload it. YouTube has to process it, send it to you. That results in there being usually like a 10 or 12 second delay. So my reaction is going to be behind what's actually going on. They block it even for just the audio. But honestly, even if they didn't block it for the audio, you wouldn't like that because if you were... Usually what audiences typically do is they will turn up Apple's live stream when something interesting is happening, and then they'll mute me, and then if there's something not interesting happening, they'll turn my volume up. So they're like, if you have both streams going, my reaction and Apple's event, then you could kind of pick and choose, like, okay, I want to hear both, just want to hear Apple, okay, I want to hear both. Whereas if I was capturing the audio, it would be all out of sync and you would have a hard time getting it to match up and you would have an echo because both events would be playing the same audio from both sides. So it wouldn't work very well even if I did play the audio. I'll just put you in picture while watching the event. Yeah, if that works. I think iPadOS still stops YouTube from playing if you're watching something else. So do screen share with us on FaceTime. Yeah, unfortunately, I'd have to give out my phone number to everyone, so that's not going to work. Do you think there will be new AirPods Max or not? Because I don't think there will be any new AirPods at this event. Period. We'll find out if I'm wrong about that. But the countdown isn't accurate. I mean, it's slightly delayed. It's accurate in real time. Hey, we have a new member, Daniel Palak. Appreciate you for supporting. Appreciate that. I wish everyone fun at Dub. Hey, it's Ben Geskin in the chat. Thanks for tuning in. Do you think we are going to get some Final Cut updates today? Oof, I hope not, to be honest. because if we do get Final Cut updates, it's probably going to be because they're going to introduce Final Cut Plus, and it's only $10 a month, and you can access all these new features, but now Final Cut Pro is going to turn into a membership. I don't want that to happen. Apple registered Final Cut Pro as a service a few years ago, and I've been paranoid ever since that they're going to turn it into another plus, and I don't want that. So just let there be little background updates on Final Cut. I don't need any time dedicated to that. But thank you, Jesse, for the super chat. He says, thoughts on Airport/router built directly into the Apple TV? Been a fan since the beginning. I guess it would kind of drive the cost up. That's a interesting idea. It's just usually your TV box has to go on a table or, a TV unit, and Airport/router thing would take up a decent amount of space. So there wouldn't really be a pretty way to disguise it in your setup. It would be pretty tall, especially if you're like me and you have a TV wall mounted to the wall. I don't know where I would put that, but I'm not against it as an option. It's very specific, and I don't know how many people would actually buy it. But hey, I'm not against the option. It's kind of cool idea. Just like the old airport time capsules, but black. I guess, yeah. Put an M1 chip in there. Why not? Be super expensive. I don't know how many people would buy it, considering Apple discontinued the original Airport, just regular router. I guess not enough people were buying that, so maybe bunching it with the Apple TV would encourage more sales. Nah, I doubt it. Not really. Scooter says, how do you become a member of the channel? It should be, let me double check. Yeah, it's the first link in the description. Unfortunately, you can't do it on the app on iOS, but if you tap the first link in the description, that forwards you to Safari, and then you can become a member. It's $2 a month, and you get to vote on upcoming videos, so you get to decide what I talk about. You get behind-the-scenes live streams of me filming and editing. Steven, thank you for the super sticker. He said, incredible. And those live streams are fun because while these streams are fun, and there's, almost 1,000 people? Oh, my God. 1,000 people watching. Excuse me. 1,000 people watching me cough in 1080p. That's beautiful. Thank you guys so much for the super chats. As much fun as these are, there's probably a lot of you that are like, there's too many people, I'm not getting my question answered, and Drew's not talking to me. The smaller live streams are a lot more fun. So unfortunately, it can only be for channel members. Otherwise, I can't do small streams of just everybody, because there's obviously a bunch of people following the channel. Thank you again, Vibe with the Brando. But those behind-the-scenes streams have been a lot of fun. I've been coughing a lot, so I apologize for the lack of behind-the-scenes streams, but once I'm feeling better, I'll get back into doing those, and helps me out a ton. You also get to listen to the Tailosive Tech podcast, usually about a day early. For everybody, the podcast goes live on Saturday, but for the channel members, they typically get them Friday night, so I appreciate that. Just a little thank you to the people who are willing to help me out afford all these expensive Apple products, if you're willing to support directly. Okay, I got to catch up here. Anna Maria Erickson has joined as well. Oh, Nathan, thank you for the super chat. Wow. Option Command Media, thank you for donating. Vibe with the Brando says, want to watch the video and Drew at the same time? You split screen on Safari and keep whatever platform Drew uses on the other half of the screen. What, YouTube? Will YouTube and Safari work split screen? Will iPadOS let you have both? Nathan A, thank you for the super sticker. That was very kind of you. GG, thank you for becoming a channel member. I'll see you in the members only stream. Looking forward to it. John Atkinson says, do you think we could see a new HomePod base or a HomePod Pro anytime soon? Oh my God, there's too many super chats. Guys, slow down. Apparently HomePod Mini was the best-selling smart speaker in Q1. What? Where did you see that, John? That's crazy. If that's true, I don't know if that's true. That sounds hard to believe. But if that's true, that's going to prove my point that people don't care about how smart digital assistants are. Because everyone's always like, Google Assistant is smarter than Siri. And it's like, literally a more expensive smart speaker outsold the Google speaker. And it runs nothing but Siri. I don't believe that. But for one, I don't think we're gonna get a HomePod Pro or like HomePod Max or a HomePod high end or something. The reason I doubt that is because the premium expensive smart speaker market has never sold well. Google tried it with the Home Max and it sold terribly and they got rid of it and there's no sign of that returning. And Apple tried it with the $350 HomePod. Great sound quality, but very poor sales. And they discontinued it with no sign of a replacement for a reason. It's because you can't lean too much into it's a digital assistant, it's a smart home accessory, but also it has really good audio quality. It's like the market has spoken with what the value is for a smart speaker, and most people in the terms of smart speakers are looking for something basic with okay, decent sound quality, but they're not going to spend $300-$400 on it. So that's why I don't expect there to be a super high end. It's like if you want a louder setup, just get more. Buy 2 HomePod Minis. But I don't expect they might do a higher end HomePod, like you said, base. It's like it's a non-mini version of the HomePod. But in my view, similar to the Nest lineup, the only way you can justify that higher cost is if you give it a display, make it a bit more practical, make it showcase a bit more. It needs a more differentiating feature than just it sounds better. That's not going to work. Otherwise, the original HomePod would have sold better. HomePod Mini has been selling out at Walmart and Best Buy. Well, that's different. Selling out during a chip shortage doesn't mean much. So I need to see that article. Tag me on Twitter if you find it. I need to see that article that says the HomePod Mini was the best-selling smart speaker. Because that's fascinating if true. Vibe with the Brando says, yes, iPadOS will use YouTube and Safari with split screen. Oh, okay, that's good. I did not know that. Thank you. Oh, Option Command Media super chatted. He says, I wonder if that totally legit MacBook Air processor leak will be... I guess we'll find out. We shouldn't have to wait too much longer to find out what leaks are real and what leaks are fake. My favorite part. Finding out your expectations were all wrong from the beginning. Okay, Joshua super chatted. Thank you. He says, Final Cut Pro subscription included free for everyone with a 2 terabyte or higher iCloud. Ugh. I don't know. I don't think I would like that, to be honest. Okay, you know what? They can turn Final Cut into as many subscriptions as they want. That's fine, as long as I get to keep it because I paid for it. I paid full price for Final Cut. Just make sure that I don't have to start paying monthly for it. That's what I'm afraid of, is them turning it into a subscription thing where it's like, if you bought it, you get updates up until a certain point, but then you have to... This is what Adobe did. Adobe used to sell their software as dedicated packages, and then they converted everything into a monthly membership, and it was like, bruh, now you have to pay monthly for Adobe products, and it's annoying. Yeah, the average Joe doesn't care about high-quality speakers, and the audiophiles aren't going to buy smart speakers. Audiophiles are going to buy speakers with audio jacks and dedicated plugins that are made for, high fidelity or directional at them. So that's why I'm not counting on... Oh, my God. Why are you guys donating so much? Stop. I can't keep up. And there's stickers, too. My goodness. Okay, Ozgun says, really glad to see your comeback, Drew. I don't know how long I'm going to be back. I'm still not feeling very great, and luckily I'm not coughing very much, so I hope this tea is helping. Oh my God, you guys are too kind. You're all too kind. Less than 40 minutes to go. Joshua sent a super sticker. He just said, level up. This is far too kind. And then I'm going to try to pronounce this. Ternikovsky? I hope I got that right, but thank you for the super sticker. Option Command Media says, I need 8 terabytes of iCloud. I guess a NAS is your best goal, but I've honestly been enjoying Digoo because they offer a bunch of free cloud storage, and while there's ads in the app and stuff, I found out that if you just set your phone to back up pictures and videos to Digoo, they can actually handle file sizes of any size, which at first I thought it was limited to under 250 megabytes or something, but it started backing up very large files. Dawson Design Production, hey, thank you for becoming a channel member. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Hey, Isle says I got it right. Oh, okay, nice. I gotta keep my streak going. That's awesome. Thank you, thank you. I'm feeling a little bit better. I would say over the past 4 days, this is the best I've been. But if I was feeling the way I was 2 or 3 days ago, this live stream would not be going on. I was having difficulty breathing because of how much I was coughing, and I literally didn't sleep for like 40 hours. It was not good. Can we get 100% less ginger and 100% more of your wife? I had a feeling that if Louise did the video, everyone would want her to take over, and it turns out my feeling was correct. The good news, good news for me, bad news for you, is that Louise does not want to take over the channel. She's not interested. She was trying really hard, and I really appreciate her for working so diligently on filming that video and memorizing all those lines, which was very challenging for her because I'll emphasize she knew very little about what she was talking about. She was like, what? Is this right? Is that how you say it? Windowed app support? Is that correct? I was like, yeah, that's a thing. She was like, okay. But yeah, she did a great job, but she had very little interest in doing that again. She was like, okay, that's it. I'm done. I'll try. I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be fun to have her on more streams and podcasts and stuff, but she's a bit more camera shy than I am. Expected event time 2 hours. So the last couple dubs have been around an hour 45. So it's pretty much usually the longest Apple event of the year, which could mean action-packed, full of announcements, and it also could mean a lot of fluff, a lot of recap. That's probably the most frustrating thing to me with Apple events is we always get super hyped and excited, and then you get there, and they want to tell you the same stuff you've known for years. They just keep repeating themselves. What's a good NAS that can connect to 2 Macs? I appreciate the super chat, Rudolph, but you're asking the wrong guy. I don't have any interest in a NAS because I have very few power outlets in this whole room. Everything you see right now, the iMac and the lights and the cameras, everything is being powered off of one single outlet. So I had no interest in buying a NAS, and I don't like having big towers either on the desk or under the desk. I just don't like the amount of space they take up. I don't like their power consumption. So I'm more of a fan of just like onboard local storage, even if it costs more. Yeah, Louise doesn't do good with stuff unscripted. She needs everything to be written out and so she can read it. She doesn't like doing off the cuff, like unscripted stuff like I do. That's just our different personality types. It's just our different way of doing things. iCloud Home. There you go. We have iCloud at home. iCloud at home. Yeah, no, I prefer the local storage stuff. So I wish I had a good answer for you, but I genuinely don't. Let's see. I think the new MacBook Air will start at $1,300. Then the current MacBook Air will be rebranded as the normal MacBook for $1,000, sort of like the iPad Air, and iPad Pro. I feel like they've tried to bring back the regular MacBook term several times, and it's never stuck. It's just too confusing. And the term MacBook Air is just so trademark. It's so well known. The other issue I think you would have is it's not that easy to rebrand the MacBook Air because it's currently literally written on the chin of the laptop. It says MacBook Air. So you'd have to manufacture it, I guess change the engraving a little bit to just call it MacBook. And also it's pretty thin and pretty light anyway. It would be confusing to just kind of change the name. It's not a terrible idea. I do think that everyone wants there to be some kind of middle ground in the MacBook line. They want there to be like a non-Air and a non-Pro, but I think it just complicates because then everyone has to refer to it as the regular MacBook. And that just adds more syllables and it adds more complexity. And with Apple Silicon, no longer do I think we need to pay a premium for thin designs. In the old days, like, you would pay extra for something to be super thin and light. But now Apple Silicon is so efficient and so powerful. And you can make a really powerful MacBook Air with no fan and that kind of stuff. I don't see the point or need to make something, just call it MacBook. So I don't think that's going to happen. They may keep around the old MacBook Air for cheaper. They'll just have this is the new MacBook Air, and there's a chance maybe that the new MacBook Air is like a 14-inch display or something slightly different, and they'll be like, okay, here's the newer one with the M2 chip. Or yeah, that will be the differentiating factor. Here's the MacBook Air with M2, but you can still buy, this MacBook Air with M1 because of how cheap it is, and maybe they'll keep that around for a while. Will the mini Apple TV dongle thing finally be introduced? That would be great. I've been asking for that for years, but unfortunately, very little rumors of it. Actually, Quo said second half of this year they want to introduce it, but usually when someone says second half, they're not referring to like the first. Like we just got into the second half of 2022, or no, technically that doesn't start till July, right? So yeah, it's like I don't think they would unveil that today if Quo was saying second half. That probably means Q4, like near the end of the year if they do introduce it. But he didn't say a dongle, to be fair. He said a model that would streamline or simplify the pricing structure. And so we assumed that means a more affordable option, which we're in desperate need of. The Apple TV lineup is so dated and overpriced. It's the one part of the Apple ecosystem I'm not a part of. I do not own an Apple TV, and I don't miss it, to be honest. I like the remote, but not enough to buy a whole $200 TV box for it. I wish I could just buy the remote, to be honest. Do you expect any Macs to be discontinued after this event? Intel Mac Mini or M1 MacBook Pro, maybe? So is the Intel Mac Mini still there? I forgot. Yeah, if the Mac Pro comes out, which is feeling more and more likely, I would say they'll probably discontinue the Intel Mac Mini because it feels like they want to end. Oh, I can't. They won't let me go to the buy page. So they technically may have discontinued it already. Maybe go to Mac Mini tech specs. No, it's still there. Okay, you're right. Yeah, you can still buy the Intel. Well, you can't buy it, but you can still look at the tech specs for the Intel Mac Mini. I would say that's going to get killed off whenever the Intel Mac Pro gets killed off. Yeah, probably. Will the M1 MacBook Pro get discontinued? Only if they have something to replace it with, which I'm not entirely convinced by. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no. I think the M1 MacBook Pro will still be here. I don't even think they'll discontinue the M1 MacBook Air. They'll probably just keep it around as an M1 option because I agree. It sounds like the new redesigned MacBook Air should come with a little bit of a price hike. And they don't want to say, the MacBook Air starts at $1,100 or $1,200. They want to say it starts at $1,000, but just say, here's this new M2 option that's better, but costs a little more. No, I don't think they'll preview Reality OS. I don't think we're ready for that. I can see M2 coming in a November event. I like how M1 came in a November event alongside the Macs. I feel like that's what we should expect. I really honestly think that there's so much rumored and there's so many people expecting all of this hardware. There's no way it can all be right. Someone's wrong. Someone said we're going to get something that we're not going to get. And it's just a matter of who. And hopefully we'll find that out within the next hour. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are like, only the Mac Pro will come out today. That feels fitting because the Mac Pro will likely be a redesign and it will likely have, this game-changing, revolutionary silicon. And if they unveil that today, that's going to take so much time. They're not going to have that much time to cover all of the new operating system changes and the new Mac Pro and the MacBook Air and Reality. Like you could fill an entire event with just Mac stuff easily. You could do an entire event October of this year just for the Mac Pro and the MacBook Air and the new iPad Pros and probably some other thing, HomePod or Apple TV updates. You could fill a whole event with that, which is why I'm hesitant to count on any hardware coming out at this event. However, I will admit the Apple Store being down makes me think it's possible. And yeah, it would make sense to unveil the new Pro display with the Mac Pro. That would be nice if we could see that. I'm worried it's going to be too expensive because that's probably the only potential hardware I'm in the market for this year. But if it's too expensive, I just can't justify it. The last two dubs I think have been an hour 45. So I would expect I would expect it to be about that long. People keep asking for B&H track record. Guys, B&H came forward. They said all of those listings are fake. They said those were listings posted before the March event, and they forgot to take them down. And they were listings purely guessing what was going to get announced at the March event. Those listings aren't new, and B&H came forward with a statement just upfront saying none of those listings are real. So don't count on any B&H listings as proof or leaks. The source of the leak, that's not a leak, literally came forward and said no, that's not real. And when Ultra, yeah, that's actually, you know what I'm most excited for, Josh? Finding out what they're going to call the silicon in the Mac Pro. If the Mac Pro does allegedly come out today, I want to hear what they call the silicon, because for the past for the past 2 years, thank you, Rob, there's been wild speculation for what they're going to call the chip in the Mac Pro. Is it going to be the Pro chip or the Ultra chip or the Max chip? After all these years, we still don't know what they're calling the frickin' chip in the Mac Pro. I'm excited for that speculation to finally die down. I think they should call it a totally different lettering scheme from the rest of the lineup. Call it like X1, because the Mac Pro does not get refreshed very regularly. The MacBook Pros get upgraded sometimes every 18 months, sometimes every 2 years. Maybe every once in a while they'll do once a year. MacBook Air gets upgraded every 18 months to 2 years. iPhones get upgraded every year. Mac Mini gets upgraded kind of every 2 years or so. Mac Pro is usually like 5 or 6 years in between upgrades. So it doesn't really make sense to call it M1 such and such if you're going to introduce an M2 chip and an M2 Pro and maybe even an M3 chip, and you're still going to be on that same Mac Pro as you were with that's still rocking M1. Yeah, and they said that the M1 Ultra was the final chip of the M1 family, so that makes me think that the naming for the Mac Pro has to be different. I think it's probably going to be something overly simple. I think we talked about it on the tech podcast. We said it would be like not something overly complex. Like, you're probably overthinking it. All of your ideas for the name are probably overthinking it. So our idea was they just call it the Pro chip. Rocking the Apple Pro chip. That's it. And that is using this, new architecture with all these cores, and it's super powerful. And that will last the Mac Pro for 4 to 5 years until they're ready to upgrade it again, and then they'll call it Pro 2 or Pro 3 over time. And it'll be very, very slow. But M1 naming will sound outdated. Exactly, especially if the M2 chip is coming out later in the year or possibly today. We might get an M2 today. It's possible, but just don't count on it. I'm really getting excited now for all the hardware that might launch, but I told myself not to do that. I keep checking the app. It says developing. Anthony asks how I'm feeling. I still don't feel very good, unfortunately. If this was any other day, I would just stay in bed and not get up because I'm still coughing and my eyes hurt, and I've been having a hard time sleeping. But this is Dub. There's only one every year, and I'm excited. I'm going to watch it regardless, so I just figured, well, might as well stream my reaction. I'm glad I'm able to talk enough that I can get through this without coughing too much, but X sounds powerful. That's true. X is just a cool sounding letter. So I think it should just be a different category from M, like a whole separate category. I don't think it should be M1X or M1Z or anything like that. Thoughts on VR/AR and Dub? I don't think we're going to get anything, personally. I keep hearing about it. People keep talking about it. And then it always ends up getting delayed. They're like, oh, they pushed it to next year. They pushed it to next year. They've been saying they've pushed it to next year for like 3-4 years now. Sorry, did I miss a super chat here? My bad. Rob, thank you for the donation. He said, AirPods Pro possible today? I really don't want it to be September. I got my originals day one. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we're getting any. It's always possible, but Quo said to expect AirPods Pro refresh in Q4. So that's when I'm expecting it, probably around October, November. Quo's not right about everything, but he's typically pretty right when he's saying timelines are later than you think. That's context that I think is important to remember when following the leaks and rumors, is that if someone says something is delayed or coming out later, those types of leaks are usually far more accurate than someone saying it's coming out tomorrow or it's coming out soon. Those leaks end up being wrong a lot. It's very rare that a leaker like Quo or Gurman say, this isn't ready yet, they're not going to showcase this until next year or until later in the year, and then they end up actually being ready today. That's usually uncommon. So I hate to burst your bubble, but yeah, probably no AirPods Pro today. This is my MacBook Pro webcam, in case you're wondering. And if my skin looks soft, it's likely because of YouTube compression. Whenever you live stream, there's always just a certain level of compression you can't avoid. Sorry I didn't read that sooner, but yeah, I appreciate it. Rob Navarro, that was very kind of you to donate. Sammy says, macOS Big Chungus, I think the world is ready. Yeah, absolutely. I would legit die of laughter, I think, if they called it macOS Big Chungus. But Apple would forever be my favorite company. I would sell all other stock just to buy Apple stock if they called it macOS Big Chungus. I hope there's some updates to SwiftUI, because as a developer, it's a pain to work with. There's a reasonable expectation, Ryan, because this event, even the Twitter hash flag is the Swift icon. Like, all the invites in the event was all about the Swift icon. This is a software event. Software updates are what you should expect. Don't go into this expecting hardware. Technically, the Apple Silicon transition started with the M1, which was in November, which means they don't have to complete this transition that they said would take 2 years until November of this year. The other thing is Tim Cook, I think at an October event last year, said that we're halfway through the Apple Silicon transition. So if he says we're halfway through at the end of 2021, I would assume that means expect 1 more year. But I guess the timeline would still kind of work if people's theory is that they unveil the Mac Pro today and then ship it later in the year. So maybe it won't come out until November, possibly. Very nice camera. You look human, not a That's good. I like the webcam too. I know some people complain, but I'm happy with it. At the end of the day, I don't think people watch me for my camera quality, and I'm glad you don't, because that's anyone can buy a nice camera. But I'm hoping you watch me because you enjoy my commentary, or you enjoy things I have to say on subjects, or think I have reasonable advice, or at least I'm entertaining if I'm not helpful. Any of those reasons, I hope, is why you're watching, not just because his camera is pretty. If you expect disappointment, you will never be disappointed. Exactly. Thank you. The MacBook webcam destroys the studio display. I do like having center stage, to be honest. I wish you could retain this great quality and have center stage, but especially when I'm just sitting here talking, center stage was not very good on the studio display. It kept like moving all by itself. And when I'm recording the podcast and I have to crop 1/3 of each of my sides, that just doesn't work very well. Wouldn't it be weird for Apple to announce M1 Extreme and M2 at the same day? Personally, I don't think it's going to be called M1 Extreme, but I still think it'll be called something else, because they said the M1 Ultra is the last of the M1 family. And I do agree it would be kind of weird to get both. It'd be a little bit confusing, but I don't know why it should be impossible. We got the M1 Pro and M1 Max the same day. Benjamin super chatted. He says, you don't watch me for video quality. Well, I guess we're not getting a Tailosive OnlyFans. The channel members are the OnlyFans. Just because it's just the fans. But thank you for the super chat, Benjamin. Ben says, I have 2 windows open in split screen mode. You on the right and the event on the left. Looks awesome. Sweet. Apple should start the live stream in about 5 minutes. That's typically how this works. So don't freak out. I know a lot of people think that the second the event goes live, oh, that means they're starting early. No, they just typically have a very pretty visualizer that plays for everybody. And that starts 10 minutes before the actual event starts. I'm going to be watching it on Apple's website, on my iPad Pro, with my AirPods Pro, so I get the spatial audio and everything. So it's all official. And usually I get the best latency when I watch directly from Apple's website, even though they do technically live stream it to YouTube. And I think they live stream it to Twitter as well or something. I'm not sure it is based. I'm not sure the Pro chip. Please stop calling it M1 Extreme. You're going to drive me nuts. Call it the X1. All right? Until Apple gives us an official name, let's say it's the X1 chip. I think that's simpler and it sounds cooler. And Extreme is just... I hate the concept that there's Pro, Max, Ultra, Extreme. Ugh, that's gross. Visualizer is already live. Oh, cool. They started already. Mac OS lead paint. I love that. The timer is off by 25 seconds for me, in case you're wondering how much you're delayed. The delay is partly on your end, too, because it's about how long it takes for YouTube to send the video feed to you. So sadly, there's not much I can do about that. There will always be a delay. I can't make my live stream have zero delay. That's just the way YouTube works. But you can get me more in sync with the event if you have us both playing, and then you pause the event for however long the delay is, which is usually around 10, 15 seconds or so. iPod Touch with F1 Extreme. Somehow the iPod returned. Let's see. You think they'll bring back the power naming like the Power PC Max they made back in the day? That'd be kind of cool, but no. I think they've already confirmed the naming. They've already said all that's left is Mac Pro, but we'll save that for another day. So we know it's going to be called the Mac Pro whenever it comes out, even if it's not today. Oh yeah, I see it. It's live. Adaptive Tech, thank you for the super chat. He says, what about the M1 Ultimate? Oh, Ultra and Ultimate. This sounds like these stupid car brands with all these random names. Like, I already think Ultra sounds a little funky. Like, it's a little much to have Pro, Max, and Ultra. Like, it's getting overwhelming. I would rather them just shorten the name a bit. Apple Insider. Oh, wow. Isaac, I see the tweet. HomePod Mini was the single best-selling smart speaker. I need to do a video on that. That's insane. I did not know that. Oh, Zachary Livingston, I see myself on your living room TV for the pregame show. Maybe that's what I should call this. Welcome to Dub Dub Pregame, everyone. Take a shot every time they mention 5G. Drink your honey tea, everybody. Okay, Dev Allen super chatted, says, usually rock with Brian Tong, but you've been on the rise as my favorite Apple sheep. Not mad I get to watch this with you and the fans. Well, thank you, Dev. Brian Tong's good too. But I'm glad to be here for you, and I'm glad that we get to watch this together and get hyped. Oh my God, over 1,200 people watching. This is insane. And slight round of applause for T-Mobile Home Internet. Thank you for being stable today. If there's any lag issues, it's going to be on T-Mobile. Oh my goodness. The intro is noise. Yeah, Apple's marketing team, seriously, top notch with their renders and animation. I'm pretty sure Apple uses memojis more than real people. Like, there is so many memojis used in the dub stuff, but like nobody uses those. It's crazy. Edgar, thank you so much for the super chat. Very generous of you. He says, happy dub. How many more years do you see Apple name macOS based on California locations until they run out, or earlier? Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't they use the Wildcat names for about 10 years? And I think they change it every 10 years. If I could be wrong about that, but that would be my best guess, is that they will use California names for 10 years and then they'll change it to something else. Yeah, they stream it on the Apple TV app as well. There's plenty of ways to watch it. Okay, Jay Patrick says they're calling it the pregame show. That sounds good. Pregame. There's no fiber in my area. Starlink was getting too unreliable for live streaming. Downloads were great, but the uploads were not. Thank you for the super chat, Patrick. And T-Mobile seemed to be the most affordable with the fastest upload speeds, which is what matters to me. 5G AirPods Pro, so no need to carry a phone. It beams music straight up. Battery life is 20 seconds. Because AirPods Pro already don't have very good battery life. But luckily, I got both of mine replaced, so I have a fresh pair. I feel fairly confident about this. If they do not come out with better battery life on AirPods Pro, I see no reason to upgrade. Because now I'm at 100% battery health for both of these things. And that was my main concern with upgrading them. Didn't cost me anything. T-Mobile is not better than fiber. I would not make that claim. It's cheaper than fiber, but there was a week-long outage, and a couple weeks ago, T-Mobile was out for like 2 days. And I was very paranoid that if we had an outage during an event like this, that would be very frustrating if I can't watch the event as it's going on. But luckily, it's stabilized and doesn't seem to be doing that much anymore. But I'm on the fence on it now because, like, after the week-long outage, I was super frustrated. They sent me a new gateway and did the whole replacement and everything. And now I'm like, okay, if we have one more major outage with T-Mobile, then we're going to have to go back to landline internet. But that's going to cost more, so I'm not excited to do that. Fiber is not the same price everywhere. Most places... for most places, T-Mobile is going to be cheaper than fiber. I understand that some places have fiber that is cheaper than T-Mobile, but where I live, you can't get fiber for any cost, and in the places you can get fiber, it costs more. So, yeah, it changes. Availability is the biggest issue with internet, not pricing. Like, I can't get Verizon Home Internet where I live. It's not an option. So T-Mobile is my best bet. Anyway, less than 10 minutes. Oh my God. Guys, we have less than 10 minutes to start. Okay. Let's see. Do you regret canceling Starlink? Once T-Mobile was shut off, yeah, I regretted it. Because Starlink was spotty, but it still worked. Starlink was never out for like multiple days. I had outages with Starlink, but they usually were like every other month for like an hour or so. With T-Mobile, it's been like several days, once a month or so, which is annoying. No, I'm not cooling mine with a fan, but it's had issues not from overheating. I have overheated it before, but that's not the problem. You're the perfect candidate for fixed wireless internet. Well, if T-Mobile can get the job done, I would like to use it because it's much cheaper, and I hate Comcast, and I despise their business, and I despise their tactics, and we were on them for years, and they treated us like trash, and they charged us an insane amount of money, and I don't want to reward them for it. So if it's at all possible to live without Comcast, I will live without them, and so far, so good with T-Mobile live streaming. I can do it. It's working. But if it gets to the point where I can't get where I consistently cannot work because of T-Mobile, then we'll have a different discussion. But, yo, JT, thanks for joining the stream. I would be happy with them just adding all the old papers back. You could just go download those. Come on. DJ says T-Mobile Wi-Fi has been 10 times better than Verizon was. That's good. Apple Store is down. That increases the likelihood of hardware announcements. Yes. I won't say it's a guarantee, but it increases the likelihood. Other thing to keep in mind, worst case scenario, there's always a chance that there are hardware announcements, but they won't be the ones you want. Maybe they're just coming out with new AirPods Max colors. Not a new AirPods Max, just colors. So they took down the store for that. Or something crazy like this. It says they're making updates to the Apple Store. Yeah, they are. It's down. It's also possible there might be something to order by the time the store goes up, which is kind of exciting. This might be the biggest dub in a while. If all the rumors end up being true, I will say this is probably going to be one of the biggest events Apple's had for a while. I don't think iOS 16 is going to have a new look. I think they're past the point of changing icons for the sake of change. It's not that the icons are boring, it's that you're bored, and every time you change things for the sake of change, you take the risk of ticking off people. So I would much rather Apple focus on just making iOS more functional or more useful than them just changing logos for the sake of logos. I'm not part of that camp. It's like, oh, the Safari icon's the same for all these years. They should change it. Why? I don't know. It would look cool if it was. You'll get bored with the next one. So you just want to change it every couple of years? Just do it to something else? Like, no. Just make it useful. Focus on that. Focus on making the software useful. Apple Developer Portal is also currently down. Oh, interesting. Let's see. I like the pre-recorded events too. No one was paying attention to Apple's transitions or their cinematography, or honestly, I think it makes the events far more exciting. There's just 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go. Okay. It makes the event far more interesting to watch when they have all these impressive CGI and all these renders, and their unveilings of things are always really creative. And just watching people on a stage walk back and forth, do a PowerPoint presentation, that was just not as exciting to me at all. Even if pandemic was completely over, I don't want to go back to the old style of events. I personally want them to keep doing this. Keep trying to let your marketing team shine and basically make hour-and-a-half long commercials. Apple can get away with that. Can you guys think of any other company that can do like hour-and-a-half long commercials and like millions of people watch them? Maybe Disney. Doesn't Disney have like events where they announce their new lineup of movies and shows? I don't know. Yeah, I'm still on T-Mobile Home Internet. Let's see. I'd like more sound options for notifications, and I'd like it if Apple Music playlists could sort songs by recently added. That's basically all I want for software updates. That's a reasonable request, I'd say. Thank you for the super chat. Simply Sora says, I prefer watching the event alone, but was a fun stream. Catch you later. Looking forward to the discussion vid. I understand. A lot of people do. Appreciate you watching, and hope you guys enjoy. For those who are signing off now, I hope you enjoy the event. Just keep in mind there's a lot of fluff. There's a lot of rehashing. So I'll be here live if you want some commentary or if you want some reactions to go along with the event. Mike says, online only means more jobs for software and animation folks. Definitely a good way to flex your team's capabilities. I agree wholeheartedly. Absolutely. Oh no, the bitrate messed up. Oh crap. Sorry, 1 second. Let's see it recover. See, it knows the event's starting. Oh my god. What? What the heck? Why does it do this now? Hold on. I can fix this. I'll adjust this real quick. Oh my god. Give it a moment. Oh, it didn't die. The bitrate just went down. Oh, weird. That's weird. I've never seen it do that. Burn Toast Brain super chatted. I see that. 1 sec. I need to just adjust the bitrate settings. It'll recover. It's recovering already. 1 sec. It's taking its time, but it'll get there. Tim Cook is watching. There's the super chat. He says, I'm more excited for software. That's good. You should be more software excited at this point. Samsung hacked you. Oh my god. I'm the Pixel Drew now. This is what happens when you're filming on the Pixel webcam. America's most reliable 5G network. That's weird. I've never seen it dip like that before, but you could still hear me, right? Yeah, internet collapsed because of DubDub. DubDub started and crashed the stream. Oh my god. It just takes a sec for it to update. But the bitrate is slowly making its way back. It's fine. Okay. Cool. Just a bit blocky. Yeah, over time the bitrate should improve. It's fine. Okay. Full screen external monitor iPad is all I ask for. That would be great, honestly. Why can't they figure that out? Okay, headphones are on. Event is starting. We've got less than a minute to go, so I'm getting rid of the countdown. Ooh. Audio was perfect. Visuals went down for that time. Yeah, that's what it looked like to me. I'm seeing the bitrate slowly recover. It should be fine. Why am I not hearing nothing? Let's get it to play, please. Oh, is there no audio? It says live broadcast. I don't see anything moving. Do I need to refresh this? Is my iPad broken? Oh, there it goes. Now it's playing music. Okay. iPadOS sucks so bad it couldn't even play the keynote. My God. Okay, Argos400 says, because it goes down now with 2 minutes of True Lab. Oh my God. I'm so glad it recovered. RT Gamer Tech, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. I apologize if I don't read all the super chats during the event. I might be kind of distracted. I see. This song is awesome. I'm going to hold it up for just a second so you guys can see where I'm at. Don't take the stream down. Hey, Peterman Valley. Let's freaking go. Let's begin. Okay, it's the green, blue wave. Okay, I'll just describe it so Apple doesn't take it. Ben says no audio, not just you. Really? I can hear music playing. Oh, that was a Craig emoji. I saw Craig. Oh my God. How do they make something so cringy look so cool? Oh my God. This sounds so nice on brand new AirPods Pro. It sounds so clean. Whoa. The invite is Apple Park. Oh my God. Wait, it's nighttime? Yeah, this is definitely not live. Did they film the entire event at night? Oh, now it's daytime. How do they do time-lapse drone shots that go from night to day? Good morning! Yes! He said it. He said the thing. My Siri went off. Tim's looking fresh. All right. Apps. Do you guys still think it's live? Like removing the charge brick. More glass than any building. Developers. Yeah, I have captions on too. Well, that's good, Tim. It looks like there's not even a window there. What a beautiful building. Apple Park is a flex. Remove my audio? It's going to my headphones. You can't hear it. They don't let anybody up there. That's a lot. Oof. This is going to be a long event, I can tell. You haven't missed anything. Hey! Have we not seen Craig since last year? Dude, this is epic. John Williams composes Dub Dub. Whoa! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no! Craig, you're gonna fall! Oh my god. Bro. Dude, he keeps catching everything. Whoa. Yes! Oh my god. That was so epic. Hey! Name confirmed. Is covering the 6th, though. All right. We're moving quick. A new lock screen. Can we get rid of those toggles? Yes. Change the lock screen. I want to see a redesign. Biggest. Yes, yes. Okay, let me see it. They have a video just for the lock screen? Whoa, it's like the portrait watch face. Whoa. Whoa. So many font choices. Ooh. Front-facing icon widgets. Oh, the weather. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That looks great. Oh my god, I love it. Wow. That's awesome. Yeah, complications. Complications looks wonderful. I want to change the toggles. Ooh. Wow. Android looks way worse than this. Don't say it looks like Android. Looks nothing like Android. Wow. Nice. Ooh. That's a lot. Whoa. Nice. Thank you. Battery's a good one. Ooh. Let me guess, this isn't on iPad OS. Ooh, shuffle. Wow. That's awesome. Goat yoga. Can you get a portrait mode shot like that? How does it have the depth data? Oh, I love that. That's really good. Very clean. Ooh, I like the Pride one. Ooh. Yes, please. So cool. Yeah, always on display sounds more likely now. Sweet. Here we go. Notifications. Hmm. I don't watch basketball. How does this work? Oh, I see. Okay. Huh. That's clever. Keeping it at the bottom. Interesting. I don't think you can change the toggles, actually. Yeah, I think they're stuck there still. But it does look clean. Ooh. Oh, I see. It'll change. Okay. Good idea. That's wise. Mmm. Man, I like that font. It's always great when you can't read the time. Oh, is it blur on home screen? Or is that just a mode? Oh, wow. That's very specific. I still don't think I'm going to use live focus. Is it stories? Are they going to add stories? Everything has stories now. What are the highest? RCS support? Oh, you can edit iMessages? Nice. Thank you. Undo. Whoa. It pops. I think RCS is the top request. I hate stories too. That's going to be nice. That's wonderful. Yeah, I hope it's obvious that it says message deleted. I've never used SharePlay, to be honest. Oh, wait, Mike has used it with me. Oh God, TikTok. Gonna start adding typos to all my messages. Why do people mark messages unread? Undo sin. Really? Well, that seems simple. Huh. So you're just texting? So you're both watching the movie and texting? Huh. Okay. Someone's gonna do that. I don't know who it is. Craig's got you. Right, right. Very private. What? Oh, okay. I get it. That's interesting. That's good. Mind blown emoji. Running emoji. Punctuation is nice, yeah. I guess I could see myself using that. Yeah, why does the waveform cover the whole keyboard anyway? How do you get it to not go off when I don't want it to? Oh God. Oh. You can dox people so quick. Oh, nice. I like that. Oh, I see. That's helpful. Wow. Who uses Vimeo? I have actually used that several times. Dogs and plants. What? How did he do that? That's what? What did he just do? Let me just text my dog. I'm gonna mask so many things with that. Oh my god. Ooh. I use this app a lot. Tell me about Apple Card. Yeah. Not ready yet. Working. It's gonna take 10 years. Mind blown emoji. I'm old enough. They can't know my birthday. The home key. Ooh. Hmm. That sucks. Buy an iPhone. Oh, wow. That one company I've never heard of. How? Oh. Yeah, you guys talked about that. The number should be turned around so the customer can see it. Yeah, like that. Let the number flip around. Oh. What? What? Oh, that's dangerous. How the heck does that work? Why would you do that, though? Who's paying for it? How is this without a credit card? Why four payments? What does that mean? Apple Pay later. Who's paying for that up front? That's weird. Oh boy. So that lets anyone have like Apple Card capability, basically. Craig, careful. These transitions, though. Oh, thank God. There's one donut shop. Whoa. Oh, I was just there. You haven't done New York? The Megalodon in the water. Oh, there she is. Oh. Oh, thank God. Wow. I like this. Waypoints. Waypoints. Yeah. Oh, good. Meg was going to rise out of the water. Just her wheelchair comes out of the water. Hmm. Yeah. I'm digging iOS 16 so far. Huh. That's good. Just keep it on dark mode. iPad OS is still going to get 5 minutes of screen time, probably. Craig, where are you? He's gone! Oh. Okay. Oh my God. I want to see him play basketball. He's so hip. You could turn that into so many memes. Miss! Oh, good shot, Craig. He got a 300 pointer. Craig bowling. Craig drip. Yeah, it does feel weird to have everything at the bottom. I guess that's easier to reach, though. Uh-oh. Not plus, right? Really? I don't like it. I couldn't be less interested in its subject right now. I'm sorry. Craig Fitness Plus. Introducing Craig Plus. I would subscribe to Craig Plus. My Sport. Oh boy. Here it comes. We're not paying. That's it? That's their argument for $10 a month? Ugh. How about iCloud? Hmm? Dang kids. They don't get nothing. It's an iPod. That's how we did it. What content can Jake access? None. See? This is their logic. iPads are for kids. It runs Angry Birds and nothing else. Just need 10 more minutes. No! Go to sleep, Jake. Jake gets no access to microtransactions. I won't be using those for a while at least. Maybe Randy will. Uh-oh. So you airdrop. What? Is that not a thing? I don't get it. Oh, I get it. Got it. It makes sense. Whose storage does it count towards? That'd be dangerous. Oh, I see. I guess some people might like that. Don't don't let every picture go. All the memes I screenshot. Whoa, that's smart. Interesting. No one's gonna remember to set this up though. Ooh. Oh, that wouldn't happen. Everyone would be like, "Why'd you change it? I liked it before." It's probably quicker to just airdrop. It's an interesting concept, though. Here we go. Lock your Apple. Oh, that's good. How does it detect an abusive relationship? Hi, Katie. Her shirt looks like pants. This is getting very deep. When did they? What information would they have? Other than location. Hmm. Oh. Okay. I get it. Yeah, if it reset all the devices on the same Apple ID, makes sense. Well, this has nothing to do with AirTags. Unless we're pushing audio recordings out. Oh well. What car is that? Ugh. Let's see the car. Oh, we got to start with the home again. Yeah, that's my thoughts as well, Peterman Valley. Boring but important. You should make some, Apple. There's a MacBook. That's an old iPhone. Mm. We've had a smart home for a while. Oh, is this Matter? Oh, whoa. Yay, finally. Can we talk about this? Home Plus. Like Google. My smart bulb was freaking out this morning. It's not very smart. This matters. I hope someone can see it. It's the exact same logo. Whoa. My goodness. That's a lot of options. Huh. It's clean. It's very clean. If only Apple made these accessories. It'd be 1,000,000% easier to set up. How many cameras do these people have? Ooh, awesome. All right. But not the watch. Suck it. We're going to make a car. Safer. Have more EV support. That 2% is Tesla. 21% is Tesla. Ooh, that's true. Oh, wow. They're going to update it for bigger screens? Oh my god. Star Wars! Whoa! They're doing speedometers? Directions? Oh, AC controls too! Oh my god. Wow. That's cool. Wow. Oh my god. That looks like an Apple car. That's amazing. Whoa. Heated. Wow. Oh my goodness. That looks amazing. Apple's controlling the speedometer? And the weather? You sure you want the weather there? It's an Apple car. Do all cars support this? Probably not. Lucid should do this. Oh, wow, it's adaptable. Yeah, I feel like anybody could adapt this. Tesla should add this. Huh. There's a range, but it still has a gas pump. Why is it only a gas pump icon for range? That looks so clean, though. I don't like any of them. Put it on the Lucid or the Tesla. Oh. Oh. She said late next year? Did she just say late next year? Why is it gonna take that long? Huh. Most cars are gas, not electric. Yeah, but I don't care about them. And Apple cares about the environment. Especially if it's end of next year. There's going to be a lot more EVs by then. What? Do we need more personalization there? Oh! How do you... Wait, how does Quick Notes work? Oh, thank God. That's what we needed. Memoji customization, please. I disagree. Oh, they're going straight to the Apple Watch. Not even iPad OS. We're not even going to talk about iPad OS. Um, iOS 16, I think, is great. There was a lot of new stuff. Lock screen changes are huge. Kevin! Name confirmed. Oh, the Series 7 is so beautiful. Ooh. Maybe they'll kill the Series 3. These are okay. That's pretty cool, but... They look stupid. Huh. It's kind of interesting. Thank you for the super chat, Austin. I'm not really wowed by any of them. Oh, thank you. Oh, that notification was beautiful. That notification was great. Oh, okay. The numbers take a nap, Morty. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. Vipe. It's been 45 minutes already? Oh my god. I didn't realize it's been 45 minutes since the start. Jeez. Don't we already have running workouts? More running. It's almost an hour in and we're not even done with WatchOS. I move down and then I stay down. What if I run with my arms down? What? Apple introduces running. Wow. Okay. Yeah, what if you're running with a dog? Good point. Okay. I'd be in the red at all times. You're gonna die! Hmm. 4 watch faces. It'd be funny if she like fell down at the end. Your heart rate's not high enough. Run harder. What about hardcore sitting? Good point, Shepard. Oh, I like that. I'm just not going to use this. I'm sorry. Cameraman was running. That's true. Siri, run. That's some of it. There's more. These headphones sound great, by the way. We feel bad for them. Oh, I forgot you don't have it if you don't have a watch. That's cool. Yeah, what's all in watchOS 9? Like that redesign notification, couple more watch faces. I tried it actually. I was not in the millions. I know when I sleep bad, Apple. Whoa! Thank you, Alex. Very kind of you. Hi. Ooh. You slept bad. Thank you. I couldn't tell. You wake up. Try going to sleep earlier. I can't. Yeah. I want to sleep in the Steve Jobs Theater. That sounds nice. Oh, okay. That's important. Hey, man, I'm trying to lose weight. Sleep bad. Report to Apple. Sleep bad. Loud. Loud. Ooh. Apple drugs. Good luck with healthcare. I got mine. So it's a reminder. Take pill. Well, that's good. Are we really talking about watchOS? You don't need an Apple Watch anymore. Oh. Take the red pill. Cocaine. Uh, oh, that's not good. You're low on your cocaine dose today. Excuse me. My cough button didn't work. No, this is good. It's great. It's a good feature. This. Let's talk about watchOS. You don't need a watch anymore. iCrack Plus. iCrack. You guys are making me cough. Dogs and cats portrait face? Seems pretty minor, to be honest. This is like a very, very minor watchOS 9. That was 10 minutes. They spent 10 minutes on watchOS. That's not John. Is it? Wait. He's not Mac OS. He's just saying Mac. Here we go. Let's talk hardware. He's gonna tear our heart out right now. Here we go. It's starting! M2! That's a beautiful sound. Oh my god. What a glorious noise. John, now Johnny. You know, this guy. Johnny spitting facts. M2! Awesome. We're talking M2. Oh, it's bigger. It looks bigger. We haven't even talked about iPad OS. This is a weird layout of announcements. We know. Show us the laptop. Show us the MacBooks. Oh, those iMacs are so ugly. Second. Okay. They're just not talking about iPad OS at all. They just gloss over it. Oh my god, we got an M2 chip. Wow. He is spitting facts. Ooh. Lovely. More RAM. Well, that's good. Same number, of course. Efficiency has better performance. All right. Hey! They're comparing themselves. That's something. Oh boy. Wow. What is it? Galaxy Book 2. Okay. Okay, these charts aren't working. Apple. You're gonna get sued for these charts. Core i7. Okay, that's... Yep, okay. That leak was accurate. 10-core GPU. Performance units. All right. Guys, when you add 25% more cores, you get 25% better graphics. That GPU sucks. Intel. That's the Mac Pro, that big white box back there. It's huge. More vague charts. Oh, good. That should be useful. Please put it in a Mac Mini. Wow. 6K external display. Wait, that's not new. Faster, 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 faster. 35%, 18%, 50%, 20%. I don't think it'll cost much. I don't think M2 will cost more. Let's talk about... Yes! Here we go. It's the Air. Yay! Oh my god. We're getting the MacBook today. Here we go. Oh, we're gonna see it. What? Can they say that? The best-selling laptop? Let's see it. Let me see it. Ooh, a video. We designed the feather. It is literally a feather. Is it gonna be blue? Ooh. Ooh, boxy looking. Little squared off. Black bezels! Yes! Yes! Woo! Oh my god, it's beautiful. Wow. It's so thin. I want to see the display all the way on. Black bezels, baby! Yes! Woohoo! Wow. 4 colors. Yep, that's what I thought. They're all black bezels. Oh my god. I love it. Oh, that's beautiful. What a gorgeous laptop. Ooh. It's got MagSafe. Did it have a notch? I didn't see a notch. Show the front. Whoa. That's so cool. Wow. She sounds like a robot. It's a shame they can't put Starlight. Get out of... I wish they could put USB-C on the other side, too. That's true. It's a win. You can power it through another port. Get rid of it. I don't need the audio jack. Whoa. It does have a notch. There's a notch. Okay, it's not mini LED. Oh, okay. Oh, it got bigger. Oh. Oh. Were the braided cords colored? It's probably 60 hertz, right? Ooh. 1080p? Nice. That's the webcam I'm using right now. That's now on the Air. Wow. That's fantastic. I do not like Starlight. I'm sorry. I'm not a fan of Starlight. Yeah, the borders are thicker than the Pro, but you're forgetting what they used to look like. MacBook Air bezels were pretty thick. Wow. I love it. I'm just so happy it has black bezels. Ugh. Hmm. It's honestly not that much faster than the M1. 20%. Eh. M1's pretty fast still. How are you making these charts? 38% is that much? Still fanless. Awesome. Ooh. Same battery. What? Whoa! Hey! Does that come with it by default? Wow. Fast charging too. Dang. Is that a standard powered adapter? Okay, how much though? Wow. Oh, the MagSafe colors are different. I see. How do I get that cable? I want a space gray MagSafe cable now. Come on. Uh-oh. Don't you guys hate it when your laptop be floating away? Dude, this laptop's awesome. No, there's no center stage on laptops. I kind of dig the blue one. I like the blue one. This is this is this is not what using our laptop is like. I gotta remember a video. I want the price from you. Sorry, I had to. I just have to mention something. Sorry, Vlad. He said, redesigned MacBook will have white bezels. Oh, the Pro. They're not changing it. They're not changing it. They're just throwing the chip in there. What? Why would you? What? What's the point of getting the Pro instead of the Air? $1,200 and $1,300. They're not dropping the touch bar yet, I guess. I'm sorry. I can't stop laughing. It's the same exact. So there was a slight price increase then on the Air. Oh, it is $200 more. Okay. These are really close. Okay. Yeah, I predicted that as well. M1 stuck around. Why? Yeah, why would you get the Pro? But no M2 Mac Mini? Why not? The Air is cheaper than the Pro and so much better. Yeah, I agree. Sorry, Kyle. Huh. So is there no new Mac Pro then? I feel like that was the hardware section. So no new. That's the only hardware then. Of Apple's crack. Sorry, I checked Twitter and I was spoiled. I know what Mac OS is. It's not what I thought. Can't believe the touch bar is still alive. Ventura. Interesting. Did they get that trademark? I like that wallpaper. It looks clean. Ooh. How does. Yeah. Stage? Oh my god. Craig, clean your desktop. Hmm. Oh, weird. Huh. Interesting. Okay. I kind of dig it. Yeah. Okay. I could see myself using it. They're overlapping. Huh. Weird. It's interesting. Oh, weird. Oh, what did you do? Oh my God. I guess that's a little easier. Closer to me. Oh, it doesn't do that? Horse photos. Oh, weird. Timer. Bad Bunny. We're an hour 15 in. We keep talking about iOS throughout the whole keynote. Where? Oh. Oh, that's kind of smart. Horse photo. Twitter. Hi, Darren. Oh. I thought they updated the mail icon, then I realized we're on the Mac OS section. What? Ugh. I don't use mail on the Mac, but because we haven't done any for years. Oh my God. Thank you. Did you mean this, you idiot? It's not 9:41. It's like everyone's dad. Is that right? There's not many choices. Yeah, WatchOS 9 was very minor. We might have less than 30 minutes of keynote left at this point. We have about 20 minutes left. They use the old Tab design. I don't like that tab design, but they're showing it. No. No, there's not much else they can do with watchOS anyway. Oh. Oh. Ooh. I like passkey then. If that means less remembering passwords, how would you do it on the TV? I bet MacBook Air had Touch ID years ago. I think in 2018 it got Touch ID. These are all pretty minor changes. Oh, oh my God. Apple's talking about gaming? Holy crap. What are you about to do? I'm scared. What's. Oh, what the heck? What are they doing? No one wants to optimize it. Now you will experience the full potential. Upscale? What? It's just metal updates. Okay. Nothing's happening. Oh, no one's gonna optimize for this. Wow. No Man's Sky. Yeah, it looks okay. Yeah, that game is very old. Wow. Macs are good at gaming now. What is this music? Sounds like Indiana Jones. How many people are gonna? Every game they demo at Dub dies off. It's just a fact. I'm sorry. Our game screams. I don't game, and neither do most of the Mac buyers. We'll see if this one sticks around. Can't wait for everyone to play this off their trackpad. Effortlessly at 1080p. Hi, Josh. Welcome back. Oh, no. I remember these memes. I'm sorry. I've seen lots of games demoed at Dub before. They always have the same fate. I wonder how that'll do. Craig's like, I don't know what he just said. Oh my god. It's only like 15 minutes left. People are like the stutter on the game. Could be a live stream. Thank you for the super chat. Ooh. I like that. Yeah. That's cool. It's a shame it doesn't work. What do you bet they'll talk about tvOS after this? Wait. Wait. Can I use my phone as a webcam? Yes. Yes! Oh my god! Thank you! Thank you. Oh my god. Who makes these stands, by the way? Ooh, don't do that. That's stupid. Can it work with a wire? How did it detect it? How did it? What? 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 Where's it needs power though? No. Oh. You can add center stage. Oh my god. Why is the lighting so bad on this demo? Oh, that's why. Thank you. Thank you, he addressed it. It's still not a great demo, but I need to use this. What? Huh, what? 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 I don't I don't I don't I don't understand. What the How? How does it No way. No way. How is that What's WebEx? Oh my god. I need those. I love it. I love that. I've asked for that for years. Oh my god. That's by far my favorite. Thank you for the super chat, Kermie. Thank you, Argos. Okay, there's 15 minutes. Oh my god! Craig's running so fast! Oh my god. I have never been so impressed. Oh my god. 5 minutes of iPad OS. Here we go. Huh? Yeah. What am I looking at here? This looks weird. Why? Why? We're bringing those over. Anyway, thank you. Oh boy. Recap. Yes! We got a weather app! Oh my god! Thank you. Thank you. Finally. They did a weather app. Look for a calculator. Look for a calculator. Oh my god. This sounds less interesting. Go back to weather. Where's the weather? Okay. I didn't see a calculator. Okay. What the heck was that? Calculator subscription. No one's gonna use this, Craig. You know it. Oh boy. I want to use the iPhone as a webcam. iCalculator Plus. Mindy? I thought you were sick. And one more thing. Calculator. That would be a one more thing. Yeah, I don't have friends to use this feature with. There better be more. He doesn't want to use the trackpad because it's an iPad. We're talking about a third-party app or Freeform. Oh, I get it. Everyone writes. That could be fun. We could all start drawing at the same time. I would scratch out what everyone else was writing. I'm gonna just doodle out this quick mural. Huh. I like that. I would use that. Yeah, we could do that. Huh. I like it. Everybody. Oh boy, more gaming? Time for gaming! Oh yeah. When are you gonna give it M2? Oh. Oh boy. This is not what we asked. Does Metal 3 have a calculator? Gaming. Wow. Candy Crush at 8K. Wait, Game Center still exists? Gaming. Sneaky Sasquatch. I am Confucian. Yeah, they're not talking about multitasking. What is this dude's webcam? These are just system-wide changes. They're just acting like it's an iPad thing. Haha. What does that mean? Among Us. Let's He just printing it. Yeah, like Mac OS. Yeah. File extensions. You can finally view the folder size. That's good. Oh, good. I'm not toxic, I'm realistic. They've talked about gaming on Mac since 12 years ago. The games always get no support and then they die. Calculator. What? $1,200 too much for the new Air? I don't think so. For what it is, I think it's a good deal. Ooh, software exclusives? Yeah, let's hear it. External. Ooh. Oh. Basically reduces the font size. What? Oh. Wow. So it can use more RAM? Oh. That makes more sense. Oh, interesting. External display? Wait. Huh? How does it? Oh. Huh. Mm, it's kind of windowed. Huh. Okay. It's kind of a lot of overlapping. Oh, wow. Huh. Yeah, how does that work? That's Mac OS. Come on. That's Mac OS. Look at it. Bruh! Look at that. You can't even tell it's an iPad. So it's like just Stage Master. Huh. All right. They almost added macOS to iPad. Just about. Almost. Huh. It's very close to macOS. Still no calculator. Ugh. Weather app, though. It's going to be 2023. Are some of those restricted to M1, though? I don't know. No transition. No Mac Pro. No Mac Pro. MacBook Air is great, though. Wow. No, the external monitor thing looks just like macOS. Yeah. There's no tvOS update. Yeah, they're just not talking about tvOS at all. They're like, well, Drew doesn't have one, so. Okay. Beta's out today. No white bezels. No tvOS updates. Wow. Huh. Okay. All right. I think this is it. I don't know if I'll download the beta today. I've got too much to do. See, he says WW. Okay. Now they're playing music. I need to check compatibilities. Continuity camera might be my most favorite announcement of the whole thing. Okay, Ventura's the name. Apple unveiled the new USB-C power adapter. Yeah, nothing to order today, though. Nothing's available right now. That desk feature was really impressive, though. Did you guys see the part where he's like showing his desk and it's center staging at the same time? I was like, bruh, how the heck does that work? It was incredible. Oh my god. Okay. Event's over. It was funny that they just didn't talk about tvOS at all, which is pretty funny to me. People are saying iPhone 7 got cut? Really? It did? Ben says, I'll be honest, with all the gaming talk, I thought they were building up to VR headset, but alas, not yet, maybe next year. Well, that's what they've said for 3 years, so we'll see if they make it 4. Thank you for the super chat, Ben. That desk thing was really, really cool, yeah. iPadOS was better than I was expecting, but not amazing. Again, there's still no calculator app. There's still no pro apps. They seem to be addressing some of the Thank you. There's the super chat. Thank you. They seem to be addressing some of the issues we had with iPad, but again, it's just one at a time. Rest in peace, iPad Final Cuts. This is the milkman. I know. I guess we're still not there. It's like, okay, we got revamped external monitor support. This whole stage manager thing feels kind of like a step in the right direction, but not as fluid or as pro class as a Mac is, obviously. So it's like improvement, but not full Mac replacement worthy, of course. Best feature of iPadOS, sadly, M1 only. Yeah, that's how I interpreted that. Did I hear that correctly? Did they say that the external monitor support with Stage Manager, is that only with the M1 iPads? That's how I interpreted it. Oh, dude, the CarPlay updates look fantastic. I was super excited about that. I was super interested, but until they mentioned this is coming end of next year. Yeah, Kermai super chatted. Thank you. He said, during the event, they said the most requested. Yeah, I would like to know how they pull that. How do they dictate what the most requested thing is? Yeah, I'm looking at Marquez's Twitter. Basically, everybody's just sitting in a big crowd watching the same event we're all watching. Jack Howe super chatted. He says, that was super cool, but I'm sad Final Cut and Logic aren't here yet. Makes me wonder why they are boasting about using full 16 gigs of RAM. I guess they just want the third parties to take advantage of it. Yeah, but I mean, I'll admit it was better than I expected. The event was great, for the record. I thought the iOS 16 changes were awesome. WatchOS 9 was a little underwhelming, but I didn't have many expectations. I mean, I thought they would do like a new low power mode, and they didn't do that. All they really introduced was a couple new watch faces and a redesigned notification delivery, medication tracking. But again, a lot of these features apply to the entire ecosystem and not specifically one device. JT, thank you. He says, super excited to get my iPhone with iOS 16. I know, I think the camera continuity thing has been the biggest for me. Andre, thank you. He says, iPadOS surprised me. Handoff FaceTime, I appreciate. Yeah, I mean, if it works. FaceTime's not worked well for me in recent history, but yeah, no new Mac Pro. So iPadOS thoughts was better than I expected, but not as good as it could be, basically. Could have done a lot more, in my view. Like a picture-in-picture calculator app, that just like Quick Notes, if you could just activate a calculator and take that with you everywhere you go, that would be a big help. They didn't do that. iPad Air 2 and iPad Mini 4 got cut off. Oh, okay. Let me find. You know what I'm going to do, actually? Dude, I'm going to use camera continuity so freaking much. No joke. I'm going to use the crap out of that. I'm going to put the chat on my iPad, because that's all it's good for, and try to get the web pages open here. Here we go. So M2 is out. It's been announced, and like I kind of expected, it is a fairly slight marginal improvement, somewhere between 20 and 25% faster than the M1. And this starts at $200 more, but it gains MagSafe, it gains new color option, it has the same battery life, it's thinner, takes up less space, new webcam, better speakers. I think it's a very impressive upgrade, and it has black bezels. So thank you, Apple. Appreciate that. I love this color, actually. This is like some dark blue. View pricing. Did they let me spec it out at all? Yeah, so they still let you buy the old one if you want, which is great. Midnight, I see. Midnight is like a very dark black, but it's probably the closest we'll get to a matte black. You can get more RAM now, I believe. So there's a binned version of the M2, like usual. $100 more for the non-binned. Up to 24 gigs of RAM, but you can still do 16. Still 2 terabytes of storage. And then there's a dual power adapter now that they introduced, which is $20 more, which is cool. I love that look. That's awesome. They killed the Series 3! Yes! Okay, Trash Teen just super chatted me they killed the Series 3. Sorry, Neem. Neem super chatted. Did Apple know me and my significant other were looking into buying a car next year when they announced new CarPlay lines up perfectly with our timeline? Yes, they absolutely did. That's exactly why they chose that timeline. That is a great look for a laptop. I love that look. Yeah, it's great. It's literally just the MacBook Pro thinned up a bit. The MacBook Pro lost some weight, and it looks great. They ditched the wedge design. They gave it MagSafe, which means you have 2 vacant Thunderbolt ports now when you're charging. And it's a bit of a price hike, but I think it's fine. It's justified. It's a redesign. I love it. It's 60 hertz, and I already have a MacBook, so I'm not really in need for one. But I'd love to review one. I'd love to check it out just to see how fast the M2 chip is. Ooh, that's what I really want, though. What the heck? You guys see that? They have color braided MagSafe cables, but the USB-C part is white? What? What the heck? Does that change at all when you... Okay, no, that doesn't change. I want a midnight MagSafe cable. Can I order just that? Is that possible? Oh, people are saying Series 3 is still on the website. Oh, okay. You got my hype up for no reason. Yeah, what are you talking about? It's right here. Yeah, it's not gone. Don't get my hopes up like that. Yeah, they did not talk about tvOS at all. Is Series 3 not supported? Well, let's find out. Maybe we'll get it. It's white, so it integrates with the adapter. I guess. They have a sneak preview for watchOS 9. Where do I... Is it on the homepage? Did the previous Air have HDMI? No. The MacBook Air hasn't had HDMI since, I want to say 2017. It's been like 5-6 years. It's been a while. Okay. No SD cards left. Oh, I passed right by it. Sorry. Family setup. See the preview. Cat watch face. Brilliant. Okay. Highly more customizable workouts. Kind of thank you for the super chat, Connor, by the way. Alexander says a non-binned MacBook Air, same price as MacBook Pro. Well, it's arguably better, isn't it? I mean, it has a larger display than the MacBook Pro. It's got MagSafe, so better I/O, because you can have the laptop be charging and 2 vacant Thunderbolt ports. You can't do that on the MacBook Pro. Oh yeah, MacBook Air never had HDMI. It only had mini display port. Okay, got it. And I also don't think the MacBook Pro, like, the design is very dated, in my opinion. Ooh! That's why people were saying that. Okay, watchOS 9 is not on Series 3. That's fascinating. Has Apple ever done that before? They are selling the Series 3, but they have openly said now that they're not bringing watchOS 9 to the Series 3. Huh. Weird. Okay. I don't know if they've ever done that before. They're still selling this for $200, but it's not going to get the update coming this fall. Will the new CarPlay features only come to new vehicles? Yeah, they said it would only be on... I don't know if it's only on new vehicles. I assume it's a software thing. Okay, so they're killing off support for the Series 3 with watchOS 9. We know that now. And I guess iOS cut off more than we expected. Apparently people are saying it's iPhone 8 or later. Dude, I love the new lock screens, though. These look great. Gorgeous new lock screens. They call them widgets. I would have called them complications, but... let me hold on a second. Yeah, so that means iPhone 7 isn't getting the latest iOS, wow. I know a lot of people with the 7, actually. So yeah, the keys got updated, home app. Dude, that is cool. Apple's got their own CarPlay, like how they adjusted it to work with all kinds of vehicle announcements coming in late 2023. Wow. This is a very early announcement. Why would they talk about it now? Late 2023? That's like 18 months. Jeez. Neem Super Chatted, he says, what's your thoughts on passkeys for our... What? No, they seem like an interesting approach. I like the concept of not having to remember passwords as long as you just use your biometric. I'm in favor of that. Freeform sounds kind of cool. This is the shortest list I've seen in a while. iPhone, yeah, that has A13. Of course it gets it. It supports a surprisingly low number of devices. iPhone 7 came out in 2016, so it got still 6 years. I guess that's a long time. Wonder if that is the launch date of Apple Car. Yeah. Announced now so people shut it about Apple Car. Yeah, I don't think people are going to shut it about Apple Car. They're going to be convinced that Apple's going to announce it late 2023. See, there's the steering wheel design and the displays. They've confirmed it. Now people are going to keep believing in it. 2016 MacBook Pros got cut. Ooh, really? Let's see compatibility. Do you guys think my Mac will get this latest Mac OS? Don't take it lightly. Okay, that was clever. The MacBook Air has a notch and non-notched options, just like the MacBook Pro. You can buy the old one or the new one, basically. Okay. The new MacBook Pro 13-inch. Bro, they've kept this design the same for so long. They just popped the M2 chip in there and called it a day. I can't believe they've started introducing new MacBook Airs and the Mac Pro is still here. They still haven't gotten rid of this. That's hilarious. Let's see. Wait, did they say no SE3? What? Oh, God, I passed it somewhere. Did they not mention that? Hold on. Oh, it says SE2 and later. Got it. Got it. Okay, let me check compatibility for the Mac. Down here. Should be. Ventura. Ugh, get those white bezels off the website, please. Thank you so much for not doing a white bezeled MacBook. I was so worried about that. Dude, I need this. How does it work without a wire? That's what concerns me. Like, could we get higher bitrate if we plugged it in? Your Mac, simply bring iPhone close to your Mac and it automatically switches to iPhone as the camera input and it works wirelessly. Does it have to be mounted there or could you just hold the phone? Like, could I just put it on a tripod and it would start working? Dual USB-C is listed as coming soon. Well, all the new MacBooks are coming soon, but... Oh, the trash can Mac Pro was cut. Okay. Apple is throwing the traditional car makers a bone while Tesla is locked out of their ecosystem. I'm not sure. Tesla could add CarPlay at any time. I wonder if Tesla would add CarPlay now that they've redesigned how it works. They should. They could now. There's even more reason to add CarPlay. Before, I wasn't that big a fan of CarPlay being added, but now seeing how they redesigned it. Oh, this is what I was looking for. Hey! The iMac Pro is getting Ventura. Awesome. But, yeah, the MacBook Pro is 2017 and later. Wow, that's 2 years cut off. Dang. Impressive. So it never had CarPlay. They're too stuck up in Pro. Well, everyone said they would never open their superchargers, and now they're doing that. Apple CarPlay could become CarOS in the future. It probably is at this point. That's what it looks like. The fact that they give you HVAC controls and the speedometer and your range, like, CarPlay could technically take over the entire Tesla display now. Whereas before that wasn't an option, so I wasn't in favor of it. But now that's feasible. Wait, the Mac Studio isn't on there. What the heck? Yeah, that's got to be a mistake. The 12-inch MacBook gets the Ventura, but not the Mac Studio, of course. The iMac 2017 and later. I'm glad my iMac Pro still gets another year of support. That's good. And, oh my God, I feel so heard. Isn't that just the most satisfying feeling, though, when you've been asking for something for years and then they just deliver and they deliver on it? Like, I was asking for this for so long. I'm so happy right now that this is a thing. Like, it doesn't even turn on the phone's display to save power. That is so smart. Like, I mean, it's obvious and it makes sense, but still, like, oh my God. Thank you. That was what I wanted and more. I just wanted to be able to use the iPhone webcam, and now they're supporting center stage. I don't know why people are freaking out about the iPhone 7 being killed. I mean, yeah, it was a little premature. It was a bit earlier than we expected, but it still got 6 years. 6 years of support is great. Oh, when did the betas drop on the website? People are saying downloads are live, so I guess now. But I like how they just stitched the iPhone back there. There's like no mount on this one. I don't even know if I want to mount the iPhone on my laptop. I'd probably want to mount it higher. I'll get it on some kind of taller tripod. No, any display really. I mean, CarPlay showcased all this data they have now. It's going to take a while before it rolls out because apparently they're not launching this until end of next year, which is very, very early to announce. I've never seen Apple announce something that early. But where's the preview again? I missed it. There it is. Let me look at this. All of the different animations and demos they were showing for CarPlay looked incredible. Like the speedometer and the settings. And man, now I really, really want Tesla to add CarPlay. Before I didn't. Oh my God. That looks so good. That's beautiful. Killing off webcam manufacturers. I know, right there. iPhone 7 had only 5 years of support, but it came out in it came out in 2016. So then 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. That's 6 years. It's still getting, it's not that updates are dying last year. Like iOS 15 was getting supported. So basically the iPhone 7 got 1 less year of support than the iPhone 6S. This isn't a real car in the picture. This is just a demo they have, basically. This is a stupid button. But they're just demonstrating that CarPlay can now work in a variety of different displays. That's really interesting to me. Yeah, it does kind of look like a Polestar, but that's not the screen layout, I don't think. I hope all EVs adopt the new CarPlay stuff. Again, it's an option. You don't have to turn it on if you don't want to, but having all the HVAC controls and stuff. Elon wants to be a jerk to Apple, but he uses an iPhone, and someone asked if he could add AirPlay, and they said, okay, sure. So they're looking into adding AirPlay to Teslas right now. So, but yeah, this is like the bridge to make CarPlay actually take over the entire user interface, which I'm in favor of. Wallpapers on lock screens can appear in front of the time text, which is something never seen before. Yeah, there was some concept art actually about that, but oh, that's cool. So the notifications start at the bottom, and then you like tap and swipe to open them up. I guess that helps them look a bit cleaner. I'm convinced that concept is the Apple car. See, this is exactly what I warned everyone about. They're like, they're convinced it's an Apple car, but no, I love all the different lock screen controls. There's so many to choose from. That's awesome. And they all look beautiful. It's me asking for AirPlay to Teslas. Maybe I should ask Elon for CarPlay now. Yeah, you should. But it's going to take a while. I mean, Apple's not even going to roll out this CarPlay stuff until end of next year. So it's going to be a while. They could do all that, but no always on display. It's not that they can't. It's that it's probably a battery concern. The amount of power it uses is likely too much right now. Off-Roaders, thank you for the super chat. It says, always fun to watch Dub with you every year. Getting an iPad for music production could be really nice with the multitasking and file app updates. I just said I wouldn't spend too much quite yet. I don't know how much better it's going to be than what it already is. Someone said system preferences has been redesigned. Did they just not talk about that? Can I get a preview? I don't see. Ventura felt, I mean, again, like my favorite feature is something about using a different device with your Mac better. But yeah, you can basically add center stage now to any Mac you want, which is awesome, as long as it runs Ventura. Studio Light, that's good. Where's gaming? Wow. They announced their dual charging pads 3 years ahead of schedule and never actually released them. True. Well, they're not dual. That was triple, but they did release MagSafe Duo. Accessibility. Oh yeah, dictation got a bit better. I didn't see the system preferences redesign. Okay. System preferences gets new look and renamed. Oh, is it just called settings now? Oh, it's right here. I missed it. It was so unrecognizable. A new sidebar design. Ah, okay. Yeah, that feels more like it is on iOS too. Cole Crawford said, it better not be anything because I don't want Tim Cook to retire. The man's old. He's been working for a while. Sorry, I passed it. I didn't recognize it. But yeah, that's a cool redesign. I like it. Wait, people are saying landscape Face ID on iPhone? Really? Did I miss that? iOS 16 page. I gotta grab everything I can here for. It says iOS 16 available now. Focus modes, focus filters. I've wanted Face ID to work in landscape mode for a long time. It probably doesn't do it on every device, huh? Maybe that's why they cut. Well, they didn't discontinue any phones with Face ID. Oh yeah, how the heck does that thing work? You can lift the subject from an image. These are the neural cores. That's what your neural cores are doing. Someone said landscape Face ID, and I can't tell if they're trolling. The CarPlay thing is really cool. Okay. Door detection. Control Apple Watch. Team up with a friend or care provider while gaming. Oh, you can mirror the Apple Watch display. Okay. Spotlight. Emoji. What do I got to do to see the full list? Oh, wait, not that. Not found. Sign in. I don't see two matches. Passkeys. Apple Pay. Oh, it's right here. It's right here. Security. In the security section, it says Face ID works in landscape on supported iPhone models. It's right here in the iOS. Okay, do you guys see it? Okay, I had to look it up, but it's there. Whoa. They did add it. That's awesome. Okay, cool. How did they do that just via software? They could have. That makes me mad because now I'm like, wait, you could have done that the whole time? Split your Apple Pay purchase into 4 equal payments over 6 weeks. How does that work? I don't understand. They're running a line of credit. They have to be, right? Available for qualifying applicants. Like, yeah, do they have to run a credit check? Is that different from a credit card? That feels very much like a credit card to me. M2 Air and Pro are basically the same price. Yeah, well, some people might want a thinner laptop. Ace Ventura. People are saying the MacBook Air is very closely priced with the... Well, here's the thing. I bet even a binned M2 chip is faster than an M1. Non-binned. So, yeah, if you go for the non-binned, it's... Oh, what? Did I select the... Yeah, I selected the dual power adapter. $1,300 for the non-binned, and the MacBook Pro 14-inch comes with 512 and 16 gigs, I guess. So it's still $300 cheaper than the MacBook Pro, even to get one with the same storage and RAM, non-binned, whereas the 14-inch MacBook Pro is binned, right? Or am I just forgetting what the prices are? Yeah, no, it starts at $2,000. That's what I thought. How did you get that extra features page? So basically all you do if you want to fact check somebody, you go, if you want to see the complete list, you just go all new features and then go Command F and you search the web page for all the text. So what I would like is if we went to the iPad OS preview, went to all new features, Command F, and then searched calculator. No results. There's no reference to a calculator in any of the iPad OS 16 changes. Oh my god. That's annoying. Thank you for the super chat, Neem. He says there's no credit check. I think Apple Pay Later works the same way as Klarna, which is not like a firm where you need credit history. But my point is, where's the money coming from? Is Apple just going to front the bill for a bunch of people now? And what happens if you can't pay those other payments? Like, I have so many questions about Apple Pay Later. I don't understand how it works. Does that mean you can rotate the home screen / lock screen? I didn't see a landscape mode for the home screen. I feel like they would have showed that if it was an option. iPhone 8 is the oldest iPhone to get iOS 16. Wow. Yeah, it came out in 2017, so it's still getting updates. Benjamin, thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on iPadOS? Had a lot I wanted, but still disappointed. Why no Xcode? Why no wallet app? Yeah, it was. I was not expecting much, to be honest. I'd kind of given up all hope on iPadOS. I'll admit I was surprised it got the weather app. I thought they'd given up on that, and they gave it weather. I was surprised it got full external monitor support, which isn't quite what I was looking for, but it's definitely better than it is now. The fact that you can have like multiple apps kind of running in Windows and switch between those apps on... Basically, it looks like macOS mode. You plug in your iPad to an external monitor, it runs something that looks like macOS. It's just heavily watered down. Yeah, and Series 3 doesn't have watchOS 9. It's weird. I don't know much about Klarna, so sorry. When you say it works like Klarna, that doesn't mean anything to me. But let me check the compatibility of iPadOS, actually. I know people said that the Air 2 didn't get support, but that Air 2 got support way longer than I think it needed to. It got like 8 years of updates or something. It was crazy. Whoa! This is the shortest list ever. iPad Mini 5th gen and later. iPad 5th gen. When did that come out? 2017, I think. Yeah, iPad Air 3rd gen. Yeah, 3rd gen came out in 2019. People complain about Mac cameras. Apple's response: use your phone. My only concern with continuity camera is that it's all being done wirelessly. That makes me think it's going to be super compressed, and I want there to be a wired option. Like, I want to be able to plug it in to the phone and just take the direct video feed. Lightning is fast enough. You don't need a very high bit rate to capture a pretty decent video, but this is even more reason to give the iPhone USB-C. There's still no calculator on the iPad. No excuse for Mac games not being on iPad. Well, that's on the devs more than anything. iPad 5 has A9. Yeah, didn't that come out in... It's not a short list. Well, it used to be like all these things. Now it just says all the... Wait. iPad Pro, all models. So... It's not a short list. They just didn't list every single model. I know, but by not listing every single model, the list is shorter. That's my point. Yeah, I'm worried that the continuity camera is going to be like AirPlay bit rates. There needs to be a way to do it wired. I don't know why they insist it has to be wireless. You're going to want power anyway. Continuity camera should be like Sidecar, right? You can enable a wired mode in settings. Yeah, there usually is, but I hope that works reliably. Huh. No Logic Pro, no Final Cut. I gave up on that. I wasn't expecting that after last year. If you don't pay them, then it hits your credit. So it's like a credit card in that case. How is iPhone 7 not supported? Dude, it's 6 years old. It got 6 years of updates. If you think that's bad, look at Android. They get way less than that. Okay. So the iPad Pro from 2015 still gets iPadOS? That's cool. Yeah, that is weird that they're still selling the Series 3 though after announcing it won't get updates. Continuity calls is probably meant for video calls, not live streams. What's the difference? You're uploading your video feed to a server so that other people can watch it. And there's not really a big gap between those two things. External display for 2 iPads only. Wait, 2? Let's see. Use iPad Pro or iPad Air with your external display with resolutions up to 6K. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that that's restricted to the M1 chip. So I've suggested iPads with M1 should get software exclusives for years, and everyone told me I was a madman for suggesting that. Can now display reference color standards. Display scaling is kind of nice. That's something I didn't know I wanted. macOS has a clock and weather app. I think, doesn't it? I don't know. I don't want to dox myself. But yeah, this should have been here a year ago. This was long overdue. So you're not going to be able to do this unless you buy the iPad Air with M1 or iPad Pro with M1, I'm guessing. Or is this available for all Pros and Airs? That doesn't sound right. Yeah, because you can't do 6K over Lightning, and some iPad Pros have Lightning. Pro iPad only? What does it say right here? It says, or iPad Air with your external display. No, I don't plan on getting a new M1 iPad just so I can use pretend Mac OS on a big display. I can have real Mac OS with my MacBook. No need for a new iPad just for... It didn't convince me that the iPad has a chance. It's still not worth it, but... Yeah, the iPad OS lock screen didn't get an overhaul. You can't customize the... Of course not. Yeah, they don't even show the iPad OS lock screen at all. Let me see. All new features. Customization. Accessibility options in iBooks and customization options for sound. Let me search lock screen. Live updates on lock screen. That's it. You put your sports live updates on the lock screen. Yeah, so all the cool new iOS 16 lock screen changes are not on iPad OS, as to be expected. Eric Lee super chatted. Should I just go and buy an iPad Pro 12.9-inch now or wait? If you can wait, I would, because there's likely a new one coming out now that the M2 chip is out. It's only a matter of time before the M2 is in the iPad. It's probably going to be October. So if you can't wait, then sure, I guess. But I would say get a certified refurbished. Don't, unless you really want to use the external monitor stuff for some reason. But I don't see how that's super useful. I mean, it's better than it used to be, but it's still running the same apps. It's still the same exact iPad apps as before. So, yeah. There are definitely software locking features to certain silicon, though. Next year, they'll bring it, of course. It says that the Stage Manager is only available for M1 iPads, even just using it on the iPad, not externally. Oh, really? Stage Manager is only available on M1 iPads. Okay. So you can't even do it, not even talking about external monitor. Wow. And the text scaling thing. Huh. See, multiple overlapping windows in a single view. I'm not big on the overlapping. Like, do they need to overlap? It's not like a feature that they're overlapping, but I guess you could see them better. What was that? Oh, wait. Hold on. I missed the 5. Small print at 5. I guess I could just click it, huh? Available on iPad Air, 5th gen, Pro, 5th gen, and Pro 3rd gen, 11-inch. Okay, so yeah. Even just the regular stage manager feature is only on M1 iPads. So you're not going to be able to do this on a A12X or Z or whatever. Drew, bring back Apple Sheep Reacts. I'm doing it right now. I'm reacting. Thank you for the super chat, Isaac. And thank you, Eric Lee, for donating as well. So I've always suggested that high-end iPads or iPads with a certain amount of storage or silicon should have dual boot Mac OS. People said no, they would never have software features, only to certain silicon. So iPad OS is a waste of time for non-M1 iPads. I would argue the M1 iPad. I mean, this is kind of nice, but I don't know if it makes it worth it over buying a Mac for that kind of money. Yeah, it's a fairly small update for non-M1, I would say. Leo Lima super chatted and says, I'm a risk taker, downloading iOS 16 now. Let's go. Cool. Congratulations. I hope it works well for you, Leo. And thank you for the super chat. Can that 35-watt charger charge a 16-inch MacBook Pro? Probably, just very slowly. I've charged my MacBook with a 30-watt brick before, so I'm sure 35 can do it. You just have to not be doing anything too power intensive. If you start exporting or, your fans rev up, it probably won't charge. But when you're just doing some light web browsing and stuff, it'll probably work. Oh, Nick is offering me dev betas. Oh, goody. So into with your iCloud and okay. Should I get iOS 16? What do you guys think? Account. Okay. Big thanks to Nick. He got the developer profile. Yeah, there is colored MagSafe. Okay. You guys can all find my location now. Luckily, that wasn't super accurate. I scared myself. Okay. Code's already been used. Everyone knows I live in Sacramento. Oh no. Okay. Downloads. What do you think? Everyone's saying yes. Okay, I'm doing it. iOS 16 beta. Profile downloaded. Awesome. Shout out to Nick. Thanks for getting us the betas on my main device. This is so dangerous. What have I done? Should I get it on my iMac Pro? I was paranoid for a second because I thought it was going to show my location, but it showed a pretty wide aspect. Sacramento's a big city, so not on my main phone. Sorry, it's my only phone. I'm going to plug in my iMac Pro. I think I'll put Ventura on... Oh, wait. Will that stop Universal Control from working? I don't know. Say goodbye to your phone. Thank you, Nick. I don't think you should add it to your main devices. Too late! I'm doing it. Well, I won't put it on the MacBook Pro, but I can probably do it on the iPad. Who cares? It's an iPad. Goodbye, stable updates. Does this have enough software? Oh, yeah. Bunch of people texting me right now. Okay, general. Let's see. Here it goes. Developer beta. These people texting. So many people texting me that I don't have their contacts, so they're going to get their numbers doxed if they're not careful. I got to watch what I'm doing here. Hey, Paul Romero, thank you for the super chat. He said, I give the keynote about an 8 if you take out the watchOS, and why don't they just call the iPad software mirroring, because that's all it is. iPad software mirroring? I mean, it's not exactly mirroring, but it's a step in the right direction. Can you give us a profile to download? Unfortunately, I cannot. That's not how this works, and I don't even know how to do that. You'll have to update your iPad and Mac together. Well, I was just thinking, like, what changes are there on the iPad? Like, for my A12X iPad Pro, what's going to change? I guess I'll get the weather app. You know what? I'm going to do it. Let me find the link here. Oh, excuse me. I got to take a cough break. It's all right. We should be good now. Thanks again for the super chat, Paul John Atkinson. Thank you for the super chat. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Leo Lima and me are both risk takers. We're both going in on super chat. I want the weather app. It's worth it for that. Okay, I hit account. Let me sign in. Oh, I'm not going to make this mistake again. That's why I'm not showing my screen. Oh, why do you make sounds? Why are you making so much noise? Okay. Rip Trash Can Mac. Yeah, the Trash Can Mac has finally been ended. It's interesting they cut off support for so many devices, like 2 generations of devices across the board. Series, I guess, other than Series 3, that was well overdue. Scooter says I'm getting all of it right now. Oh my god. I got added to a group chat that there's a bunch of people I don't know in. I gotta mute it. They're talking way too much. Okay. iOS 16 is downloading, and the Wi-Fi is being slow in my iPad because it's an iPad. Neem says, don't install betas on iPad if you're like me and Nick and Sweeney. I used iPad for productivity, not Mac, because Team iPad. Nick has moved everything to his Mac. He doesn't use his iPad at all. If you listen to the podcast, you'd know that. But yeah, iPad is basically a useless toy at this point, so I don't care what happens to it. Let's see. Tick, tick, boom, time bot. That's your iPhone now. I know. Everything's lighting up. Let's risk Drew's $1,000 iPad Pro for a weather app. It's not $1,000. It was $1,000 at one point, but I could replace it for probably less than $500 now. Okay, the web page is loaded. iOS 16 beta. Here we go. Install. Profile downloaded. I disagree. I've gotten day one developer betas every year for the past few years, and they've always been surprisingly stable. I'm not saying I expect it to be perfectly stable, but not like unusable. What's my internet speed? I don't know. It depends on the day. Sometimes, one time I clocked T-Mobile at like 500 down. Sometimes it's under 100 down. It's kind of all over the place. tvOS 16. I see why they didn't mention it. Yeah. Thank you for the super chat, e-uploads. I appreciate it. The new iOS 16 icon is great. Yeah, when they unveiled it, the artwork kind of went in front of the 6, but it doesn't do that on the official icon. What do I think about Apple Pay Later? It's a weird concept. I don't understand how it works. I don't understand how it's much different from an Apple Card. Okay. Profile is installed. Checking software. Unable to check for update. What? Oh, it wasn't even connected to the internet somehow. Yes, you are. You have Wi-Fi. I'm live streaming. I know I have Wi-Fi. Here it is. iPadOS 16 developer beta. Let's hit download and install. Here we go. You're spoiling every year to install developer beta. Well, I always get the new OS right after DubDub. So to me, I'm upgrading all my stuff around the same time, and then it just gets more refined throughout the year. Okay, it's downloading. For some reason, the iPad is saying it's going to take 7 minutes, and my phone says it takes 12. There's probably more changes to the phone. That's why it's taking longer. But for Apple, again, I don't know what Klarna... I've never heard of Klarna or Affirm. I don't know what these things are or how they work. How do I make a developer profile? Do I have to pay $100 a year for it? Unfortunately, you do. That's why I said big thank you to Nick, because he bought the profiles for us this year. He said, just, it's on me. Let's get all these new numbers. I gotta... So many people. Let's see. Okay. Beta's installing. I don't know if I want to do Ventura. I think I'll wait on Ventura until I figure out if the continuity camera thing is out yet. If continuity camera is out, I'll definitely try Ventura on at least my iMac Pro. I use my MacBook too much for work, so I'm not terribly interested in putting it on beta. Even if I did a partition, I just don't want to mess with it. They take a risk with this payover period. I hope you pay it, but a lot of companies get left hanging right now. They hope you pay it. Who is fronting the bill, though? Because the business gets the money when you do Apple Pay Later. If they ask for $100 and you do Apple Pay Later, the business still gets $100. Where did that money come from? Like, who's running that line of credit? Is it Apple? Is it Goldman Sachs? I don't understand. What about watchOS 9? Oh, yeah, I guess I could get that too while I'm at it. Someone put everything online for free. Well, you're not supposed to do that. It's not recommended or encouraged. Okay. Well, do I care much about watchOS 9? That's a better question. Oh, that redesigned notification thing was nice. I did like that. I think my battery's low. I didn't charge my watch last night. Yeah, I'm at 20%. I'm not going to be able to install it. Can I show this? There, 20%. It has to be over 50 and it has to be on the charger, so it's going to take a while before I can restart Apple Watch. They might lock your Apple account until you pay, holding your previous purchases hostage. Oh, God. Don't install watchOS before iOS. I won't. I can't. The watch doesn't have a battery big enough. It's restarting. It's not installing. It would have to be Goldman Sachs. Apple doesn't have the necessary license. Okay, interesting. That's fast. And how long do the 4 payments take, did they say? Let me find Apple Pay Later. I missed. Editing. Scroll down to the preview again. Wallet, wallet, wallet. Oh yeah, you can delete messages now. Dictation's improved. Oh, every 2 weeks. Oh, could you adjust that? 4 equal payments spread over 6 weeks. Okay. So 6 weeks total. So every other week you'll pay for another quarter. That's interesting. No interest or fees. So 0% interest financing on anything that supports Apple Pay? That sounds dangerous, to be honest. I mean, someone could be really irresponsible with that, but I don't know. Anything you're buying with Apple Pay, I don't think you should be financing over the course of 6 weeks. Like, oh, I'll get paid later. I don't know. Seems potentially sketchy to me. But, okay, my watch has restarted. I won't install it until after iOS 16, don't worry. Okay. Weird. That's not something I thought they were going to roll out. Monthly would be better, but again, this is 0% APR, 0 fees on financing, which is pretty rare. Why can't Watch update with 50% off the charger like the iPhone? I know, it's ridiculous. Even if your Apple Watch is at 100%, they won't install an update. It has to be connected to power. 6 weeks sounds kind of useless. Yeah, I agree. It's kind of a bizarre amount of time. I'm not sure how many people would utilize that. Paychecks. It's like, yeah, my paycheck is next month, so this will stretch me to the... Yeah, but don't be buying stuff if you're... That's like encouraging more spending on someone living paycheck to paycheck, which is 8 gigabytes of RAM. It's a larger display. I feel like people keep missing that point. I think the new MacBook Air looks great. It's very clean. It costs a little more, but it's a little bit faster, and it has better port selection, so I still see that as a win. They released a new Apple cloth with 5G. Yeah, the MacBook Air going up in price with inflation just kind of feels logical anyway. PayPal and Karma already do this, I guess, but I didn't know about it. Can you use Apple Pay later and the Apple Card simultaneously? What's the advantage for Apple to do it? Like, I don't know. If there's no interest or no fees, then who's gaining? All this really does is encourage people to spend more than they have. Paycheck to paycheck equals American dream, unfortunately. I don't think you understand the American dream correctly. iOS 16 on older devices already are lagging on the latest iOS software. Oh, goody. Well, we'll see how the iPhone 13 handles it. Still has 7 minutes remaining. I think probably during the tech podcast, we're going to do a same-day tech podcast recap. We'll probably all just go over all of the changes. We're going to be like playing with our phones and adjusting settings and stuff. Which model of Air you will order? Oh, I don't know. I don't think RAM is that big a deal. It encourages people to use Apple Pay. Were they not encouraged before? Just now you can use Apple Pay harder because there's financing options. Like, I thought the Apple Card was a pretty good incentive, and if the Apple Card wasn't, then just the fact that Apple Pay is easier than paying with a credit card. And if you don't pay with Apple Pay, then you're still probably not going to. Buy now, pay later started getting popular during the pandemic. Oh, no. Well, it started getting popular 50, 60 years ago, but that's a different discussion. As we more rapidly approach peak consumer and professional tech, the more boring dub-dub becomes. It's not just dub-dub, it's the tech sector as a whole. All tech becomes less boring, becomes more boring because there's less and less meaningful changes to add. But I still think, as far as the tech space goes, this was a pretty interesting keynote. There's a lot of stuff I liked. I'm trying to imagine, okay, I got to do my recap video now, but I'm having a hard time visualizing how I'm going to cover everything. This was a jam-packed event. There was a lot of announcements. Oh, wow. I always try to keep these videos short and concise, but Does this mean pre-order is next month or is it going to ship at that time? They said it would be available next month, so probably both. Let me double check the website. Yeah, it said, don't take it lightly from $1,200. View pricing, available next month. So yeah, they'll probably update the order page in July at some point. And then it'll ship a week later or something like that. Oh, $1,500. That goes up. See, the binned M2 has the same number of cores as the non-binned. Oh, they got rid of a lot of the M1 options, though. Now that you can only get the M1 MacBook Air binned. Interesting. Well, this is still a good value if you want it. It's still available. Although don't buy this full price. You could probably buy it certified refurbished for less. I've seen them going on Apple certified refurbished for like $850, I think. Or no, $750 I think for the M1 refurbished. Yeah, and you can choose the dual charger for $20 more, which is pretty cool. Lots of people purchase over 4 to 6 weeks. I know, but why? Like, if you can't buy something, but you can afford it over the next 6 weeks, then you probably shouldn't be buying that thing. Those iOS 16 lock screen features killed jailbreaks. Every year I hear that. I think jailbreaks died a long time ago. There's always just going to be a very small community that is interested in jailbreaking, but yeah, I mean, everyone's thought of something to add to iOS. There's all kinds of concepts and jailbreaks and everything. They can't really come up with or add something that's just a complete unique new idea. It's just a battle of what they decide to add and what they don't. What does bin mean? Slightly broken. Like, that happens in the chip world all the time. A lot of chips are just yields that didn't make the manufacturing line successful enough. So they put it in a cheaper product. All the broken chips they sell at a discounted rate. Apple's not unique to that. Everybody, Intel, AMD, it's very, very common. Was a disappointment. I wasn't disappointed. I expected disappointment, so I was not disappointed. It exceeded my expectations. I didn't think we were going to get hardware in the first place, and then we ended up getting new hardware that I was pretty surprised by. And the bezels were black, and the MacBook Air looks clean, and we got the M2 chip. I've never used a case with my phone. No, of course not. What do you think was the biggest disappointment? Probably no Mac Pro. There was a lot of people expecting a Mac Pro. And we did get hardware, but that wasn't it. And iPad OS basically not getting... Once again, they're doing this thing where iOS will get a bunch of things, but they don't give all of them to iPad OS. And I guess the main, what's it called? Stage Manager. The Stage Manager feature only being on M1 iPads is kind of disappointing. And the fact that we still don't have Pro apps or the calculator app, those kinds of things. Whoa! Oh my God, Jane takes the cake for, I think, the second biggest super chat of the live stream. Thank you, Jane Sackman. Thanks for the stream. It is great. Well, thank you for joining. I'm glad you guys were able to put up with my terrible voice and my cough. I was really worried I wasn't going to be able to get through this, but seems that I've almost defeated the cough. No, my iPad did not finish installing yet. It says preparing update, and so does my phone, so they're both around the same pace. Favorite part of DubDub? Mine has to be the continuity camera, just because I specifically asked for that for years, and I've always wanted that, and they gave even more than I expected with the desk view, where they show what's at your desk, and they do center stage. Basically, you can add center stage to any Mac now, which is awesome. Neem, thank you for the super chat. And the M2 is cool, but I'm more of an M3 guy. Well, you'll have to be patient. Just keep waiting. It's funny that the transition isn't over yet, and they're still introducing M2. Oh, did watchOS 9 get the low power mode? No, I don't think it did. I was kind of surprised by that. WatchOS 9 was kind of uneventful. There's very little new stuff to talk about. Jesse, excuse me, hold on. Jesse Cudd Jr., thank you for the super chat. Similar to Amex, Visa, and others, while they won't make money on the installments, they will increase Apple Pay usage and collect swipe fees. I'd be surprised if there were that many people not using Apple Pay before that will now use it because of Apple Pay later. It's just a weird strategy. Looks like a bold strategy. We'll see if it pays off for them. But yeah, I guess you're right. That's the only motivation to roll this out for Apples. They just want more people to use Apple Pay. So they're willing to offer 0% interest financing, which is kind of cool. M3 is a reference, I know. I just didn't want to go that route. They added the Hebrew calendar as a watch face. That's my go-to. Yeah, that's good. I'm glad they added that. Randy says, guess who won a bet? Randy, what color did you say the MacBook Air bezels were going to be? Also, everyone say congratulations to Randy, who's going to become a father. Oh, my God. I'm sorry they didn't make an Alpine green MacBook, though. The biggest disappointment was no tvOS. I didn't honestly have anything on my list for what I wanted to see with tvOS. I don't own an Apple TV, and I guess Apple knows that. They're like, he doesn't care about tvOS. We're just not going to talk about it anymore. Rest in peace, Apple Watch Series 3. Yeah, but they're still selling it. They're still selling it, and they just admitted it's not going to get... Don't want to talk about that part. Focus on the hardware part. Yeah, you were right about the hardware, that's for sure. But I think a lot of people were expecting Mac Pro. No, I remember asking you on the last keynote, on the last podcast, I was like, and you said we're getting colorful MacBooks at this event? And you were like, that was last time. Randy hardware announcement happened recently. Yes, the 24-inch iMac will continue to be the only device on Apple's website with white bezels. Yeah, they'll probably discontinue it in September, but it's crazy that they're still selling something that won't be getting the latest watchOS soon. They've never done that before. I've never seen them sell something and knowingly say that it won't get software updates. Normally, they provide software updates to devices years after they stop selling it. Midnight isn't a color. Well, I guess it is now. It's just dark black. That's with a hint of blue. It's like a slate black. Yeah. Yeah, very happy and excited for Randy, and we'll definitely need to talk about that a little bit when we get on the podcast later. But pay later makes money when thinking of mobile online purchases, grabbing users that would normally use Klarna or something. I don't know how many people use Klarna, but Christopher, thank you for the super chat. Any chance this Apple Pay Later is the first stage in their hardware subscription plans? Kind of, but the hardware subscription was rumored to be a monthly thing, not a weekly thing. It wasn't like stretch it out over 6 weeks. It was stretch it out over a year or 2 years. Or no, infinite. Just turn it into a monthly thing. Midnight is the perfect color. Well, I need to get set up and start filming this recap video. But if you guys are new, you'll not be aware that for the channel members, I typically will film, live stream and film my film. What am I trying to say? I typically live stream my filming and editing of the tech videos. So to give you guys kind of a sneak peek of what that looks like, I do these freebies whenever there's an Apple event. So for everybody who's not a channel member, thanks for watching. Appreciate you all for tuning in. But if you are a channel member, you will get to stay active in the chat. The live stream will continue. But I guess if you're not a member, you can keep watching. But only members will be able to engage in the chat, so it can be a lot slower. That means slow mode, just like all the members-only streams, slow mode is coming off. And everybody else who's not a member, thanks for tuning in. And feel free to take off whenever you so desire. Oh, Neem super chatted, though. Having a button in your iPhone camera app to automatically share to your family is living a little too dangerously for me. Yeah, I could imagine that going poorly. But, huzzah. Oh, hey, Scooter54, thank you for becoming a channel member. In case you don't know how to become a channel member, it's the first link in the description. $2 a month makes a big difference. Helps me out a ton. Thank you, Lord Zero. John Atkinson says iPod Touch 7th Gen was dropped. Yeah, I mean, the iPhone 7 was dropped. Of course it was. I was not surprised by that. iPod Touch being killed off made a ton of sense. But iPhone 7 was a bit of a surprise to me. I did not think it would get killed off. Okay. I'm going to turn off the portrait effect. And you're getting an extra podcast today. That's correct. All right. Let's get everything into position. I don't know if I'm going to be able to record this whole recap and fit it into a 20-minute video. This is going to be a challenge. Okay. Who else has joined? Christopher, thank you for becoming a channel member. Scooter says, I want to see you edit. Well, I appreciate you supporting. Again, not expected. You're not required to become a member. I'm not going to be mad if you don't. It's just helps me out affording tech products, keeping the lights on, and the most valuable expense for this job is, of course, the time. Because it takes time to make videos and to do these podcasts and live streams. So if you guys are able to pitch in and help me pay for food and life stuff like water, Wi-Fi, taxes, you gotta work hard so you can pay taxes, you know. Then I can designate more of my time to this and be able to cover these events for you. Okay. Let's see. I want to be centered like so. And we'll turn this light on. And you guys can see me. I don't think I've filmed with this background yet. Hi, Ethan. Hi, Jane. Yeah, we always do a podcast after the keynote, for sure. Nicholas Prasiak, thank you for becoming a supporter. Appreciate you greatly for helping out, making these videos possible. Okay, let me get this in the proper place. Okay. So I had to angle the camera a little bit lower for Louise because she's shorter. And move that over like there. Oh my God, all these new members. Riley McGinnis, thank you. Make it a 30-minute video. Well, the limit on the SD card is 22, but I have a CFast card I guess I could switch to if need be. Where did I put that thing? I feel like that might be a good idea, just in case. It's back here. I have a CFast card reader. All right. Hope you feel better. I'm on my way. I'm not completely better, but I definitely feel better today than I did last 2 days, which was making me really nervous. I was worried I was going to be coughing way too much to the point that I wouldn't be able to live stream, but luckily I'm okay. Okay, I'm going to format the CFast card, and I'll just record to that. Keep it simple. I'm taking way too long to look into all the tech specs and answer all your guys' questions because I'm sure this video is gonna take a while to edit. Oh boy. Okay. Let me... Oh, did my devices start installing? No, they didn't. This is ready. Oh my God. Where I live, gas is about $6 a gallon, but hopefully I won't have to pay for gas much longer. Installing. Here it goes. You did a great job muting that live. Thank you, Scooter. I hate the sound of coughing, and the only thing I hate more than coughing is making other people hear my cough. So I tried my best to mute it. All right, we'll have plenty of footage, storage space for footage. Hopefully this is in focus. I'll test it right quick to make sure. Oh yeah, I want to put this in the middle, like so. Okay, that looks good. Do one little test shot. Apple just had a surprising turn of events. Okay, test. That was my test shot. Okay, it's very bright. But that's probably good. I'm going to color correct it. All right. It's about the same in Washington. Oof. Top tier tech says I'd still rather have the MacBook Pro than the Air. That's good. Then buy the Pro. Air's not for everybody. I think it's cool though. I dig the Air, and I'm not planning on buying it. You know, that's possible. Most are still around 465-ish. I wish. I remember the days when gas was only 460. Good times. Good times. Yeah, okay. I guess I'm ready to roll. I think this is all positioned up. And I think I might need... The problem is, unfortunately, guys, when I cough during this one, I probably won't be able to mute it because I can't run up to the laptop every single time. So you may just have to hear me cough, which I apologize. Hey, iPad Pro, ready to install. I'm going to hit install now. Good to see you, Anna Maria. And if you missed it, it is possible to use the webcam feature wired. Where did you read this? Tell me. Where did you find this info? Why did you say that name? Okay. I want to use the iPhone wired because it's going to need battery anyway, and it's going to need power anyway, and I don't want it to look all AirPlay compressed. So let me use the iPhone as a webcam, please. I sold my M1 MacBook Pro and went to the base model 14-inch, and this is everything I need, more power than I need. Wanted the screen and the ports. I have no need to upgrade for several years. No, I agree. MacBooks are not things you're supposed to upgrade annually or even every other year. MacBooks should be like a every 4 or 5 year type of upgrade, maybe longer. Okay, I think I'm ready. Oh, there's a lot of news to go over. I'm kind of trying to like recap everything in my brain. This is so much news. Okay. Man, I'm going to be late. This is going to be a long day. Okay. All right. Well, Apple finished Dub for 2022, and as per usual, pulled a lot of surprises. Got a lot of the leaks wrong, but we got some of them right. There's a lot of truth to sift through the lies, but overall, the good news is we did get hardware, but it probably wasn't the hardware a lot of you were expecting. Let's begin. So the hardware we didn't get was Mac Pro. Yes, despite what a lot of you claim, just because John in the last Apple keynote said we're going to save the Mac Pro for another day, that did not mean it had to come out this month. And also, yes, Apple doesn't need to have developed. And also, yes, Apple doesn't necessarily have to launch the Mac Pro at Dub, but we did get a refresh to the MacBook Air. Quite a bit different from what a lot of the leakers were claiming, though. Those last-minute rumors ended up being correct from Gurman and Kuo, with more traditional color options plus one new blue tier, but it's more of a midnight color. They call it a midnight color, and it's beautiful. It's very black, but it has this light shade of blue. And the MacBook Air has now ditched the wedge design. It's still very thin and very lightweight, but it's rocking MagSafe, which I'm not a huge fan of, but I was more interested in how the MagSafe colors match with the MacBook design. I wish Apple would have done that, and is there any way to start offering, space gray MagSafe cables to the space gray MacBook Pros, please? That would make so much sense. I still consider it a port upgrade though, because it now means you can power the whole laptop and still have 2 vacant Thunderbolt ports, whereas before, one of those Thunderbolt ports had to be for power. They did give it a notch, just like its bigger brothers, and thinner bezels around the board. Full-size function keys, dedicated speakers, which is great, and may I just say, I'm in love with this design. I'm so thankful that we got black bezels on these things. Once again, the 24-inch iMac can remain the only Mac with white bezels. Hopefully we kill that off soon in the future as well. And because of the shutdowns and supply chain shortages, this isn't going to be available until next month, but it starts with the brand new M2 chip. So yeah, before the Apple Silicon transition is finally complete, they're already introducing M2. We still have a Mac Pro left. And spoiler alert, they're probably not going to launch the Mac Pro at the iPhone event, so we may have to wait till October or November before completing this Apple Silicon transition. So this was a bit trippy and not really something we expected, but Apple also introduced like dual USB-C options on the power adapter that comes with the MacBook Air, which I'm a little jealous of. I would have opted for that if it was available when I bought my MacBook Pro. Hopefully it becomes available for sale later in the year. But you can still buy a binned M1 MacBook Air for $1,000. The M2 MacBook Air is now starting at $1,200, which accommodate for inflation. It kind of makes sense for prices to be going up. But it is a larger display. But for that price hike, you are getting a larger display than before. It's a little bit bigger. You're getting better speakers, better microphones, better port options, a thinner design, and up to 24 gigs of RAM now, which is incredible. So we haven't gotten hardware at DubDub for 2 years. So I'm very grateful we finally got some today. Looking forward to testing that out once it officially launches. Again, can't wait to see that midnight color in person. It looks wonderful. But simultaneously, the weird part is they actually refreshed the 13-inch MacBook Pro as well with the Touch Bar, but they did nothing with it except they threw in the M2 chip, which was actually rumored to be at the March event earlier in the year. That didn't end up happening until now, but essentially, it's the same price, same exact laptop, just with the M2 chip. I really did not expect the Touch Bar to make it another upgrade, but here it is, M2 living on with the Touch Bar and everything. If you're a diehard fan of the Touch Bar, then I guess that's a decent option, but otherwise, I think the M2 MacBook Air is absolutely the better buy. Even if the 13-inch MacBook Pro technically has slightly better battery life or something, it's just such a dated design. I don't think it's worth the money considering how good the MacBook Air is now, but I mean, it has fast charging support, which it didn't have before. 50% in 30 minutes. That's great. And even the binned M2 should still show improvements over a non-binned M1. Very grateful to finally get some answers on this redesigned MacBook Air. Of course, it's fanless. Very efficient, same battery life as before. And that pretty much covers all of the hardware changes that were announced. Let's get into what this event was really for, and that of course is software. There's so many new changes and little details we could get hung up on. So just for the sake of this recap, I'm just going to be highlighting what I think are the biggest changes across the board. I'm absolutely not going into detail on every single one. I'm just kind of going to skim the surface, which is iOS 16 surpassed my expectations. I had been hearing requests and seeing concept art for lock screens on iPhones for years, and I kept thinking, oh, that concept looks cool, but I shouldn't get my hopes up because Apple's not going to change the lock screen. Finally, it seems like they're adding a ton of customization options now between the font, letting you have wallpapers that kind of start to cover up the time. They've redesigned notifications to be more elegant and orderly, so they kind of show up at the bottom of the phone and you just kind of swipe up to show the rest. They give you a lot of different control over widgets and little icons that can be on the front screen. Definitely kind of points to the idea of there maybe being an always-on display on the iPhone 14 now that they're giving you these kinds of time and widget features that could be baked in there. I can't wait to start messing around with it on my devices, and yes, I'll dive into how I want to spec out iOS 16 on my phone once the beta finishes installing. Should be anytime now. And as far as noticeable OS changes go, I think that iOS 16 will be quite obvious, considering literally the first moment the screen turns on, you'll be able to tell, oh yeah, this phone is running iOS 16. They also brought some cool changes to messages, like you can now edit texts or unsend them. I hope that there is a log file that's recorded, because I would hate it if you texted someone something and then like tried to gaslight them by deleting the text and they didn't know what you did. Hopefully there's a way to find deleted messages or see the original text before it was edited, but that's going to be a huge help to me because of all the typos I keep sending. And they're introducing a new iCloud. And they're introducing this new iCloud family shared photo library thing where essentially like all of your friends and family can have a shared library that iOS will automatically arrange those pictures, put them into albums based on where the pictures were taken and who's in the pictures using facial recognition. Even an option directly in the camera app to like turn it on and say that every picture you take will just show up in this album. In theory, it sounds helpful because you don't want to have to airdrop all your pictures between everyone's family stuff, but honestly, it sounds fairly complex to set up, and I doubt that many people will actually do it. But if Apple finds a simple and intuitive way to set it up so that everyone understands how it works, that would be great and very effective. I just have a feeling that a lot of people are going to be concerned about pictures automatically showing up in other people's libraries, like automatically, and they don't want things accidentally being loaded in there. Could be really embarrassing if you're taking all kinds of meme screenshots and that kind of thing, and it starts showing up in places it's not supposed to. But probably the biggest shock of iOS 16 is how few devices are actually supported for it. Contrary to what I thought, the iPhone 7 is not getting iOS 16. Basically, the oldest iPhone that will be running iOS 16 is the iPhone 8 from 2017. So yeah, the iPhone 7 still got 6 years of software support, which is not bad, but probably a big bummer to a lot of you older iPhone users out. Probably a big bummer to all of you iPhone 7 and 6S fans out there. This was also the moment that Apple discontinued support for all iPhones with headphone jacks. Little detail we got glossed over there. But another minor note that Apple didn't talk about during the keynote, but is listed on the website, is with iOS 16, Face ID will now work in landscape mode on select iPhone models. I'm not sure which iPhone models yet, but I've been asking for Face ID to work in landscape mode for years. I thought it was a hardware limitation, but I guess it apparently works now. I can't wait to test that and try it out. But they should have talked about that on stage. It's absolutely worth going into. Last little detail I'll discuss on iOS 16, which I thought was weird, is Apple Pay Later. So we have Apple Pay Cash, which is basically just a little debit card. We have the Apple Card, which is an official credit card powered by Goldman Sachs, using the MasterCard network. So it's a full-on credit card. You can use it physically or digitally. You get the cash back with Apple Pay. But now they're introducing Apple Pay Later, which is not a credit card technically, but essentially allows you to pay for things in 4 installments over the course of 6 weeks when using Apple Pay. So it's not a physical card, but it lets people pay for things slowly over time with no interest and no fees. There's no cash back either. So it's just one of those things that Apple is trying to convince everyone to use Apple Pay for, because you can pay for it slowly over time with 0% APR, which may be tempting to some, but the fact that it's over the course of 6 weeks makes me feel like it's kind of trying to encourage people to spend more than they have and start living more paycheck to paycheck. So I wouldn't recommend using Apple Pay Later, but I see why Apple wants to offer it. It's basically just another incentive to increase Apple Pay adoption. If you find out, hey, pay with Apple Pay and you can pay for this more slowly over time, maybe some people will be interested in that. It just kind of depends on their financial situation, but very interesting concept. But PayPal and other companies have offered this before. But a lot of people use Apple Pay at the end of the day. But a lot of people use Apple Pay at the end of the day. So I imagine this will likely be a pretty popular option. watchOS 9 was probably... Let's talk about watchOS 9 for a second. This was probably one of the most minor upgrades I've ever seen. They introduced like 4 new watch faces. Which are pretty cool, and a new app for managing medications, but that's also on iOS, so it's not even really a watchOS exclusive thing. Basically, you can put in prescriptions and reminders for other people or yourself to know when to take certain medication, which is okay, just kind of a refined version of the Reminders app. And they're also expanding on different workout options. So like running can track more accurately your wrist motions and compare it to how you've run in the past. It was kind of real nitty-gritty stuff. As far as watchOS upgrades go, I feel like there's usually like one big change or one big refresh. And this one didn't really seem to have much of that big update or big refresh, aside from notifications when the display is already on seem to be a lot more cleaner. Like instead of the notification jumping up and covering the entire display, more similar to your iPhone, it just kind of slowly drops in. I liked how it looked, and it looks clean, but everything feels pretty minor here. But I don't really mind too much because I already think that watchOS is great, and there's really not that many new things they can do. I was really hoping for a low power mode, and that leak ended up being wrong. And I was really hoping to get third-party watch faces, but I've been asking for that since the beginning. We still don't have it. Probably should just give up hope on that one. But probably the biggest update to watchOS 9 is who isn't getting it. Thank God, finally, based on request, Apple has killed support for the Apple Watch Series 3. But here's the weird thing. They're still selling the Series 3. To my knowledge, I don't think Apple has ever done this, where they've literally announced that a certain product will not be getting a future software update that is coming later this year, like just in the fall, and yet they are still selling that product. You know, like they just discontinued support for the iPhone 7, and spoiler alert, they're discontinuing the iPad Air 2 and the iPad Mini 4. But those devices haven't been sold by Apple for many, many years. Even the iPad Air 3, which they haven't sold for like 3 or 4... Even the iPad Air 3, which they haven't sold for 3 years, is still getting the latest iPad OS. But Apple Watch Series 3 from 2017 still being sold for $200, and we now have confirmation it won't run watchOS 9. Really weird that they would be selling a product now saying it's not going to get updates for much longer. So once again, I just have to keep reminding you, don't buy the Series 3. It's not worth it. I mean, while watchOS 9 is minor, get the Apple Watch SE. You can find them on sale. You can find them refurbished for cheaper. Series 3, not worth it. Don't do it. Now, in regards to macOS, the new name is Ventura, and there's a lot of minor changes here, but one in particular that I'm very excited for. If you've watched my channel for a while, you know I've been asking for this for years, and that is webcam. Is webcam. Blanking on the name. Sorry. What's it called? They had a feature for it. They had a name for it. Hold on. Continuity camera. That's what it was. Got it. Okay. Sorry. And that feature is continuity camera, which means you can basically turn your rear-facing iPhone camera into the webcam for your Mac. And they basically implemented this exactly how I wanted, and even went above and beyond what I expected. So for one, it works wirelessly, so I assume similar to Sidecar on the iPad. I hope there's a way to do it wired as well if you don't want to do it over Wi-Fi and have some of that AirPlay compression, but basically Apple says through Belkin they're going to sell accessories that let your iPhone attach to your MacBook lid very easily, and then it will use the ultra-wide lens on your iPhone to bring center stage to any Mac, of course, bring center stage to any Mac you want, even MacBook Pros, which don't have center stage. So it'll track around with you, and there's new stage lighting effects and that kind of thing. And on top of that, they introduced this mode where it will literally capture your desktop below. I don't even know how they're doing this with the image signal processor, but essentially you can show off your desktop from what looks like a top-down field of view, and that same lens will also be capturing your face and tracking around with you using the center stage feature simultaneously. It was mind-blowing how it looked in the demo. It may not be as cool in person, but I was really impressed by it. Especially how the display of the iPhone just doesn't even turn on. Like, it just knows. You just got to bring your phone nearby your Mac, put it on the back, and boom, now it's a camera option on FaceTime calls. And hopefully it lets me do that for OBS live streaming as well. Because yes, I would absolutely love to live stream with my iPhone's webcam. Because yes, I would love to live stream with my iPhone's camera, but still have all of the OBS settings that I have on my Mac. That would be great. It feels like they're directly listening to my request, which I'm sure I wasn't the only one asking for it, but it just makes a ton of sense, and I hope that it works as seamlessly as they make it look. They redesigned system preferences in macOS Ventura as well, but the biggest new multitasking change probably has to come from Stage Manager, where they kind of the biggest new change has to come from Stage Manager, where they kind of clump a bunch of windows together, and you can kind of grab them from the side as needed, and they'll kind of remember the layout as you grab them. I didn't find it looking particularly productive or very useful for most Mac workflows. I'll try it when it comes out, but they were more proud when it comes. I think where Stage Manager makes a bigger difference is iPadOS. So Yeah, there's a lot of collaboration and multitasking features they're building into macOS Ventura, but most of them are pretty forgetful and most of them are pretty forgettable in my opinion. So yeah, I'm already talking about iPadOS for a second because this is what people have been asking for years, and I'd kind of given up hope on the iPadOS a while ago. This is what people have been asking to be addressed for years, and last year was kind of the final straw for me. I was like, this is where iPadOS needs to be the main focus, and it wasn't. So I didn't have high expectations going into this. And I'll admit, the iPadOS 16 changes were better than I was anticipating because, for one, we finally got a weather app. There's so much rich data and information. They could have brought this last year. I have no clue why it took them a year to add this. But yeah, you finally can check the weather on the iPad. Still no calculator. We're literally going to be going into 2022. We're literally going to be going into 2023 with no calculator app on the iPad that launched in 2010. That's still crazy to me. But okay, we got the weather app and this whole stage manager feature where you have multiple windows that you can kind of rearrange and switch between is being brought to iPadOS, and you can truly take full advantage of it when plugging it into an external monitor. So this is definitely much better external monitor support than what we had before, which was basically screen mirroring. Now you can actually boot into what kind of looks like macOS. It's just heavily watered down version of macOS because it's just Windows kind of overlapping each other. But here's the crazy thing. All of these options we're talking about between Stage Manager and revamped external monitor support, as well as text scaling. So that used to just be a feature on Mac so that you could fit more information on the screen. Now you can kind of do that with iPads as well, but all this new stuff is pretty much only available to the M1 iPads. So the funny thing about that to me is I've been suggesting for a while now that there should be software exclusives to the higher end iPads, right? Like if the iPad has Mac Silicon, you should be able to give that Final Cut, give that Logic or Xcode. You know, Pro apps can come to the devices that can handle them. It's okay if they don't run on all of the older iPads with weaker CPUs and stuff. That's not a problem. Just software exclusive, restrict that. And so many people said, no. Apple doesn't want to software restrict features. They want to make sure it's accessible to all. They wouldn't add things that just the pros can have and not the rest. And yet here they are doing exactly what you guys said they wouldn't do. They're bringing pro features to just M1 iPads. In fact, outside of the weather app, and the Stage Manager stuff, there's really not that many other noteworthy changes with iPadOS. The more disappointing thing to me is that the more disappointing thing, which is kind of a repeat of last year, iOS 16 got these amazing redesigned lock screen changes. None of that is coming to the iPad, which has a bigger screen. You would think you could add more widgets to that lock screen or rearrange more things. But no, it's just the same lock screen as last time. So I guess we gotta wait another year for the iPad to get something that the iPhone already has. And most iPads are not rocking the M1 chip. So I guess you got your, improved focus modes and, you got your live sports notifications and that kind of thing. Some Apple Maps updates and iMessage updates, things that affect the Apple ecosystem as a whole. But that's what I kind of noticed during the iPadOS section of this keynote is that they were kind of announcing things that were already available on other devices to try to make it sound like this is an update for the iPad, when in reality it's just keeping the ecosystem symmetrical, across devices. So again, I don't think iPadOS 16 really addressed anyone's main concern with the iPad, usually being that it can't do what a Mac can, and that's just because of software restrictions, like it can't run the apps I want it to, and it doesn't have proper external monitor support. Now it kind of does, but again, you're still just kind of running iPad apps in a window on an external monitor, which is, again, better than it was before. So I'm impressed that they addressed it in that regard, but the fact that it's only available on M1, the fact that it's only available on M1 makes it kind of hard to get excited for, and I don't think anyone who was not comfortable with buying an iPad for a Mac replacement is suddenly going to be more comfortable with it now. But correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. If there's some of you out there that are like, oh, I'm convinced I can do all of my working off of an iPad now thanks to iPadOS 16, I'm going to go buy one. First off, you might want to wait till October because there's likely going to be an M2 equipped iPad by then, but let me know what exactly has changed that can make you justify it. Is it just that instead of screen mirroring, it's now, resizable windows that fill up the entire external monitor, or what exactly has swayed you? They've improved the Files app and added a lot of things for Mac, but they've improved the Files app and added a lot of things to Mac, and they've said now that third-party apps can take up to 16 gigs of RAM in the background. Third-party apps can take up 16 gigs of RAM running, which before they couldn't do, so it's good to see that feature unlocked. Very few iPads actually have 16 gigs of RAM in the first place, but I feel like we're already at this point now where Apple is comfortable adding certain software features to the higher-end iPads and not giving those features to the lower-end iPads, so sorry, end of the day, I'm still just going to say you should offer macOS as a dual boot option. You're basically there, Apple. You're practically doing it already. The second Craig plugged in this USB-C cable to the Pro Display, and it basically booted up into a very macOS style look, I was like, come on, you're halfway there. Just do a full-on dual boot option that would fix like 90% of people's complaints with the iPad, and you could easily justify charging $2,000, $3,000 for it because now it can do everything a Mac can do. And more because it has Face ID, 5G, Apple Pencil support, and all that. I like the concept of using the iPad as a canvas that you can write on and do some really intensive drawing on, and then, transition over to the big screen, and it can be powered by the iPad, and you're doing more intensive video editing on that, Even if you want to restrict the macOS dual boot to just when you're plugged into a monitor, because then there's no battery life argument to worry about. It's got power. And there's no, the touchscreen doesn't work argument because it's an external monitor. It doesn't have a touchscreen. So funny enough, they didn't actually talk about tvOS at all. There was not really any mention of it, and that's fine in my opinion because I didn't really have a high list of things I wanted for tvOS, and I don't own an Apple TV anymore, so I'm perfectly content with it not taking up stage time, but I apologize to the people who wanted tvOS updates. Overall, the event exceeded my expectations, which were just for software, and I'm very happy with the look and style of a lot of iOS 16. macOS Ventura doesn't seem like a huge update apart from the camera stuff for me, so that's mostly what I'm going to be looking for in the betas. I'll be diving more into all of these subjects throughout the course of this week, so stay tuned. We've got podcasts, live streams, and all that stuff coming for you. Stay tuned. We've got podcasts, live streams, and more videos coming throughout the week for Dub coverage. Let me know your favorite part. What were you most disappointed by? For me, it was probably still iPadOS. All that good stuff. Let me know what you're thinking down in the comments below. This is your Apple Sheep here. I'll see you all in the next one. Oh my God. 30 minutes of recording. That is crazy. Okay. It is hot in here, so I'm going to turn on this fan. Sorry if it's loud, but I keep it off during recording for sound reasons. Oh, which button do I press? The whole card down. Okay, here I come. Ooh, this is hot. Okay. Let's get the import started here. Oh, my iPad's on iPad OS 16. Whoa. Whoa! They brought the fitness app to the iPad. Wow. I didn't know that. No, you cannot send me notifications. Wait, is it just Fitness Plus? That's literally all it is. Guys. I opened my iPad. There's the fitness app now. I open it. Fitness Plus. That's it. There's no data. There's no health data or anything. That's hilarious. You have Fitness Plus now. Okay, I'm gonna start importing footage. Okay. Let me get the chat. Okay. I gave up on iPad after last year. Yeah, me too. Digan or Deegan57, thank you for becoming a supporter. Sorry I didn't read that earlier. Why did you say that name? If I woke up tomorrow and my iPad was gone, I wouldn't shed a tear. Wow. Harsh words. Okay, I think my phone is... Ooh, the font is already different. Okay, I gotta try Landscape Face ID. Oh, I see. This thing down here is search now. Whoa. That's cool. Okay, I'm gonna try it for the first time. Ready? Ready? It worked! On the first try! It doesn't go in landscape, but it unlocked, like, right away. I don't know of a better way to show you guys. Let me try this. It worked! You see the lock go away? Also, the lock goes away in a different way now. When the lock just like slides and then dissipates. It just disappears. Oh my god, that's so satisfying. I've wanted it to do that for so long. Ugh. Okay. Landscape Face ID was awesome. Oh, they changed the stocks app a little bit. The stock widget is a little different, I guess. I gotta start customizing a bunch of stuff. I want to delete text messages. Oh. Okay. Do it upside down. Ooh. Will that work? Nope. Not upside down. Huh. What? As soon as I swiveled it, it started working. I'm gonna hold that. Ooh, look at this. That's so satisfying. Add new. I like the astronomy one. The Unity one. Ooh, collections. Yes. Check that out. Got the weather. We got. Ooh, you can put stock widgets on the lock screen. That's cool. What kind of how many different battery widgets? Oh, you can do. You can only do battery percentage of other devices. That's funny, but not your own. Clock. I like activity. That makes sense. Wait, how do I add it? Do I tap it? Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, Apple Watch. And the stocks. That's probably good. Is there more? Enable. Oh, sorry, it's done. Any new iOS 16 wallpapers? I think this is it. Ooh. Wow. That's clean. That's really clean. Oh my god. I dig it. iPad OS 16 is, well, I was expecting it to not be good, but it was better than I thought it was going to be. Okay, I got to get Final Cut open here. I am going to... Okay, that's already paused. Good. We're going to open Final Cut and start the editing process on this stupid long video. Okay. Oh, yikes. That color wasn't what I wanted. We have to go, we're going in manual. Maybe something like that. Get this right. Oh my god, I look so sweaty. Okay.
Here we didn't get.
Cool. That's good enough. It's a little... It is actually, you know, as I mentioned, cool. It is kind of cool. Let's try to... There you go. I put it on my iPad Pro, but I'm nervous about putting it on my phone. Can I check the weather app? Yes! Oh my god. There's a weather app on my iPad. Oh, I like how you can switch between locations. Check it out. Cupertino. So much data. On such a big screen. Wow. Was that so hard, Apple? Like, come on. That was not hard. Alright. Apple is now only selling the bin. Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah. It's only the binned one.
All right. Well, Apple finished. Apple finished dub.
I don't need to hear that. All right. I hated that. I don't know why I said that. Okay. Let the editing begin. This is where the fun begins.
Just because. And also.
Ooh, lots of mistakes. Cool. Oh boy, here it comes. New top level AirPods menu? What? How? What do you mean top level? Family. I don't know what you mean by top level. But, oh, I love this lock screen. Ooh, I see bugs in it already, though. The circle, the little circle to indicate the Apple Watch battery is not symmetrical.
It's more of a they call it a midnight color.
Hopefully there was a lot of mistakes in this so we can get the runtime down.
It's rocking mags.
I can't believe I talked for 30 minutes and it still feels like I didn't talk about most of the stuff they talked about. Look on the Twitter tweet. Okay. There we go. Apple lifts MagSafe cable in 4 colors for MacBook Air and MacBook Pro for $49. Wow, my God. There's a lot of people tagging me on Twitter, unfortunately. I don't see everything. Why are you on Wi-Fi? Get off. Letting us pair Apple Watch with iPad. Yeah, that would be nice. Okay. M2 MacBooks still officially support only a single external display. Oh, that's annoying. The M2 chip can't handle more than one external monitor. Dang it. Sorry, I don't see the notification you're referring to. Why does my Mac take so much longer to download updates? I don't know. You just tagged me. Okay, I'm looking. Top level AirPods menu. Where is this? Just in settings? I don't get it. I don't see it. Maybe I'm doing something wrong, but sorry. I should really start editing. I know Randy and Nick are going to be
Full size.
mad at me for taking so long. On the podcast, I will play more with all my tech. Even though tap and hold does something else now. Ooh.
And because of
Good question. I didn't think about that. We'll have to try.
before completing this Apple Silicon. This was a bit tricky. Apple also introduced
The first like 5 minutes I'm just talking about hardware. The maddest. Ugh. I hope I'll be able to are we gonna FaceTime or are we gonna Discord call?
But
But
you're getting better port options. You're getting better port options, thinner speakers, better microphones, better port options, thinner design, and up to 24 gig.
I guess they didn't have 24 before, huh? Didn't they? I feel like
We hadn't got.
someone had mentioned that, I think, in the Discord the other day. Why not 24 gigs of RAM? And now they've done it.
They did nothing with it except they threw in the M2 chip, which
I think that's the only change. Okay. Make sure Nick knows we're going to be on Discord because I don't know if we've used that with him yet.
Here it is. If you're a diehard, I think that even if the third,
I wonder if Nick is going to get the M2 MacBook Pro.
I don't think.
On one hand, I'm like, he loves his touch bars,
And even
and he'll get as much performance as he can out of that touch bar, but ooh, coughing. Good, cut that out.
very grateful to efficient same. And that pretty much covers all of the.
Oh my god, I'm so happy that my mind is still blown right now that Face ID works in landscape.
I'm just going. iOS 6.
Oop.
Hearing.
Oops. It worked so smoothly. His touch bar is there. Can we officially call it that? Let's change the name of
They've redesigned.
Let's change the name of the touch bar legally to Nick's touch bar. That just sounds wrong.
I can't wait.
I can't wait. You'll have to wait, Drew. My money is on the touch bar M2 MacBook Pro for him.
Should be in time now.
Oh, it's so good to know the Series 3 won't be getting watchOS 9. I was asking for that for years. There's so much good news in my opinion. I mean, like, what we didn't get, we know we're going to get. Like, okay, there was no Mac Pro, but we know that's coming. Literally, Apple said that's coming.
And they're introducing this
Another mistake.
essential.
So that'll probably be at an October event, right? Like, they would not do a Mac Pro at an iPhone keynote. That just doesn't sound right, in my opinion. So, I mean, it makes sense considering the new Pro Display has rumored to be delayed.
That would be. A lot of people are going to be pictures. If you're taking.
Okay. Oh my god, I'm only 10 minutes in. This is crazy.
Basically,
Keep remembering there's a big point where I forget what continuity camera is called. Agreed, there'll be an October event now. Well, I feel like there'd be one regardless, but...
that Apple didn't talk during the...
What?
Apple...
That was a weird one.
With iOS 16...
I hope there's a lot of mistakes when I go back and watch this. It'd be nice if it was 10 minutes instead of 30. But that ain't gonna happen. Wait. Okay. I'm sorry you guys had to listen to me make so many mistakes. I think they mentioned AirPods. Who did? I think at an October event we'll get M2 iPad Pro, AirPods Pro 2, Mac Pro, and the new display.
Apple Pay later, not a credit card tech.
Oh, you can hear my voice falling apart. I did do 30. 30 what? 30 minutes, yeah. Sorry. My brain moves too quickly. I lose track of what I was talking about 2 seconds ago. I'm sorry. I want to keep playing with my phone, but I have to edit. Every time I look at it, I'm like, ooh, that's nice. I might have to run a test after this. I think I should test how the channel performs when
But a lot of people
I just live stream for like several hours after versus doing a recap video.
WatchOS, let's talk. OS 9 was probably...
Oh, okay.
They introduced like four new... I
just feel like I'll measure today probably.
Which is okay, just...
How well does the recap video do versus... I mean, this is kind of a mixture of both. I'm like continuing the live stream and doing a recap video, but... You're teasing yourself with iOS and editing. We'll play when we record. Yes, we will. Absolutely. Daniel says, not gonna lie, I'm very underwhelmed with all the updates. I wish we got interactive widgets and no home screen look. Just rearrange your home screen, man. I think the lock screen changes are great. Like, the lock screen on iOS has basically been the same, arguably, since the first iPhone. And now they just gave us a crap ton of customization for it.
Is who isn't getting it. Thank God.
I mean, check out what Randy did on his home screen. He made it feel like brand new and fresh. Just tag me where to find the general AirPod. Oh my god. You're slowing me down, man. No, I see where it's supposed to be, Alex. It's just not there. I go in the settings app and it's not in there. It's right beneath Apple ID. It's not there. Sorry.
And yet they are still...
I appreciate you letting me know about it. I want to find it and make it work, but you know what? My AirPods should be charging. I don't know what I'm thinking. This battery's going to be low and I'm going to need them. No, yeah, I mean, it's the type of update that literally the second the screen turns on, you know exactly what version it's on. Not every iOS before could say that. Say most iOS before couldn't say that.
Really weird that they would be selling a product really weird.
Very weird.
So, once again, don't buy the Series. While WatchOS...
Wait.
Get the Apple Watch.
Death to Series 3, please. Okay. It could be a bug. It is the first beta.
Is webcam...
This is where I forgot. Okay. Big, nice chunk of video here.
And that feature is continuity cam.
Hopefully that shaves off some time.
And they basically,
When do you guys think an AI will be able to make my own videos? That would be fun. Give it some personality. Pay. Everyone's talking about Apple Pay Later, but how about we pay Apple later?
back, put it on the back, and boom, now it's.
And now for tvOS. We don't talk about tvOS.
Because yes,
You hire the AI. I want the AI to just make deep fakes of my voice and my face and just do a tech video where it regurgitates the news and it looks like me. Do you think M1 iPad is worth it now? No. I think iPadOS is better.
the biggest new change,
Doesn't seem like iPadOS 16 is a downgrade in any ways, which makes it better than iPadOS 15, but I don't think it makes it worth the money to get a $1,000 iPad.
I didn't find it looking very useful.
Like,
I think we're stage man.
I think all they really did is improve the multitasking a little bit, but that wasn't the main problem.
Is iPad.
Multitasking wasn't what was preventing it. It was true features. It was like pro apps and external cameras and file management stuff.
Most of them are pretty. So yeah, I'm already talking.
I don't think it'd work it. I have been watching you. Third channel member. Then they said desktop apps. I thought Final Cut was coming, but nope. I know. I gave up on that a while ago.
And it wasn't. The iPadOS 6 better than I was anticipating.
I just wanted optimized battery charging. Is it there? I didn't know if they added that. I should have looked. Battery. No, it's still not there. Okay, that's still the biggest disappointment. I just checked. I'm on iPadOS 16. Still no optimized battery charging. It's ridiculous. Do a live reaction with iOS 16 for members only. Well, that's basically what we're doing right now. You got my reaction.
That's still crazy. And
ooh. Okay. We find the mistakes.
Switch between is being brought to
very short list of compatibility. Yeah, watchOS was kind of a uneventful upgrade as well.
Now you can kind of do that with.
Hey, Max, thank you for becoming a channel member. Appreciate it. Ooh, cough. Can't wait to start unsending messages.
In fact, outside.
What if I just go back and start deleting all my old iMessage texts?
The more disappointing.
Ooh. Several takes on that one. Jeez. Oh, I didn't talk about CarPlay. I knew I was going to forget something. This was still too long, though. It's okay. That stuff isn't coming till end of next year. We've got plenty of time to hype about it. I think it's cool, though, that CarPlay can basically take over the entire display.
Usually being
What's being said? Unsending messages work forever or only a limited time? I don't know. I gotta try it. We'll see. With CarPlay for normal cars, when you get a call, it doesn't take over the whole screen, so you have to go back to SatNav. No, I doubt it does that. That would be bad. It just crashes your car. Excuse me. You have 15 minutes to edit. Oh, that's my alarm. 15 minutes to edit or unsend a message. Oh, interesting. So after 15 minutes, you can't delete it. Weird. iPadOS doesn't have customization for lock screen. I know, right? They pushed that back. It's not fair. Okay, almost near the end of the cutting section. Come on. We can do this.
Come on, you're halfway there. I like the concept of a canvas that you can write on.
Oh, I didn't talk about freeform.
You know, transition over to the big screen.
If you send a message to someone on iOS 15 or older and edit unsend it, they will still see all the originals. What will they see if you edit it?
So funny enough, they didn't. I don't own an app. I don't own it. I'm perfectly content. That's mostly what I'll be diving more.
They just see the unedited, so nothing changes. If you edit a message, nothing happens. Well, at least it'll look right to you. Wait, how do you edit a message again? I'm gonna have to try so many different things. Alright, let's see how short we can get this video. Come on. I've been live now for over 6 hours. How crazy, how cool is that? I loved all the Craig memes, for the record. He's like Apple's mascot in a way. So many memes. Hey, Brendan Shark! Thank you for supporting the channel. Very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Let's see if I can get all these cut out. He's not allowed to leave. We cannot go home. I have not checked my iPad Pro's battery health using coconut. I know it is bad, that's all I know. And I know it is bad that they don't let you check it through the native settings app. That's how it should be, and there should be optimized battery charging, and the fact that there isn't is not okay. Decided to support you since I love your videos and skits recently. Thank you, Brendan. Unfortunately, because of the time crunch, there's no skit for today's video, but I'll try to get back to it. Okay. Man. It's still at 29 minutes. This is not good. We need shorter video. The recap cannot be longer than the event, Drew. It's not allowed. This isn't gonna work. Oh yeah, I figured. Sorry, I'm used to doing this with like 10 people watching, and I keep forgetting there's like 370 people watching. If you don't know how to become a channel member and you'd like to join the chat, it's the first link in the description. It's $2 a month to become a member. And I've got no problem with you just becoming a member for 1 month. You know, you can just subscribe once and then cancel after the first month. It's fine. And if you don't want to support, that's fine too. I understand. But what you're watching me do right now with the MacBook Pro, I could not do this with my iMac. It would lag and it would freak out, and it wasn't good at capturing the display and live streaming at the same time. So once this was a thing, I was like, okay, I definitely want to do editing streams, and you know, I like the concept of channel memberships, but I wanted to come up with some kind of good bonus perk for people who are willing to help out. And while lots of things are going up in price, the channel membership's been the same price from the beginning. No adjustment for inflation here. Okay. If only we had Apple Pay Later for channel membership. Stretch out $2 across 6 weeks. Thank you, Alex, for watching for this long. Okay, we're down to 26 minutes. Please be under 20 at least. Under 20 minutes would be nice. Please. Oops. Deleted the cut on that one. We can do this. Oh, nice. Big one. Okay, almost 25 minutes. I'm off work. So sad I missed the first hour. Co-workers invited me for lunch. Ugh. Don't you hate it when they do that? It's okay, man. Dub is still there. You can still watch it. How was lunch? What's lunch like? I'm not eating lunch today, so I don't have much experience in that. Do you like your coworkers, Eunuch? Hey, Dougie. Dougie S. Thank you for becoming a supporter. I appreciate it greatly. Let's see. Okay, we're under 24 minutes now. This bad boy is gonna be over 20. No, no. That's not good. Why do you have to talk so much, Drew? Why can't you just keep your big mouth shut? I'm always amazed every year. I try to recap Dub and keep it under, you know, a reasonable time. And then Marquez will go ahead and post a video. It's like 8 minutes. Recapping the entire event, and he includes every major point, says exactly what you need to know, and he's done, and he's had his outro by the 8-minute mark. And I'm like, how does that man do that? I cannot be that quick. Okay, 22 minutes. Oh my god. Okay. Zigzag. I don't know if you noticed, Randy, but I'm using your music on the EV channel now, because that's like the future, and I like your music, but the tech audience likes nostalgia because Apple boxes and audio, so I'm using Zigzag again because I didn't feel like both channels should have the same song, just to kind of give them a different feel. But Christopher says, I have zero experience editing, so watching you fly through this with these seems like witchcraft. Oh, good. Samuel's downloading iOS 16. Awesome. When you go into the wallpaper and settings, you can no longer put your own wallpaper specifically for the home screen. Wait, what? That can't be right. Drew Pursehorse says, when you go into wallpaper and settings, add to wallpaper. Photos? What are you talking about? Yeah, you can. You can no longer put your own wallpaper specifically for the home screen. Oh, I see what you mean. It has to be... There's a lot of options, though. My God. I mean, look at how many. All these different colors. Ooh, I like these. I like the Pride one, actually. Oh, there you go. That's like a nostalgia throwback one. These emoji ones are stupid, though. Actually, this one's kind of cool. Never mind. Tennis ball! If a dog could have a wallpaper, that's what it would be. Kill me. I hate this one with a passion. If you want to annoy me, set that as your wallpaper. And I think Pride is cool. I like the Pride one. Let's see. Leaving soon because it's already 11 p.m. Oh my God, Alex, we got to start editing. We got to get Alex to bed. Let's go.
Well, Apple finished Dub for 2022, and as per usual, pulled a lot of surprises. Got a lot of the leaks wrong, but we got some of them right. There's a lot of truth to sift through the lies, but overall, the good news is we did get hardware, but it probably wasn't the hardware a lot of you were expecting.
All right, let's drop in the new intro. Because refresh.
Let's begin.
Ooh.
We're expecting. Let's begin.
Oh,
so the hardware we didn't get...
Where's the event? Okay, I'm gonna need this to be open. I'm gonna need to grab so much from Apple's website here. Where's the picture of the Mac lineup? Okay, I need an event. Just, oh, here's what we announced. Can I watch them? Oh, thank you. Oh no, Drew, don't get copyright claimed. There we go. Like so. Of course it looks easy to Mike. He's a mechanical engineer. The customized home screen is not on iPad. Lock screen, correct.
So the hardware we didn't get was Mac Pro. Yes, despite what a lot of you claim, just because John in the last Apple keynote said we're going to save the Mac Pro for another day, that did not mean it had to come out this month. And also, yes, Apple doesn't necessarily have to launch the Mac Pro at Dub, but we did get a refresh to the MacBook Air.
Alright, that'll be the event tab, and then this can be my cutaway tab. Oh my God, this is overwhelming, guys.
Launched the Mac Pro at Dub, but we did get a refresh to the MacBook Air. Quite a bit different from what a lot of the leakers were claiming, though. Those last-minute rumors ended up being correct from Gurman and Kuo, with more traditional color options plus one new blue.
Probably shouldn't even say blue. Oh my God, I haven't looked at this yet. What the heck was that? Ugh! Wow. Was that detailed enough sound effect for you guys? Dark, dark, dark blue.
Color options plus one new blue tier, but they call it a midnight color, and it's beautiful. It's very black, but it has this light shade of blue. And the MacBook Air has now ditched the wedge design.
I realized how far I had gotten without mentioning the M2 chip. I was actually surprised. I was like almost done talking about the M2, and I was like, I think that's everything. Oh, wait. I forgot. There's an M2 chip now. Sorry. Small little detail there.
Has now ditched the wedge design. It's still very thin and very lightweight, but it's rocking MagSafe, which I'm not a huge fan of, but I was more interested in how the MagSafe colors match with the Mac.
Do they show that here? Ooh. Yes. I would have bought a midnight MacBook Pro if they had it. Wow, they have it. Canned bread.
Save color.
I thought I was on a timeline rush putting out movie reviews.
Colors match with the MacBook design.
Watching you edit this speed is really awesome. You're a pro right now. Oh yes, I've been doing this a while. Do you think the Mac Pro chip will be based on the M1 or the M2? M2 for sure at this point, yeah.
With the MacBook design. I wish Apple would have done that. And is there any way to start offering, you know, space gray MagSafe cables to the space gray MacBook Pros, please? That would make so much sense. I still consider it.
Wait, they are offering them.
To start offering, you know, I wish Apple would have done that. And is there any way match with the MacBook design? I wish Apple would have done that. And is there any way
That doesn't make sense. Hold on. I'm just gonna leave that point out.
Match with the MacBook design? I still consider it a port upgrade though, because it now means you can power the whole laptop and still have 2 vacant Thunderbolt ports, whereas before one of those Thunderbolt ports had to be for power. They did give it a notch, just like it.
Where's the notch? Apple. You make it so hard to see the dang thing. There we go. Go inside him too. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Go inside him too.
It's just like its bigger brothers and thinner bezels around the.
Yeah, I was briefly, Christopher, you're not alone. I was literally thinking maybe I should get a MacBook Air, and then I realized 60 hertz and 13 inches and not mini LED, and I was like, oh my god, Drew, don't do this.
Board, full-size function keys, dedicated speakers, which is notch, just like its bigger brothers and thinner bezels around the board. Full-size function keys, dedicated speakers, which is great, and may I just say, I'm in.
Why did I say dedicated speakers?
Full-size function keys, may I just say, I'm in love with this design. I'm sorry.
Keyboard? Can you guys hear me? Okay. Starlight. There it is. Yoga. Goat yoga was forgotten in this video. That's true. I think I'll re-record the whole thing.
Design. I'm so thankful that we got black bezels on these things. Once again, the 24-inch iMac can remain the only Mac with white bezels. Hopefully we kill that off soon in the future as well. And because of the shutdowns and supply chain shortages, this isn't going to be available until next month, but it starts with the brand new M2 chip.
Okay, let's see. Go into M2. Where... Is there like an expand section? I know I passed it, I think. There we go. Oh, well, this was all light mode. Usually there's like a dark mode where they show like the die. It's a little bit bigger than an M1 actually.
It starts with the brand new M2 chip. So yeah,
you'll probably be ahead of MKBHD because he's in person. Yeah, maybe.
Before the Apple Silicon transition is finally complete, they're already introducing M2. We still have a Mac Pro left, and spoiler alert, they're probably not going to launch the Mac Pro at the iPhone event, so we may have to wait till October or November before completing this Apple Silicon transition. So this was a bit trippy and not really something we expected, but Apple also introduced like dual
Oh yeah. Where? Here it goes. They had a dark mode in the beginning. Yeah, I remember the dark mode thing. I don't want to go scrub through the event. It's going to take too long. Show me a picture. Where is the... You're going to make me go find it now. Learn more. Which power dip? Thank you. There it is. I would have totally bought that if it was a thing. It's probably not gallium nitrate though, is it?
We expected, but Apple also introduced like dual USB-C options on the power adapter that comes with the MacBook Air, which I'm a little jealous of. I would have opted for that if it was available when I bought my MacBook Pro. Hopefully it becomes available for sale later in the year, but you can still buy a binned M1 MacBook Air for $1.
Oh, is the M2 MacBook Pro being sold alongside the M1 MacBook Pro? That's something I didn't think about. No, probably not, huh? Yeah, so this one's just not available for a month. Huh. Oh, it is gallium nitrate? Oh, okay, cool. I stand corrected. I'm sitting.
But you can still buy a...
iPad does not have the lock screen thing. Yeah, the dual USB-C thing was leaked.
binned M1 MacBook Air for $1,000. The M2 MacBook Air is now starting at $1,200, which accommodate for inflation. It kind of makes sense for prices to be going up. But for that price hike, you are getting a larger display than before. It's a little bit bigger. You're getting better speakers, better microphones, better port options, a thinner design, and up to 24 gigs of RAM now, which is incredible.
Oh, I gotta find this. This is actually close to the longest live stream yet. Not sure what the record is. Any Tailosive experts out there know what the longest tech stream was? I've been at almost 6.5 hours now. Oh wait, that's the Pro. Dang it! I grabbed the wrong frickin' thing. Where is that little turd? I know how long I've been streaming for, OBS tells me, but I'm saying what's the longest I've been live for? One with the removable prongs. Since they added widgets to iPad 1 year late, yeah, they'll probably add the lock screen stuff to iPad OS 17. We already know what we're getting next year. It's already there.
And up to 24 gigs.
Well, I know I did a 24-hour gaming stream once years ago, but that wasn't on the tech
and up
channel.
to 24 gigs of RAM now, which is incredible. So we haven't gotten hardware at DubDub for 2 years, so I'm very grateful we finally got some today. Looking forward to testing that out once it officially launches. Again, can't wait to see that midnight color in person. It looks wonderful. But simultaneously, the weird part is they actually refreshed the 13-inch MacBook Pro as...
Okay, now it's time for you. Oh. Available next month. They updated the wallpaper on this webpage. This must just sell way too well. That must be why.
Weird part is they actually refreshed the...
Your night class starts in 10 minutes, so I gotta go. Take care, Christopher. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. YouTube lost it. Like, we ended the 24-hour gaming stream, and then it never finished processing. Like, it just lagged out. Like, still to this day, it says, like, processing, and you can't watch it.
Is they actually refreshed the 13-inch MacBook Pro as well with the touch bar, but they did nothing with it except they threw in the M2 chip, which was actually rumored to be at the March event earlier in the year. That didn't end up happening until now, but essentially it's the same price, same exact laptop, just with the...
Level up. Oh, this one's black. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. Okay. You have other pictures of it? Wow, what a great display. Thanks to... They literally went through this webpage and just changed everything from M1 to M2. But no new M2 Mac Mini, which sucks. React to some Tesla event. Tailosive Tech Twitch. I believe that was longer than 6 hours. Really? Longest Tesla event, I think, was 3 hours.
It's the same price, same exact laptop, just with the M2 chip. I really did not expect the touch bar to make it another upgrade, but here it is, M2 living on with the touch bar and everything. If you're a diehard fan of the touch bar, then I guess that's a decent option, but otherwise, I think the M2 MacBook Air is absolutely the better buy. Even if the 13-inch MacBook Pro technically has slightly better battery life or something, it's just such a dated design. I don't think it's worth the money considering how good the MacBook Air is now, but I don't think it's worth the money considering how good the MacBook Air is now. I mean, it has fast charging support, which it didn't have before. 50% in 30 minutes, that's great. And even the binned M2 should show improvements over a non-binned M1. Very grateful to finally get some answers on this redesigned MacBook Air. Of course, it's fanless, very efficient, same battery life as before.
Learn more, please. Some turtle hitting his shell against random black objects on the internet. What? Where are we talking about turtles? Oh, yes. Clean. What a clean laptop.
Very grateful to finally get some answers on this redesigned MacBook Air. Of course, it's fanless, very efficient, same battery life as before, and that pretty much covers all of the hardware changes that were announced. Let's get into what this event was really for, and that, of course, is software. There's so many new changes and little details we could get hung up on, so just for the sake of this recap, I'm just going to be highlighting what I think are the biggest changes across the board. I'm absolutely not going into detail on every single one. I'm just kind of gonna skim the surface, which is iOS 16 surpassed my expectations.
Okay. Now we jump to iOS. Can I just go from the home page? Ooh, that's good enough. Oops.
Just kind of gonna skim the surface, which is iOS.
Dub was 4.5 hours. So this is the longest stream. Wow. We're at 6, almost at 6.5.
iOS 16 surpassed my expectations. I had been hearing requests and seeing concept art for lock screens on iPhones for years, and I kept thinking, oh, that concept looks cool, but I shouldn't get my hopes up because Apple's not going to change the lock screen. Finally, it seems like they're adding a ton of
magic mouse right here
of customization options now between the font, letting you have wallpapers that kind of start to cover up the time. They've redesigned notifications to be
see the preview. So many options.
Cover up the time. They've redesigned notifications to be more elegant and orderly, so they kind of show up at the bottom of the phone and you just kind of swipe up to show the rest. They give you a lot of different control over widgets and little icons that can be on the front screen. Definitely kind of points to the idea of there maybe being an always-on display on the iPhone 14 now that they're giving you these kinds of time and widget features that could be baked in there. I can't wait to start messing around with it on my devices, and yes, I'll dive into how I want to spec out iOS 16 on my phone once the beta finishes installing. Should be anytime now. And as far
it's fine. We don't need to say that.
beta finishes installing. And as far as noticeable OS changes go, I think that iOS 16 will be quite obvious, considering literally the first moment the screen turns on, you'll be able to tell.
Ooh. Those are clean. Let's grab.
Is considering literally the first moment the screen turns on, you'll be able to tell, oh yeah, this phone is running iOS 16. They also brought some cool changes to messages, like you can now edit texts or unsend them. I hope that there is a log file that's
There probably will be, but you unsentiment. I like how it just explodes like a balloon. That's great.
unsend them. I hope that there is a log file that's recorded, because I would hate it if you texted someone something and then like tried to gaslight them by deleting the text and they didn't know what you did. Hopefully there's a way to find deleted messages or see the original text before it was edited, but that's going to be a huge help to me because of all the typos I keep sending. And they're introducing this new iCloud family shared photo library.
Where did that go? Not that. Oh, where is it? Photos? Pass it? Ah, yeah. Here it is.
New iCloud family shared photo library thing, where essentially like all of your friends and family can have a shared library that iOS will automatically arrange those pictures, put them into albums based on where the pictures were taken and who's in the pictures, using facial recognition, even an option directly in the camera app to like turn it on and say that every picture you take will just
Like so. Yeah, the trackpad's pretty good, but I've just found myself to be faster with the mouse. And I can't find a mouse better than this. I've tried several.
Camera app to like turn it on and say that every picture you take will just show up in this album. In theory, it sounds helpful because you don't want to have to airdrop all your pictures between everyone's family stuff, but honestly, it sounds fairly complex to set up, and I doubt that many people will actually do it. But if Apple finds a simple and intuitive way to set it up so that everyone understands how it works, that would be great and very effective. I just have a feeling that a lot of people are going to be concerned about pictures automatically showing up in other people's libraries, like automatically, and they don't want things accidentally being loaded in there. Could be really embarrassing if you're taking all kinds of meme screenshots and that kind of thing, and it starts showing up in places it's not supposed to. But probably the biggest shock of iOS 16 is how few devices are actually supported for it. Contrary to what I thought, the iPhone 7 is not getting iOS 16.
Let's scroll to compatibility. There's your list. The Mac Studio is not getting Ventura. It's crazy. Excuse me.
Thought the iPhone 7 is not getting iOS 16. Basically, the oldest iPhone that will be running iOS 16 is the iPhone 8 from 2017. So yeah, the iPhone 7 still got 6 years of software support, which is not bad, but probably a big bummer to a lot of you older iPhone users out. Probably a big bummer to all of you iPhone 7 and 6S fans out there. This was also
my memes, they have leaked everywhere. Oh no.
So the moment that Apple discontinued support for all iPhones with headphone jacks. Little detail we got glossed over there. But another minor note that Apple didn't talk about during the keynote but is listed on the website is with iOS 16, Face ID will now work in
Can I show this? I want to show this. Video. Oh yeah. No, I can do this. Okay, I just needed a little video. I'll airdrop that. Thank you, ecosystem. Oh, I can't wait to use my phone. I've never been so excited to just sit on my phone. I'm gonna mess around with all these settings. Okay.
With iOS 16, Face ID will now work in landscape. Face ID will now work in landscape mode on select iPhone models. Not sure which iPhone models yet, but I've been asking for Face ID to work in landscape mode for years. I thought it was a hardware limitation, but I guess it apparently works now. I can't wait to test that and try it out. But they should have talked about that on stage. It's absolutely worth going into. Last little detail I'll discuss on iOS 16, which I thought was weird, is Apple Pay Later. So we have Apple Pay.
Oh, where did that go? The wallet. Ah. I like when they make these big changes and they don't even bring it up.
Detail.
Can we get Pay Never? Apple Pay Never. Oh, I like this. I like this idea. That's a good one, Harrison.
Last little detail I'll discuss on iOS 16, which I thought was weird, is Apple Pay Later. So we have Apple Pay Cash, which is basically just a little debit card. We have the Apple Card, which is an official credit card powered by Goldman Sachs, using the MasterCard network. So it's a full-on credit card. You can use it physically or digitally. You get the cash back with Apple Pay. But now they're introducing Apple Pay Later, which is not a credit card technically, but essentially allows you to pay for things in 4 installments over the course of 6 weeks when using.
Is that all they said about it? I don't like these big text things. It's kind of weird.
Apple Pay. So it's not a physical card, but it lets.
Maybe I'll just zoom in on this. We'll get a fresh perspective. Like so.
physical card, but it lets people pay for things slowly over time with no interest and no fees. There's no cash back either. So it's just one of those things that Apple is trying to convince everyone to use Apple Pay for, because you can pay for it slowly over time with 0% APR, which may be tempting to some, but the fact that it's over the course of 6 weeks makes me feel like it's kind of trying to encourage people to spend more than they have and start living more paycheck to paycheck. So I wouldn't recommend using Apple Pay Later, but I see why Apple wants to offer it. It's basically just another incentive to increase Apple Pay adoption. If you find out, hey, pay with Apple Pay and you can pay for this more slowly over time, maybe some people will be interested in that. It just kind of depends on their financial situation, but very interesting concept. But PayPal and other companies have offered this before, but a lot of people use Apple Pay at the end of the day, so I imagine this will likely be a pretty popular option. But let's talk about watchOS 9 for a second. This was probably one of the most...
Okay, back to watchOS. They brag about it much on the... I guess that's it. You can just look at that preview, and that's all the changes right in front of you.
Popular option. Let's talk about watchOS 9 for a second. This was probably one of the most minor upgrades I've ever seen. They introduced like 4 new watch faces, which are pretty cool, and a new app for managing medications, but that's also on iOS, so it's not even...
Track your medications. Can I do it on the phone? Yeah, but it's a watchOS thing. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's probably something that'd be easier to do on the phone. Yeah, but it's health, so it's the watch. Okay.
Medications, but that's also on iOS, so it's not even really a watchOS exclusive thing. Basically, you can put in prescriptions and reminders for other people or yourself to know when to take certain medication, which is okay, just kind of a refined version of the Reminders app. And they are also expanding on different workout options.
Oh my god, there's so many freaking tiles in here. Jeez. Hey, Karen, thanks for the super chat. Was there any hardware announced worth watching? Yeah, there was. And I'd say there'll be recaps. There's probably already people posting recaps. You just watch those, you'll get the gist of it. You don't need to watch the whole
on
event.
Different workout options. So like running can track more accurately your wrist motions and compare it to how you've run in the past. It was kind of real nitty-gritty stuff. As far as watchOS upgrades go, I feel like there's usually like one big change or one big refresh, and this one didn't really seem to have much of that big update or big refresh, aside from notifications when the display is already on seem to be a lot more cleaner. Like instead of the notification jumping up and covering the entire display, more similar to your iPhone, it just kind of slowed.
It's alright. I'll find... Do they talk about notifications? I wouldn't be shocked if this didn't make it into the... Oh yeah, there you go. Can you repeat that? Where's the replay button? Press the replay button. Ugh. I can't. Was that quick enough? I had to be really fast with that one.
Like instead of the notification jumping up and covering the entire display, more similar to your iPhone, it just kind of slowly drops in. I liked how it looked, and it looks clean, but everything feels pretty minor here. But I don't really mind too much because I already think that watchOS is great, and there's really not that many new things they can do. I was really hoping for a low power mode, and that leak ended up being wrong, and I was really hoping to get third-party watch faces, but I've been asking for that since the beginning. We still don't have it. Probably should just give up hope on that one.
No, I think, wasn't the last March event I did like over 6 hours? Yeah, whatever. This is definitely the longest. It's almost 7 hours.
Still don't have it. Probably should just give up hope on that one. But probably the biggest update to watchOS 9 is who isn't getting it. watchOS 9 is who isn't getting it. Thank God, finally, based on request, Apple has killed...
Where's compatibility? There we go. Do you think for watchOS 10 they should use an X? That would look kind of cool.
Finally, based on request, Apple has killed support for the Apple Watch Series 3, but here's the weird thing. They're still selling the Series 3. Here's the weird thing. They're still selling the Series 3. To my knowledge, I don't think Apple has ever done this, where they've literally announced that a certain product will not be getting a future software update that is coming later this year, like just in the fall, and yet they are still selling.
Where's the watches? Let me find it here. Why didn't they just kill it today? That would have made more sense to me. Thank you for the super chat, Karen. Prefer actual physical events at the stage. I could hear the crowd reacting to stuff like high prices. Also, there were more bloopers and jokes. Yeah, I'm sure Apple loved all the mess-ups on stage. I prefer watching virtually myself. I can commentate and talk through the whole thing. I can't do that if I'm there in person.
Just in the fall, and yet they are still selling that product. You know, like they just discontinued support for the iPhone 7, and spoiler alert, they're discontinuing the iPad Air 2 and the iPad Mini 4. But those devices haven't been sold by Apple for many, many years. Even the iPad Air 3, which they haven't sold for like 3 or 4. Even the iPad...
Whoops. Ho, 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 ho. Let's go to backup here.
Many, many years. Even the iPad Air 3, which they haven't sold for 3 years, is still getting the latest iPad OS. But Apple Watch Series...
Okay, at this point, I might as well just show the iPad OS. Peak performance was March event, is second longest. Okay. We'll set all kinds of records this year. 5 hours, 53 minutes. Oof. Sorry, I scrolled past it. Where? Why is 15 there? Where's 16? Oh my god. I'm gonna lose my mind. It's right here. Ugh. Oh, I scrolled right to it. Okay.
is still getting the latest iPad OS. But Apple Watch Series 3 from 27 devices haven't been sold by Apple for many, many years. Even the iPad Air 3, which they haven't sold for 3 years, is still getting the latest iPad OS. But Apple Watch Series 3 from 2017 still being sold for $200, and we now have confirmation it won't run watchOS 9. Really weird that they would be selling a product now saying it's not going to get updates for much longer. So once again, I just have to keep reminding you, don't buy the Series 3. It's not worth it. I mean, while watchOS 9 is minor, get the Apple Watch SE. You can find them on sale. You can find them refurbished for cheaper. Series 3, not worth it. Don't do it. Now, in regards to macOS, the new name is Ventura.
It's a cool name, actually. I like Ventura. No, after I finish editing, I'm going to jump right into recording the podcast pretty quickly, so I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to do much. What was I looking at? Mac OS, sorry. Mac. Ventura. Goes further? What?
The new name is Ventura, and there's a lot of minor changes here, but one in particular that I'm very excited for. If you've watched my channel for a while, you know I've been asking for this for years, and that feature is continuity, and that feature.
Oh, how did I screw this up so much? Jeez.
This for years, and that feature.
How did I keep it? Oh my God. Karen, be careful. Your super chats keep doubling. That can't be right. I loved Craig's crack jokes when the events were on stage. Phil Schiller was awesome. Phil's presentation had me only wanted the product. Now Apple doesn't sell me well the new stuff. Well, maybe you're just not used to the virtual stuff. Craig made a lot of good jokes at today's event.
Asking for this for years, and that feature is continuity camera.
Teach me. I like how they have to repeat the same features over and over. If you're not careful, Karen, your super chats are gonna get too big. This is a very dangerous game you're playing.
Camera, which means you can basically turn your rear-facing iPhone camera into the webcam for your Mac. And they basically implemented this exactly how I wanted and even went above and beyond what I expected. So for one, it works wirelessly. So I assume similar to Sidecar on the iPad. I hope there's a way to do it wired as well if you don't want to do it over Wi-Fi and have some of that AirPlay compression. But basically, Apple says through Belkin they're going to sell accessories that let your
Do they have another picture for that? Oh, there you go. Well, this kind of spoils desk view, but whatever. We need the adapter.
Sell accessories that let your iPhone attach to your MacBook lid very easily, and then it will use the ultra
You can
wide
also now view passwords in iOS. What do you mean? Is that new?
lens on your iPhone to bring center stage to any.
I don't think it's the same wide angle as the center stage camera, but it should be high quality.
Bring center stage to any Mac, of course, assume. Bring center stage to any.
Yeah, it's a dev beta. Oh, you can now view Wi-Fi passwords on iOS. Thank God. That's actually very useful. Of course it's going to run hot. It's a dev
iPhone
beta.
to bring center stage to any Mac you want, even MacBook Pros, which don't have center stage. So it'll track around with you, and there's new stage lighting effects and that kind of thing. And on top of that, they introduced this mode where it will literally capture your desktop below.
Okay, I gotta find this. No, not gaming. Oh, sorry. Where's... There we go. Does he show it near the end? Put it on the Pro display. Did they demo that? Yeah, they did. Sorry, I'm dying. I told my grandpa that too. No, I'm kidding. I didn't say that. Okay. Pause. Oh, sorry.
Up below, I don't even know how they're doing this with the image signal processor, but essentially you can show off your like a top-down field of view, and that same lens will also be capturing your face and tracking around with you using the center stage feature simultaneously. It was mind-blowing how it looked in the demo. It may not be as cool in person, but I was really impressed by it, especially how the display of the iPhone just doesn't even turn on. Like, it just knows. You just gotta bring your...
Where's the part where you... There, that's good. Call that a day. Coughing fits doesn't seem very fun. No, they're terrible. Imagine doing that except all night and you can't sleep.
But I was really impressed by it, especially how the display of the iPhone just doesn't even turn on. Like, it just knows. You just got to bring your phone nearby your Mac, put it on the back, and boom, now it's a camera option on FaceTime calls. And hopefully it lets me do that for OBS live streaming as well. Because yes, I would absolutely love to live stream with my iPhone's webcam. Because yes,
Oof. Thank you for the super chat, Karen. Yeah, the MacBook Air is still heavier than the 12-inch MacBook. But the 12-inch MacBook did not sell very well.
As well. Because yes, I would love to live stream with my iPhone's camera, but still have all of the OBS settings that I have on my Mac. That would be great. It feels like they're directly listening to my request. it look. They redesigned system.
Ugh. I'm really getting hit bad now. System preferences, system settings. That's it. Oh my god.
I hope that it works as seamlessly as they make it look. They redesigned system preferences in macOS Ventura as well, but the biggest new.
We're gonna show more of this. There we go.
And I hope that it works as seamlessly as they make it look. They redesigned system preferences in macOS Ventura as well, but the biggest new multitasking change probably has to come from Stage Manager, where they kind of the biggest new change has to come from Stage Manager, where they kind of clump a bunch of windows.
Tool backup too, Scott. Yeah, backups are a very good idea. I don't give a crap about its sales. I still love it. I know you love it. I'm just saying Apple doesn't give a crap if you love it. If no one bought it, then they're not going to make it.
Clump a bunch of windows together, and you can kind of grab them from the side as needed, and they'll kind of remember the layout as you grab them. I didn't find it looking particularly productive or very useful for most Mac workflows. I'll try it when it comes out, but they were more proud when it comes. I think where Stage Manager makes a bigger difference is iPadOS. So yeah, there's a lot of collaboration and multitasking features they're building into macOS Ventura, but most of them are pretty forgettable in my opinion. So yeah, I'm already talking about iPadOS for a second because this is what people have been asking for years.
Wait.
This is what people have been asking to be addressed for years, and last year was kind of the final straw for me. I was like, this is where iPadOS needs to be the main focus, and it wasn't, so I didn't have high expectations going into this. And I'll admit, the iPadOS 16 changes were better than I...
Okay. iPad. Stage Manager where they club a bunch of seals. What? You're going to have to explain that one, I'm sorry. I would say mistakenly iPad.
Oh, I didn't have high expectations going into this, and I'll admit the iPadOS 16 changes were better than I was anticipating because, for one, we finally got a weather app. There's so much rich data.
Show me weather. There we go.
Rich data and information. They could have brought this last year. I have no clue why it took them a year to add this, but yeah, you finally can check the weather on the iPad. Still no calculator. We're literally going to be going into weather on the iPad. Still no calculator. We're literally going to be going into 2023 with no calculator app on the iPad that launched in 2010.
Stage Manager on iPad makes no sense without Pro apps. Yeah, I think I have to agree.
In 2010. That's still crazy to me, but okay, we got the weather app and this whole Stage Manager feature where you have...
Okay, did I pass that? A little bit.
This whole Stage Manager feature where you have multiple windows that you can kind of rearrange and switch between is being rearranged and switch between is being brought to iPadOS, and you can truly take full advantage of it when plugging it into an external monitor. So this is definitely much better external monitor support than what we had before, which was basically screen mirroring. Now you can actually boot into what...
Look at that. That is just macOS, bruh. It's just an iPad pretending to run. Don't tell me they can't do macOS on the iPad. That would be weird. And then they do this.
You can actually boot into what kind of looks like macOS. It's just heavily watered down version of macOS because it's just Windows kind of overlapping each other. But here's the crazy thing. All of these options we're talking about between Stage Manager and revamped external monitor support, as well as text scaling, so that you
Did they show that in here? Desktop class apps. Yeah, right. No, I'll just not show that.
A text scaling, so that used to just be a feature on Mac so that you could fit more information on the screen. Now you can kind of do that with iPads as well, but all this new stuff is pretty much only available to the M1 iPads. So the funny thing about that to me is I've been suggesting for a while now that there should be software exclusives to the higher end iPads, right? Like if the iPad has Mac Silicon, you should be able to give that Final Cut, give that Logic or Xcode. You know, Pro apps can come to the devices that can handle them. It's okay if they don't run on all of the older iPads with weaker CPUs and stuff. That's not a problem. Does software exclusive restrict that? And so many people said, no, Apple doesn't want to software restrict features. They want to make sure it's accessible to all. They wouldn't add things that just the pros
touch the screen. Isn't that your whole argument against touchscreen Mac? Yeah, I know, right? Desktop class apps from 1990, right?
Accessible to all. They wouldn't add things that just the pros can have and not the rest. And yet here they are doing exactly what you guys said they wouldn't do. They're bringing pro features to just M1 iPads. In fact, outside of the weather app and the stage manager stuff, there's really not that many other noteworthy changes with iPadOS. The more disappointing thing, which is kind of a repeat of last year, iOS 16 got these amazing redesigned
Okay, let me show those again.
Of last year, iOS 16 got these amazing redesigned lock screen changes. None of that is coming to the
Bad Bunny.
None of that is coming to the iPad, which has a bigger screen.
Hi,
You would think
Margell.
you could add more widgets to that lock screen or rearrange more things. But no, it's just the same lock screen as last time. So I guess we got to wait another year for the iPad to get something that the iPhone already has. And most iPads are not rocking the M1 chip. So I guess you got your, improved focus modes and, you got your live sports notifications and that kind of thing. Some Apple Maps updates and iMessage updates, things that affect the Apple ecosystem as a whole. But that's what I kind of noticed during the iPadOS section of this keynote is that they were kind of announcing things that were already available on other devices to try to make it sound like this is an update for the iPad, when in reality it's just keeping the ecosystem symmetrical, across devices. So again, I don't think iPadOS 16 really addressed anyone's...
Whoa, Karen, my goodness. You gotta be careful with the Super Chat. Since the new MacBook Air is heavier than the 12-inch, I'll still hold on to my 2016 12-inch. It does everything an iPad would do pretty fast. Probably does more. If I need the power for the vid edit, I'll briefly use my MacBook Pro. Okay, fair enough. Sounds like a plan. Yeah, I know Nick really loves his 12-inch MacBook as well. What was I talking about?
Across devices. So again,
I already showed that.
Symmetrical, across devices. So again, I don't think iPadOS 16 really addressed anyone's main concern with the iPad, usually being that it can't do what a Mac can, and that's just because of software restrictions, like it can't run the apps I want it to, and it doesn't have proper external monitor support.
Yeah, really, Karen, you should just become a channel member. It's much cheaper than super chatting. Seriously.
Now it kind of does, but again, you're still just kind of running iPad apps in a window on an external monitor, which is, again, better than it was before. So I'm impressed that they addressed it in that regard, but the fact that it's only available on M1 makes it kind of hard to get excited for, and I don't think anyone who was not comfortable with buying an iPad for a Mac replacement is suddenly going to be more comfortable with it now. But correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. If there's some of you out there that are like, oh, I'm convinced I can do all of my working off of an iPad now thanks to iPadOS 16, I'm gonna go buy one. First off, you might want to wait till October because there's likely going to be an M2 equipped iPad by then, but let me know what exactly has changed that can make you justify it. Is it just that instead of screen mirroring, it's now, resizable windows? resizable windows that fill up the
Not that you
entire.
don't deserve the money. No, I don't deserve the money. You guys have donated way too much today. I gotta hit the refund button. I don't. You guys are way too kind.
You know, resizable windows that fill up the entire external monitor, or what exactly has swayed you? They've improved the Files app and added a lot of things for Mac, but they've improved the Files app and added a lot of things to Mac, and they've said now that third-party apps can take up to 16 gigs of RAM in the background. Third-party apps can take up and they've said now that third-party apps can take up 16 gigs of RAM running, which before they couldn't do, so it's good to see that feature unlocked. Very few iPads actually have 16 gigs of RAM in the first place, but I feel like we're already at this point now where Apple is comfortable adding certain software features to the higher-end iPads and not giving those features to the lower-end iPads, so sorry. End of the day, I'm still just going to say you should offer macOS as a dual boot option. You're basically there, Apple. You're practically doing it already. The second Craig plugged...
Yeah, where was that screenshot? Gaming. Where is it? There we go. Let me screenshot. Okay.
Doing it already. The second Craig...
Pay for Drew's coughing drugs by super chatting. You're paying for his survival. I will literally die if no one super chats $500. No, I'm kidding. Oh, now you're gonna make me laugh. And if I laugh, I cough.
It already. The second Craig plugged in this USB-C cable to the Pro Display, and it basically booted up into a very macOS style
studio
look.
display.
I was like, come on, you're halfway there. Just do a full-on dual boot option that would fix like 90% of people's complaints with the iPad, and you could easily justify charging $2,000, $3,000 for it because now it can do everything a Mac can do. And more because it has Face ID, 5G, Apple Pencil support, and all that. I like the concept of using the iPad as a canvas that you can write on and do some really intensive drawing on, and then transition over to the big screen, and it can be powered by the iPad, and you're doing more intensive video editing on that, you know? Even if you want to restrict the macOS dual boot to just when you're plugged into a monitor, because then there's no battery life argument to worry about. It's got power, and there's no the touchscreen doesn't work argument because
Alexander super chat. Oh my god, Alex, that was a joke. Don't take it seriously, but thank you.
Because it's an external monitor, it doesn't have a touchscreen. So funny enough, they didn't actually talk about tvOS at all. There was not really any mention of it, and that's fine in my opinion, because I didn't really have a high list of things I wanted for tvOS, and I don't own an Apple TV anymore, so I'm perfectly content with it not taking up stage time, but I apologize to the people who wanted tvOS updates. Overall, the event exceeded my expectations, which were just for software, and I'm very happy with the look and style of a lot of iOS 16. macOS Ventura doesn't seem like a huge update apart from the camera stuff for me, so that's mostly what I'm going to be looking for in the betas. I'll be diving more into all of these subjects throughout the course of this week. So
No, there's no new battery management features for iPadOS. That has to be the biggest disappointment for me. They couldn't add optimized battery charging.
Course of this week, so stay tuned. We've got podcasts, live streams, and all that stuff coming for you. Stay tuned. We've got podcasts, live streams, and more videos coming throughout the week for Dub coverage. Let me know your favorite part. What were you most disappointed by? For me, it was probably still iPadOS. All that good stuff.
Okay, I'll add a little point here. I'm on iPadOS 16. Guess what? Still no optimized battery charging. Still no battery health. Nothing. Okay. That'll be the last note. Ooh, iOS 16 just finished installing for Scott.
iPadOS.
Okay, we're almost done. And we gotta start exporting 4K at 60 video.
iPadOS.
I'm on iPadOS 16. Guess what? Still no Guess what? Still no optimized battery charging, still no battery health, nothing.
All that good stuff. Let me know what you're thinking down in the comments below.
Guess what? Still. I can improve this. Enhance audio? No, wait. Voice isolation? Let me try that. Guess what? Still. Oh, this one.
iPad OS.
I'm on iPad OS 16. Guess what? Still. I think I can set it to be not stereo. Ooh, that's too loud. It sounds like it's all coming from one side.
iPad OS.
I'm on iPad OS 16. Better. Guess what? Still no optimized battery charging, still no battery health, nothing.
All that good stuff. Let me know what you're thinking down in the comments below. This is your Apple Sheep here. I'll see you all.
Okay. All right. This has been a long live stream.
Here. I'll see you all in the next one.
But I got to get going. I got to work on the podcast now. And that I cannot do live. But I appreciate you all for all the insane amount of super chats today. My God. You guys were super generous. And I'm honored that you guys stuck out through such a long stream. We're just over 7 hours now. And the workday's not over, but this recap will start going up right now. And after we record the podcast, I'll edit the podcast. So channel members, welcome. I'll see you guys in the next editing stream. And hope you guys enjoy the betas. Take care. Bye-bye.